Yo Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 10 of What If I Was Reincarnated in the One Piece world as a Skypiean. Let the tale begin. Chapter 226, Thunder. Rio has never seen such a bullshit fight before. He knew Kaido is strong, very strong, but the power he was displaying right now still amazed him. He understood how strong a person needed to be to exert that much power. However, there was something more shocking. Red-haired Shanks. That man who was 4 times smaller than Kaido in build was clashing with him without any effort. More so, he only had one fucking arm, yet he was matching up. No, by concentrating, Rio could see that Shanks was overpowering Kaido. Unfortunately, Rio couldn't observe the battle much longer as he dodged another bullet shot from Yasop. Meanwhile, Wororaro. Shanks, you brat. Why aren't you using all your powers? Kaido's thundering roar caused the clouds to split since they were just under the sky. His heavy club slammed down to Shanks' sword, but the latter simply blocked it. I simply have no reason to, you see. I am merely here to stop you from reaching Marineford, Shanks said while blocking another of Kaido's attacks. This was when Kaido realized it too. So he was here to stop him? He should have expected it from this pacifist. However, there was no other choice. He needed to reach Marineford, to reach Whitebeard, so that he can prove who is strong, and if not, do an honorable death. Huh? You mentioned it at a good time. Get away from me, brat. I need to go there right now. Kaido swung his club at Shanks yet again, which was blocked by Shanks again. However, Kaido didn't continue his assault. Or do you have any other ideas in mind? I do. Shanks smiled. If you're looking for a fight, I am here. I will give you a fight dash. Shut it. Kaido cut him. You're strong, I accept. Maybe stronger than that old Whitebeard in his peak even. However, he is a legend. He is a conqueror. He is a man. You're not. Shanks only smiled at this. He wasn't completely wrong, so he didn't see a reason to get mad. I can catch you any time, but I have a gut feeling that old Whitebeard would be out of my reach after this war. Shanks' smile didn't collapse. He was right yet again. From what the world around him calculated, and from what he heard from their voices, Whitebeard would most probably die here, but that was more reason as to why Kaido shouldn't go there. Whitebeard's death would mean Marine's victory, but if Kaido goes there, and Whitebeard somehow still dies, then it'd mean no side won. The loss of the Marines would cause the pirates to get more active, and the Grand Line to flood with new insects. And since 2 of the Emperors would be out by then, Big Mom and Whitebeard, along with the Marine weakened, the chaos in the world, would be too much for Shanks to handle alone. He couldn't let such a thing happen. He was no fan of destruction, so he needs to stop the cause at the root. Then I guess you have to go past me, Kaido. Shanks' smile simply widened. After that, do whatever you want to do. Kaido grumbled just as Shanks started again, his gaze fixed at Kaido's left eye. Though I am curious, the last time we met, you didn't have that scar on your eye. Are you trying to match me, eh? Kaido's left eye had a scar, his eyeball missing. Shanks didn't know about this before, and he didn't feel like asking the voice of everything about it right now. But it didn't seem like he'd get an answer as Kaido simply raised his club, black lightning crackling on top of his weapon. Shanks' statement got into his nerves as Kaido was about to start his assault again. However, a figure, who was also on his kill list, appeared before both of them. At a slow, silent motion, they both turned their head to the left where a man wearing a simple jacket and black pants waved at them. I hope I am not interrupting something important, but Mr. Shanks, I would like if you let Kaido go dash. The new face, Amon, didn't get to finish his line, and neither Shanks got a chance to answer as Kaido rushed and slammed his club at Amon. But by the time the club hit him, he had simply disappeared. Ah, Mr. Kaido, what is this? The man chuckled. Did you just say you didn't have time for Shanks? Isn't it because of Whitebeard? Yet you got time for me? I had no idea that I was more important than Edward Newgate. Kaido turned behind him, where the voice had just talked, but he found no one. Yet, he swung his club behind him. He knew where the brat went. However, a moment later, the same voice came from above him. Ah, scary. I believe I am immune to observation hockey, but you could still tell I would spawn behind you? Truly scary. Kaido wanted to attack again, but Amon simply kept blinking from one spot to another. Let me finish what I have to say. Let me make a deal. He said, I keep Shanks busy, you reach for Marineford, and then, a month later, I'd go to meet you by myself. You can attack me, tear me apart, or do whatever you wish then. How about this? Why should I agree? Kaido grumbled. Well, you have got no other choice if you don't want to miss out on the war. I heard it has begun already, and now if you waste your time on me and Shanks, By the time you reach there, the old man might have kicked the bucket. A thoughtful scowl appeared on Kaido's face before he growled and turned to King and Rio. You two, finish them and follow me ASAP. We don't have time. He didn't say much and leapt in the air, transforming into a serpentine dragon. Shanks normally would have jumped in to stop, but he knew he'd have been blocked by the other guy present, so he didn't waste his strength. Amon smiled and nodded and immediately flickered from one place to another just as multiple, not all, but still a lot of members of red-haired pirates simply slumped to the ground, specifically the ones fighting Rio and King. You two, please follow your master immediately. King's eyes glared at Amon while Rio simply shot him a glance, making sure to not look suspicious. Then, they both leapt off as well, leaving Amon and Shanks on the battlefield. Shanks's eyes drifted to his knocked-out companions, Yassip, Beckman, and some more. They're fine, Amon said, smiling. I don't want to antagonize you for such a small reason. Shanks understood that he'd still antagonize him if the reason is big. Shanks laughed softly. Very admirable, however, you let Kaido go. How about you do the same for me? Amon shook his head at this. Unfortunately, I can't do that. You'd cause trouble in the war. Huh? Shanks sighed. Why are you doing this? It was mostly a rhetorical question. He knew Amon benefited from the war. He knew he did this for his own advantages. There is more than one benefit, in fact. And he could read his mind too. Shanks immediately used a trick he learned from Roger back in the day to block Amon's mind reading. The technique is, the user rages Conqueror's Haki inside his head, blocking any kind of devil fruit, and even observation Haki, from reading his mind. Normally people would die because of the aggressive nature of Conqueror's Haki, but Shanks' mastery over this black lightning isn't something to take lightly off. He can easily control it enough to make sure nothing gets damaged. Shanks tapped his finger on his sword as he decided on something. Okay, I guess there's no other choice. I didn't want to clash with you, yet, but I guess I have to for two reasons. One, I have to defeat you to reach Marineford, and two, I need to make sure you don't reach there yourself. Amon blinked at this, as if surprised. Oh my. You don't mind if my crew leaves, right? After his shock vanished in thin air, Amon smirked. I wouldn't suggest they go to Marineford, though. They'd get destroyed. I guess you sent your crew there. Huh? But don't worry. They won't go without me. Amon shrugged. Fine. Whatever. They can go. Not like they are a danger, to begin with. Shanks nodded at this. He turned to his crew and motioned them to pick up the knocked unconscious guys and lead them to the ship that is thousands of feet under red line, on the sea. Slowly, but surely, after momentary hesitation, the crewmates left while Amon and Shanks waited. And finally, after a deep sigh, Shanks sheathed his sword. You aren't going to sue your sword dash. Amon stopped talking as his future vision acted up. He tried to teleport, then he tried to move away from his spot, sensing the attack, however. He could do neither. Something was wrong. Shanks vanished from his spot and appeared behind Amon, his single fist coated in the crackling Conqueror's Haki. Amon's eyes widened for the first time in a while. He felt his jaws almost tearing apart as if a truck hit him in the face. The fist didn't touch his face. No, that's not how advanced Conqueror's Haki worked. However, the black lightning did come in contact with his now-sword jaws. Amon was flung forward, almost rolling on the ground before he teleported, successfully this time, and appeared a few meters in front of Shanks while wiping his lips. What the hell was that? Amon's greatest power is his speed. However, at that moment, he felt that an invisible wall was surrounding him. Walls that disconnected him from the outside electromagnetic fields even, causing his teleportation to not work and blocking his attempt to flee by blocking him from all sides, as if a coffin. Shanks stood over him, his face expressionless. You're by far the strongest man in a few centuries, but that's only considering your base power. Haki-wise, you're but a teenager. The world of Haki was more vast than Amon had ever imagined, however. I will make sure to teach you why you can't stop me. It was stupid of Shanks to think that it alone was enough to defeat, or even stop, God King Amon. Because Amon is at his peak right now. Chapter 227, Haki. While Amon was busy with Shanks, Marshal D. Teach walked by the dark hall inside Impel down with a grin plastered on his face. Blackbeard had everything planned. The 4 emperors, the Marines, the world government, and finally, Imusama. Everything was inside his head already. For him, the biggest obstacle was Imu, in the long run, but in the short run, he had a Whitebeard to kill. He would work around things somehow after that. After all, as long as a person had dreams, And they had a D in the middle of their names. The whole world was on their side. Ema didn't have a D in his name. Teach knew that much, and nor did the current 4 emperors, other than Shanks, at least. So he had an upper hand, easily. Zayahaha. Blackbeard laughed as he stood in front of Magellan, the man who had covered himself in purple poison. What are you doing here, warlord? The man's deep voice flew to Teach and his crew, who laughed to themselves. Warden, if you don't mind, I am here for a stroll, Blackbeard said as eternal darkness surrounded his fist. If not, I am free enough to put you to sleep. The purple devil scoffed and just whipped a poisonous threat at them. The poison was so potent that Blackbeard knew it'd melt his head like acid before the poison could even do anything. So he created a wall of darkness in front of him that merely absorbed the whip at once, causing Magellan to grow shocked. Blackbeard laughed again. That expression. Oh, how much he loved that expression. Whenever these overly devil fruit-reliant people see their power not working, they look as if their life has been taken away. Such weakness. It made him laugh. Magellan wanted to continue with another new attack, a dragon made of poison, and Blackbeard was prepared to dodge it as well. However, a flash of lightning flickered inside the hall as they were momentarily blinded. By the time they regained their sight, the sound of whisper and murmur caused their ears to stifle as they realized the prisoners were scared. However, W8 the cell gate is open. Multiple shouts similar to this sounded out around the hall. Immediately, someone had just opened all the cells at a lightning speed. Magellan turned his head from around to Blackbeard. You. Ziha, it was not me. He sweated. This ruins my plan too, well, to a certain degree at least. Now he lost his main card. If you join me, I will take you out of this prison, from his hand. He needed to think of something else real quick, and he had just the right idea. He was, after all, Marshal D. Teach. The same kid who inherited Rock's D. Zebexwell back in the day. The Marines, Sengoku and Garp included, were all shocked when dozens of Whitebeard pirate ships popped up from the sea, coated in a bubble. It's been a while, Sengoku. Whitebeard. The two old rivals exchanged greetings, or at least the closest to greetings possible between a pirate and a marine. Roger and Garp were 2 legendary rivals, but people rarely talk about Sengoku and Whitebeard. They were at the same level as well. You better tell me my beloved son is all right, Gururara. A unique laugh left his mouth, to which Sengoku clicked his tongue. This was too much. He knew this was a bat for Whitebeard. A part of him still hoped the old man would never come, because if he did, there won't be a headquarters for the Marines' help. Sengoku instinctively turned to Ace, who was chained in a wooden tower above. Whitebeard followed his gaze. Ace. Pops. Ace held back tears. Why are you here? At this, Whitebeard laughed again. What else do you expect? A father can't leave his son behind, no matter what mistake he has made. And don't forget, I was the one who allowed you to leave, my son. Ace bit his lower lips to stop his tears. He was hoping his pops would come, but he actually wasn't anticipating he'd actually come for real. That's enough, Ace. Don't give me that look. Whitebeard growled. I will bring you down soon. Whitebeard said as the 3 admirals watched the scene from the seats placed above a high set of stairs. He's so hideous, nah. Kizaru muttered to himself while Akiji and Akina stared silently just as Whitebeard clasped his palms into 2 fists and crouched down a little. He brought his curled-up fists in front of his chest as Akina frowned. Just then, Whitebeard threw his fist backwards, spreading his arms like an eagle, as his fists came to a stop, meeting with the space. Crack. It was shocking. No, it was amazing how cracks appeared in the air as if it was a broken mirror. The space twisted around the Marineford, everyone's eyes focusing on Whitebeard, just as the sky crumbled down. Boom. With a large sound of destruction, the sea touched the sky, and the sky fell to the ground. Everything shook and turned the other way around like a tsunami the size of a city leapt over the Marineford. Nobody had to warn Akiji about anything as he simply jumped forward in a swift but fast motion. He wasn't scared of the water. Even being a devil fruit user, he instead loved to control it. As he reached the tsunami, which was about to splatter the whole area, Akiji simply touched the water as it swiveled into ice in a matter of millisecond. Everyone. However, Whitebeard didn't look nor sound surprised. He simply expected this to happen. It was all part of his plan. Attack. The Marineford shook again, but not because of any quake, but instead under the footsteps of 150,000 men running towards each other. The War of the Best had begun. At the same time, in the sky above Marineford, A car made of clouds waited that carried well over 12 people. When do we jump? Ricky asked the driver. Amon. Wait, actually, are you even the real brother? It was a stupid question. Each of my clones is me, not like they have different brains or even individual wills. I am a single person controlling multiple limbs. Think of it like that. Though yes, this one is not my main body. The main body is busy taking a beating. Beating? Whoa, by who? Ricky was curious, but Amon too shrugged. That's none of your concern. Back to your question. He looked down on the battle. No, the war happening down below. You guys can go down right now. I will wait until Kaido. Really? Ricky stood up, grinning. After me, guys. She didn't wait for anyone's confirmation as she jumped down. Wiper groaned and followed behind her, and one by one, everyone jumped down. At last, the 7 members of Motor Gang jumped in as well, after a nod to Amon. Amon simply shrugged. Amon, 3 has done his job and Impel down, too. Now, he just had to wait for destruction. Maybe a pack of popcorn would do? Just as the thought crossed his mind, his body flickered before he returned with a bag of popcorn. He threw the popcorn in his mouth and crewed on it. Certainly, he had no stomach. He was a lightning clone after all, but his taste buds still worked perfectly well, and that's what mattered. BFF-. Popcorn spat out of his mouth all of a sudden as his original self took a punch to his jaws. Okay, what the hell? That was too painful. It was exactly 3 times more painful than normal too, since he had 3 clones activated. He should try to disconnect the pain receptors from each other first, or this would be a pain. Chapter 228. Shanks. Amon had expected many things, even something as absurd as this one right here. Advanced Conqueror's Haki holds the essence of lightning. That's why it looks like cracking black lightning to begin with. Using it, the more proficient users can achieve lightning speed. He indeed expected something like this, but that didn't happen, luckily. But the thing that did happen was still unnerving and sudden. Amon stood a few hundred meters far from Shanks, the red horizon stretching in the far west. That was an interesting technique. Shanks smiled at this. It's nothing impressive, Captain Roger could do more. Amon stared at him briefly. Amon was pretty confused at first, but he can, after all, think thousands of times faster than normal humans, so by now he has reached multiple possibilities. But, mind explaining what it was, exactly? Why not ask the man outright? Living in this world for so long, he knew how the people were. Shanks wouldn't mind explaining this. He just seemed like that one guy. And indeed, Shanks laughed softly. The 3 types of Haki, armament, observation, and conquerors, have 3 stages to them. He smiled in a friendly way. In armament, you can project your will to your skin, giving yourself additional durability. That's the first stage. In the second stage, you can project your will outside your skin, like an outer armor, or Ryu as most people know it. The third stage is something I don't possess, so I can't tell you more about it. After a breath of time, he continued. Let's skip observation too. You know better than me in that regard anyway. Moving to Conqueror's Haki, it is, well, similar to armament. Shanks shrugged. First of all, you need to realize why everyone does not possess Conqueror's Haki. To put it in simpler terms, only people with the will of a Supreme King can use Conqueror's Haki, and like armament, there are 3 stages on this Haki too. Oh, I wasn't expecting you to start teaching me right here. Though I guess I have time. Amon chuckled. He was interested. Shanks chuckled too and continued. There was a more in-depth reason to why he was doing this, but Amon couldn't know. When someone uses armament, for normal people it comes out in a smooth flow, but for people with Supreme King will, the power comes crude, filtered, to match that of normal people. The nature of armament is like a tranquil fountain, while the nature of conquerors is like a forest fire. Contrary to armament, while using Conqueror's Haki you can project your Supreme King in its true form, there is no filter holding it back. The raging fire, when projected outside, burns the will of the people in range, causing the weaker-willed people to simply lose their consciousness. I assume this is Conqueror's Haki's first stage? It was obvious, and Amon just said to clear up that he was still listening, but Shanks' shake of the head caused him to grow confused. Truthfully, it's both yes and no. Amon frowned as Shanks continued. Conqueror's Haki does indeed possess 3 stages, just like I said, but even though there is indeed a fixed hierarchy between them, you don't always start at the weakest stage. Sometimes, you start at the middle or even the highest stage. The first stage is unleashing your will like a sea of fire. The second is coating your body with this sea of fire. The third is manipulating the sea of fire to form anything. From these three, people can randomly be born with any of them, instead of the weakest, unlike armament. Shanks revealed a mysterious smile, as Amon stilled in his spot. He didn't know what he was expecting from Shanks' explanation, but this certainly was not it. Shanks continued. For example, you started with the weakest one, projecting the sea of fire outside, which is the most common. Amon didn't know how Shanks got this news. But Kaido unlocked the strong one as his starter skill, the ability to coat his blows with the raging fire, which is fairly rare. Finally, I started with the strongest, the ability to manipulate and form anything with the raging fire, which is the least common, and I only know 3 people with this power alive right now. The first 2 he was familiar with, but the third one caused Amon to remember Zoro's Azura technique. From what he recalled, Zoro supposedly used his Conqueror's Haki to form 2 more heads and 6 more swords, so he started with the strongest Conqueror's Haki type. This was almost like those affinity thingies from cultivation novels. On second thought, he recalled Riki had a similar technique to Zoro as well. She used it against Zoro back in the day. Fuck. And here he was having fun teasing her. Shanks also didn't need to explain that even if someone started with any of the skills, that someone can always gain the 2 other ones by training, though they'd surely be less strong than a person who started on that path. There are anomalies. Shanks suddenly said. For example, Monkey D. Garp has a supreme will, but he can't use Conqueror's Haki for reasons I am not aware of. However, he can use his supreme will on his armament, which creates an almost similar effect to Conqueror's coating, though he even has some other benefits. Anyway, we are getting off topic. Shanks raised a finger, visible reddish-purple Haki slowly gathering on its tips. It imitated the Hakai energy from DBZ. Almost. This is what I started with, the ability to manipulate the raging fire. Here, you can project your supreme Haki outside your body, and can even give it any color. Most importantly, the ball slowly twisted, forming a square box. You can create any construct as long as your imagination allows you to, and the more proficient you are, the more durable the construct is. It was when a purple half-transparent square box, similar to the one on Shanks' fingertips, suddenly visualized around Amon, trapping him inside. That's how I stopped your movements before. I made an invisible box around you, causing you to become disconnected from the outside world. Now this was the bullshit he was talking about. That's not how Haki is supposed to work. This is basically Green Lantern shit. On second thought, didn't Green Lanterns use their wills too? Fuck. Apparently Oda took inspiration from that. Ugh, and I knew nothing of this. Huh. I wonder how strong Roger, or Zebek, was. Though I shouldn't worry about the past, I still have Emu to worry about. I am barely concerned about Shanks. He is, well, strong, but I am not just a kid either. This power might be new to me, and I might not be skilled enough to use it yet, but I have time. Then, let's continue where we left. Shanks had explained enough as he dashed at me, invisible to the eyes of normal people, maybe even Yonko Commander's eyes, but I could see him move. I could see him jump down to his atoms. There is a reason why Shanks said I knew more about observation than him. Shanks splits behind me, his single hand phasing through his Haki construct that I couldn't phase through, meaning the creator of the construct can phase through them at will and punch towards me. However, I entered my top speed, in the ever-so-familiar slow world. I simply clad my fingertips with my Gorogoro's electricity and Conqueror Haki's crackling backlighting, giving it a mix, making it stronger than it should be since both are lighting, even if one is spiritual and one is real. If I can't use my lighting to hurt it, I would use my own Conqueror's Haki. It's like using a thorn to remove a thorn. I simply jabbed my finger on the wall in front of me just while Shanks' fist kept coming towards me. He was fast, probably as fast as the Kizaru who I fought years ago, but I was faster. My finger simply hit the wall without creating a hole unlike how I was expecting, but a dent did appear, so I continued thrusting my finger on the wall before a small hole was created on the 4th thrust. I simply transformed into my Logia form and phased through the hole at lightning speed. I don't want to fight this man, not because I am scared, but because I have better things to do. Focusing on this battle would get my sins killed. After all, they are against all 3 factions present there. Whitebeard pirates, Marines, and Beast pirates. I can't leave them to die, so I have to go. BZZT. I delicately made a sound. I can now control the sound of my teleportation, but Shanks needed to know I am gone, and that he did. Leaving the moving slowly Shanks behind, I flew down to the sea surface just where Shanks' ship was waiting. I simply damaged the parts of the ship that would allow it to travel and flew off. I don't need him to follow me. Shanks said he can form things, so maybe he'd be able to form another ship too, but I doubt he can keep it charged enough to reach Marineford, because if he could, I wouldn't have been able to come out alive. Bzzzt. His punch went through nothing as Shanks frowned and stopped. Looking around, he couldn't find Amon at all. Using his observation hockey to search for Amon, he found something else instead. He realized that something had happened to his boat. Not enough to make it drown, but enough to render it useless for now. Shanks clenched his jaws. Well, I delayed him for at least 20 minutes. Shanks knew, from the get-go, that Amon could free himself anytime. The voice around him told him so, along with his own future vision. He saw the future where he tried to keep Amon busy with a fight. He just escaped. Amon didn't have any reason to fight him, and Shanks wasn't fast enough to stop him, so he at least decided to buy some time by talking. But in none of his futures did Amon wait for a civilized talk. However, the explanation of hockey did work. Of course, this meant Amon would soon grow stronger. Shanks knew someone like him would be able to learn the third skill in a few more years, but it was not as if that wouldn't have happened without him explaining it. He could have soon found out about it. Anyway, maybe right in this war? There's Sengoku and Kong there after all. If they decide to intervene, he'd learn about it anyway. He just hoped the 20 minutes he bought would be enough. Chapter 229. Quakes. Riki had already entered her hybrid form by the time she reached the ground. She spun in the air and landed on her feet lightly. Shortly, the others also landed beside her. The Shandians came flying with their wings, the automatas came flying with the boosters in their palms and feet, and Yamato ran here by stepping onto air, an ability of her Zoan. Immediately, a large number of the eyes present turned to them, each of them widening. 150,000 soldiers against 14 Einarjars. 6 Sins, 1 Yamato, and 7 automatas. It was honestly risky, no matter how strong they were. However, they had a plan, and this time Riki made sure to follow it. Big Mom's fight showed her the reality. Ignoring the shocked gaze that soon turned hateful, she glanced at her side, smirking. Guys, now. At her order, Yamato, Hancock, and Wiper nodded. Then a burst of their conqueror's hockey painted the whole place in a hue of red and blue, red of Wiper and blue of Yamato and Hancock. People cried, the island shook, and many fell to their knees. Some who were standing had grave expressions. Monkey D. Garp glared at them while Sengoku stared at the group sternly. Meanwhile, Edward Newgate had his eyes at the group of 14 silently. Soon a grin emerged on his face. The cow hadn't died yet, but the crows are already here? He laughed in his iconic way. These brats. It seems he has been too laid back these days for some kids to come to the battlefield, his battlefield. With a clench of his jaws, his own conqueror's hockey burst out, this time creating a purple dome. Rumble. The sky split in two. The 3 domes of conqueror's hockey shrunk in front of the behemoth's will. Hancock was the first to stagger, but she stood still nonetheless. Whitebeard's dome was still not enough to match the wills of 3 upbringing individuals. However, from Marine's side, the man with his braided goatee took a step forward and released his own will in front of the Marines. Normally, Conqueror's hockey burst can only burn people's will, as Shanks had put it, but Sengoku was different. Because of his Buddha fruit, he could encourage people with just 2 words, and he could mix that power with his hockey. This created a will-healing effect, causing the people who had already fallen to their knees, and even some who lost consciousness, to stand up again. Whitebeard groaned and stopped his burst. At the same time, the Inhurgers did the same. At least they also realized that it was useless. There was a reason why Whitebeard didn't use his Conqueror's hockey to damage the other party from the get-go. Even in the canon timeline, it was because Sengoku would have repaired their wills immediately, so it was only but a waste of stamina. It seems whoever came up with the plan, possibly the Sky Emperor, didn't know about this ability of Sengoku, and it was justified. After all, how would a chicken know about his dinosaur ancestors? Whitebeard then shrugged his shoulders. If this was the canon timeline, this would have been the moment when my hawk would have thrown a sword slash towards him, which would have been defended by Jozu. But instead, this was when Whitebeard's lips twitched as his eyes landed on Yamato. Why was that girl here? He suddenly recalled that Yamato had something she wanted, so if Ace died, she wouldn't be able to get it. Then does that mean she was on his side? He was proved wrong immediately as the girl rushed to him, her club coated in the cracking black lightning just like that kid Kaido, as she swung it towards him. It's time for round 2. As her club came closer to his face, Whitebeard just groaned. She was as annoying as Kaido in his younger days. A part of him wanted to hit her in the head using Tremor, knowing that this girl's father was the reason his little brother, Kazuki Odin, died. But a part of him opposed that. A child was never to be blamed for her father's action. That's one of the reasons he is here to save Ace to begin with. But of course, he couldn't just take the hit head-on, and he didn't have to either. A bird covered in wild blue fire appeared between him and Yamato. His claws stopped Yamato's club swiftly, though it did cause his fire to flicker. "Pops would like you to stay back, little girl," Marco the Phoenix stated with one of his eyes closed, an ethereal smile on his face. Yamato tried to protest, but Marco swayed her away from there. Whitebeard ignored her and turned to the Einherjars. "Where is the Sky Emperor?" Whitebeard had a hard time believing that Amon would send his sins by themselves, even if the old man knew barely anything about Amon. He didn't care, though. He was here for Ace, not to fight the kid or his crew. He would only hit them if they attacked him first. That Yamato girl doesn't count. Whitebeard was about to go down on the battlefield. However, the sound of multiple ships coming in his direction caused his head to snap back. Multiple battleships entered through the giant gate in front of Marineford, coming towards the battlefield through the part of the sea that wasn't frozen by Akiji. With clenched jaws, Whitebeard spread his observation hockey to see who exactly was coming, and from the deck of the ships, 3 figures caught his attention. His eyes widened in a pleasant surprise as a grin emerged on his face. The figure of Buggy the Clown standing beside a certain Silver's Rayleigh and Skapagaban waved at him, causing many old emotions to emerge in his heart as he laughed a heartful laugh. They might have been enemies once, but Whitebeard did not doubt that they were on his side today. "Let's see who stops me from taking Ace back." Gururara. Edward Newgate jumped down from the top of Moby Dick, the ice cracking under his feet as he walked over to Ace as if taking a stroll. Akiji ran to Whitebeard to land a blow made of an ice spear. However, the man with grayed-out hair, Rayleigh, dashed to him in an instant. It's been a few weeks since he last got his injury from Kizaru, so he has healed a lot and was confident in keeping a few admirals busy, and maybe, since it concerned the life of his captain's son, it was finally the time to show why they called him the Dark King. Chapter 230, Hawkeye. Skapagaban didn't know Roger had a son. Heck, he didn't even know that his captain had a wife. Roger only met Rouge after he disbanded the crew, so, from the crew, only Rayleigh knew about Port Asti, Rouge and her son, Ace, since Roger went to meet the man once before his execution. However, just a few days ago, Skapagaban received a letter from an anonymous sender, explaining to him about Ace, who was soon to be executed. Gaban was mostly sure it was a trap made by Marines to capture him. But, if in the wildest chance Ace was really Roger's son and he died just because Gaban didn't go to the war, he didn't know how he'd come face to face with his captain in the afterlife. If by any miracle Ace was actually Gold Ace, then Skapagaban would have a hearty talk with the young man. His gray bushy ponytail fluttered in the air, and he struck down a Marine vice admiral with one of the 2 axes in his hands. Blood splattered as Gaban chuckled at Whitebeard, who he was running beside. "Jayaha, old man, look at what you have done to yourself." Gaban stared at the countless wounds on Newgate's body, while Whitebeard had a fierce grin on his face as he smacked a group of Marines away. He laughed. "Gurara. Gaban, your hands have gotten rusty. In the old days, you only needed 1 axe for a vice admiral." He watched Gaban using both his axes to cut another Marine, which caused the man to click his tongue. Whitebeard grinned in silence, running forward. "Yet you came." Gaban scoffed, but he was grinning too. "Whitebeard, you are the only person I know who Captain Roger bowed to." "Heh, if you called me before, I wouldn't have refused." He laughed. "But don't get ahead of yourself, old man. Today I am here for that boy, not you." Whitebeard gave a heartfelt laugh and added, "Fine, brat. Listen, I can't go to Ace, because if I do, Garp or Sengoku would jump in. I will take care of the small fries, you take care of that girl Yamato over there, and tell Marco to fly and fetch Ace." Gaban clicked his tongue again. "Tisk, ordering me around as if I am in your crew." Unlike his click of the tongue, Gaban didn't look offended at all, and instead chuckled and left from his side, crashing on the little girl, Yamato. By now, the Sins were fighting the Marines who the Whitebeard pirates resisted, along with the 50,000 more people, the prisoners, who came here merely by the voice of Rayleigh and Gaban, just like how they followed Buggy and Cannon, but this time, in a larger number. Speaking of Buggy, the man was filming the war, streaming it in all the corners of the world, just like in the Cannon. Even with the larger army of 2,000 people against them, None of the Sins were having a hard time fighting, but the endless stream of soldiers was still annoying. In the midst of this all, Riki was the only one struggling because her enemy was the strongest swordsman alive, Hawkeye Myhawk. Seeing Skapagaban, Amon too, who was on top of the car made of clouds, couldn't help but grin. Quaha. His new laugh was kind of annoying, but the fact remained still. Now 2 of Roger pirates were here. A few days ago, he learned about Rayleigh's capture from his mindless puppet, Hina. Silver's Rayleigh almost died, but Kizaru didn't take his life. It was clear why. Rayleigh is the most important member of Roger pirates alive right now, so if the Marines could make the man talk, big secrets would come to the daylight. In such a case, why would an admiral kill the man? Instead of capturing Rayleigh, killing him would have caused even Kizaru some trouble from higher-ups. That's the reason Amon assumed why Rayleigh was even standing today, and that's honestly not a bad thing. And Gabon. The mysterious letter was actually sent by Amon. Amon has a large information network, not at the level of revolutionary, but still great. Using that, finding Gabon was a matter of months, and then he just simply sent the letter at the right time. His plan was to gather as many Roger pirates as possible at this place, and then kill them all by his own hands. However, unfortunately, he could only get to Gabon. Finding the others was basically impossible, except for that doctor in Reverse Mountain, but that man didn't come even after Amon sent him a letter too. The guy probably knew even if the letter was telling the truth, he'd only be a burden at the war. With a small grin, he watched over the battle. Kaido is coming this way too. This time Amon's face darkened a bit. From the conversation the original Amon was having with Shanks, it seemed they'd need a while. In that case, things could get dangerous. As for why it would get dangerous even though he, Amon too, was here, the answer would lie in how the lightning clones work. This world wasn't Naruto, and the clones weren't made of chakra. All clones were just puppets controlled by one mind, and all of them were super light, didn't have muscles, and thus had no actual strength. The clones could only do lightning attacks, but even that split in the number of clones active, which was currently 4. Moreover, the clones couldn't use Haki. Haki's source is his main body. If Amon could project it so far from his body enough to use it on a clone, then he wouldn't even have had the talk with Shanks, because he would have been a master at Haki. So, clones had hardly any physical strength, they couldn't use Haki, and finally, their lighting was nerfed, so nerfed that a Vice Admiral would barely be scratched by an Elthor. Amon, after awakening, could use 1.5 billion volts, a straight 500 million jump. But being in 4 clones, each Amon could use 375 million volts, except for the original who could use his full power, for whatever reason. Well, Amon too shrugged. No, for is going to reach here soon with Vivi. Amon, 3, who freed the prisoners, went back to Skypia for any emergency, and Amon, 4, was coming here with a beast of his own. He then closed his eyes, concentrated his observation Haki to find Yona, and sent a signal in her brain, causing the girl to flinch, but she got her composure back immediately. Yona nodded to herself, as she was surrounded by multiple prisoners. She was grabbing their shadows and tearing them apart, which caused the men to immediately start burning under the sun. The shadow fruit was basically anti-life in a battle zone like this. Most prisoners had fled from her, but some stayed, the ones who simply didn't care about their life after spending a lifetime in Impel down. Die. Yona dodged an attack. From the signal she received, she knew it was the time to unleash the demons of hell. As the prisoner with a knife on his hand slipped past her, she crouched down, touching her shadow on the ground, and immediately, her shadow expanded, creating a pool of darkness. It was different from the smoky one of Blackbeard, but still similar looking. The next second, disfigured zombies started to pop up one by one after another. Dead bodies of different sizes that were given life by the wicked power of shadow soon filled 1/5th of the battlefield. What? This caused even the few fearless prisoners to take a few steps back. They didn't fear death, but they feared ghosts for some reason. Back when Amon killed Moria and his crew, he didn't kill Hogback, the Mad Doctor, who was now serving under him to make zombies like these. The zombies weren't slow, they weren't dumb either. They followed their queen, Yona's mental order, and started to tear, chew, and bite the enemies immediately. However, right then... Oh, shadow fruit, is it? Kizaru, the light Logia Admiral, stood in the air with his finger pointing at Yona. Yona froze immediately, fearing a beam at light speed would tear her apart if she made a wrong move. Kizaru's fingers shone in brilliant yellow light, and he was about to shoot the beam of light right at Yona's forehead. But right then, as Yona clapped her hands, a huge zombie of a woman jumped out off the field of the shadow the moment Kizaru's light flashed towards Yona. Instead of Yona, the light hit the huge woman, causing smoke to rise, which dimmed soon, and when it did, Kizaru's heart skipped. Mama. A hag with a big nose, pale sickly skin, who wore a pink dress and had stitches on her neck, seemingly connecting her head to her torso, laughed like a beast. Die, Kizaru. The strongest hag kicked the ground with her huge body and appeared in front of Kizaru, one of the fastest man alive, whose eyes widened. Big Mom was a shadow zombie. At that moment, Kizaru almost believed they're going to lose the war, but then, Wararo. Big Mom's fist couldn't touch Kizaru as a man with similar body size as she leapt down from the sky, a club on his hand that crackled with black lightning. The club hit Big Mom in the face, causing the zombie of the old hag to crash down onto the frozen sea. Lean, look what they have done to you. At that moment, Kizaru was sure they were playing a losing game. Chapter 231. When the Sins appeared out of nowhere, Sengoku was about to slam his head against a wall. He only calmed down when he realized there was no Amon around. He couldn't sense him even after stretching his observation haki to its limit. That gave him a bit of hope. The Sins might be strong, but they still didn't pose the threat of an emperor. But now that Kaido jumped in from the sky, Sengoku felt his heart halt briefly. What the hell was happening here? He instantly regretted the idea of this public execution right then. He wanted to lure Whitebeard, and only him. Now, there were 2 more emperors involved. 3 of the living 4 emperors were here. However, he couldn't feel better knowing Shanks wasn't participating. In fact, it stung him knowing Shanks wasn't here. Because if the redhead had come here, the Marines would actually have someone on their side, that much Sengoku could tell. There was another matter at hand to worry about. Big Mom was here. Even if dead, she was here. It also didn't seem like she was any weaker either. She in fact seemed stronger if anything else. That whispered a question. How was she stronger without her homies? She was somehow overpowering Kaido in strength. How exactly was she doing that? There was a reason behind it that Sengoku didn't know. Big Mom was an emperor. Her dead body would need the shadow of one or multiple strong people to make her into a proper shadow soldier. So, Amon used her own children against her. The few Big Mom children he didn't kill were all used in experiments. Almost all of them failed the experiments, yes, but only a few died. They were now mindless beasts, disfigured creatures like the numbers from Beast Pirates, but they had their own use. Locking them in a dark prison inside New Thriller Bark, Yona simply stripped them of their shadows and mashed them inside their precious mama's dead body. In canon, when many shadows were put inside Luffy, he had become Nightmare Luffy. Big Mom didn't go through that level of change since most shadows were used just to start her up, but she was certainly stronger than her alive counterpart. At least physically. Unfortunately, she couldn't use haki. Normally, if a dead body who knew how to use haki in their lifetime were given a strong shadow, he'd be able to use haki even as a shadow soldier, but that's not the case for Big Mom. Haki is all about will. A shadow soldier lacks that said will and only receives it from shadows that are inside them. In Big Mom's case, she is stuffed with people's shadows who are basically in a coma. They couldn't have any will. In fact, Big Mom was moving only because of her natural instinct. Sengoku felt relieved seeing Big Mom not being able to use haki and in the end slowly getting overpowered by Kaido. Crack bam! Kaido dealt a devastating blow on Lean Lean's head using his Thunder Bagura, causing a wound to open up in her forehead, but no blood dripped. She was a dead body after all. Kizaru had by then moved away from the 2 raging emperors. Sengoku wanted to curse at that coward, but if he was in his place, also considering he was as weak as Kizaru, he would have done the same. All the whilst, Whitebeard was keeping busy with dozens of vice admirals, and Yona had backed off to other enemies. That girl was dangerous, truthfully. She was practically erasing the battlefield with an eraser at this point. If she isn't stopped, this would be bad for both sides. Sengoku tapped on his walkie-talkie, sending a call, which was picked by a man wearing a sadistic grin. That redhead, you mean? From his eyes, he could see Doflamingo pointing at Yona with a grin before frowning after he had explained his orders. Sengoku wasn't sure if Daffy would listen to his command, but it was worth a try. Cuckoo, of course. I have been looking for an opportunity to pay back the Sky Emperor. Now that Kaido is here on the same battlefield, I am not scared. Scared. Doflamingo, the heavenly demon, was scared of Amon? Did Sengoku miss something? Then again, he missed many things when Amon was in the subject. Amon always knew if there was a spy, and in case he was feeling particularly lazy to kill the spy, he got out of the spy's sight in a matter of milliseconds. While Sengoku clenched his jaws, Doflamingo cut the call and dashed at Yona, the archpriestess. His thin strings severed multiple heads of shadow soldiers and whitebeard pirates as he reached in front of her, grinning like a madman. After staring at those two for a second, Sengoku turned his gaze from there. Daffy would take care of the girl. He didn't have anything to worry about here. He needed to keep the others at bay too. Next, Sengoku's eyes fell on the man who was blazing everything in his blue fire. Formal title, Fire Fist, then Fire Sultan, and now merely the Sin of Pride. Sengoku frowned at him. He was doing the most damage amongst the sins, the least being the motor gang. He thought that girl, Riki, would be the most dangerous here, and he was right. But she was busy, so she was barely doing any damage to either whitebeard pirates or marines. Turning to her, Sengoku found her clashing with fucking Hawkeye Mihawk toe-to-toe. Hawkeye. Mihawk. He might be overall weak, but as long as he had a sword in his hand, he might as well have been called an emperor. And that girl, she was fighting him toe-to-toe. Well, maybe not toe-to-toe. Sengoku was no swordsman, but Mihawk clearly had the upper hand there. Again, Sengoku turned to Wiper. He decided who to send after him. Mad Treasure, one of the Shichibukai. He had a great devil fruit, chain fruit. He could create chains from all over his body. It was in truth an alternate version of Vice Admiral Hina's ability, but the matter of fact was that Mad Treasure could make his chains imitate a sea stone, which easily got him an upper hand. It was an actual sea stone, of course. No devil fruit would be able to create that, but it worked similarly. When the chains are wrapped around devil fruit users, they lose most of their powers. Sengoku was about to use his walkie-talkie again to call Mad Treasure, but he saw someone jumping down from the Admiral's seats from above. The man who wore a red suit and pants below his floating Marine Admiral cape, Akane Sakazuki, the only Admiral who was yet to move, jumped towards Wiper. Magma versus fire. Sengoku reassured himself. Wiper has been taken care of. Or has he? Something large was in the sea, just a few kilometers away from Marineford, and was closing that gap at a rapid speed. The Sea Kings moved off. They ran and fled far from the construct that was swimming under the sea. A metallic object shaped like an earthworm but thousands of times larger, exactly 3 kilometers in length, was striding in the sea like a snake. It was the ancient weapon, Pluton. Who knew all ancient weapons could move underwater? Then again, if Pluton couldn't move through the water in this world where 90% of it is covered in water, then the weapon might even be useless instead. So that only made sense after putting a bit of thought into it. Chapter 232, Ancient Weapons. Clank. Her twin swords, Odo and Kagurashi that she got from Golden Lion Shiki, clashed with the longsword of the strongest swordsman alive. She was honestly feeling bitter. When Big Mom died, she was quite happy. She assumed now she was the strongest woman alive. Then her brother said there is another bitch above her. How infuriating. But now that she had managed to learn Hashoken, she believed she could beat, or at least match, Yamato. Everything was smooth, but then this happened. Hawkeye Mihawk was a monster. No, he was a god. Maybe she would sound a bit strange calling people gods left and right out loud, but in her mind, she was still a girl who had grown up where the title god is common, and she was impressed enough to call Mihawk that. Hawkeye Mihawk was just that good with that dark longsword of his. It moved gently by air and blocked all her more than aggressive attacks. This was bullshit. How can he so calmly match her? More so, she was in her hybrid form. She was much stronger than him physically. That alone should be enough to overpower the man, but it clearly was lacking. His sharp golden gaze annoyed her more. A swordsman with golden eyes. It was as if she was a mere copy of his. Normally, she would say he was the copied one, but this time as she felt him easily playing with her, and even overpowering her every now, and with barely any effort, she could only call herself the copy. Clink. Mihawk's blade tried to slap one of her swords away, but she easily blocked it, almost mirroring his technique using her eyes. Actually, it wasn't even a technique. Now that she gave it a bit of thought, he hasn't even used a single proper technique yet. She shouted some things like Sky Sword Style, Dragon's Tail, Dragon's Wrath, Hyperion's Rage, Sky Splitting Slash, and many more dumb names out loud. But he was calm, he was quiet. He was just moving a stick around him. He hadn't even used his sword as a proper blade until now. Just how strong was he? Frankly, Mihawk wasn't that strong, even with a sword. He was only able to play with her like this because she was using a sword, and he was literally the master of sword. He could read her movements as if he had wisdom eyes instead of her. He could counter every possible sword technique she or anyone could use. If Riki had thrown her sword away and fought empty-handed, she would have more chances than now, even though she is much stronger with her swords. Fighting Mihawk with a sword was like spraying fire on magma and expecting the magma to melt. Speaking of which, Hound Crimson Lotus. A wave of magma shaped like a fanged dog head launched towards Wiper, the attacker. Akainu wore a grim expression. Wiper didn't dodge it. He instead raised his own fist and fired a basilisk a size bigger than Akainu's magma dog. Akainu scoffed at it. What would gas fire do against solid magma? That's what he thought. But even he was surprised when the snake made of blue fire parted its jaws enough to devour the magma, and as they came closer, the dog disappeared inside the snake's mouth. Not even ashes dropped down on the ground. A simple smoke left the snake as it vanished in thin air. Akainu froze in his spot, his signature frown creeping into his face. Impossible. The shock only lasted 2 seconds before he swung his fist forward, his Hellhound technique that was able to take out half of Whitebeard's face in the manga. The fist of magma flew towards Wiper, who grinned at it. He was sure of something after seeing his fire basilisk eating out the magma in seconds. That meant the first of magma flew through his chest. His grin didn't quiver. The fist disappeared inside his chest, as if vaporizing in the air because of the heat of his fire. That meant his fire was many times hotter than Akainu's magma. Maybe it was because of the liters of acetone he had drunk just before, but it nonetheless made his fire much hotter than Akainu's magma. But of course, Wiper until now was comparing his fire's heat with Amon's lightning. He was underestimating himself. Amon's lightning heat was getting hotter. His volts were stuck at 990 million for years, but while the volts were stuck, his heat was rising. It was rising beyond the natural heat of this world. Back in the day, Amon tested that this world's lightning temperature was 10x lower than his original. That also applied to his Garo Garo lightning. But now, as time passed, every time he was stuck at a breakthrough point, his lightning temperature kept increasing. Just like when his temperature had increased when he was trying to break through the 250 million volts before leaving for the moons years ago. This time, it was at least 5x hotter than this world's lightning temperature. When compared to that, Wiper was foolishly looking down on himself. Now that he was against a similar-powered opponent, he understood just how strong he was indeed. Wiper showed his teeth as he whirled his spear around his hands. This was his 336th spear, all the previous ones melting under his fire. He needed a proper spear, truth be told, a spear that can hold his fire's temperature. Looking at Whitebeard's Naginata, he turned his head forward. Maybe he can reach out for that. But first, he had a red dog to take care of. Wiper clenched his fist tightly, his tan skin slowly turning blue as he focused his fire on his knuckles, and in the next instant, he threw his fist at the Admiral with the sound of crispy dry fire enveloping the place. Fire fist. Akainu had to force his legs to move before he was turned into fumes. Riki was, more or less, on the losing end, but Wiper was winning. Urge, Sumi, and Hancock were together, in a team. They were strong, but not as strong as Yamato, Riki, and Wiper to move on their own. So they planned to move in a pair of 3 and kick asses as a group. Things were smooth for them. No matter how strong the enemies were, these 3 were fine. Hancock and Urge were heavy hitters, while Sumi simply froze people or cut them with her wind style. It was honestly just a breeze. Until King, the Wildfire, and Vista jumped at them. Those 2 were clashing amongst themselves before. King might not seem like it, but he carries a sword and is a decent swordsman. They were fighting amongst each other, King winning of course. He wasn't honorable enough to just use a sword when he has 2 pairs of wings resting on the side. He attacked with all his sword, his fire, and his wings. So he was winning. Then the 3 of the Sins stumbled up to them. The 2 of them, King and Vista, exchanged glances before rushing at the 3 of the Sins. They can fight anytime, but the third parties should be eliminated first. They were the followers of a young emperor. They shouldn't have dared to come here. Yet they did, so they should prepare for their deaths. A slash ran across Hancock's stomach, causing blood to spray out even though she had covered herself with armament. She clutched her stomach in pain and groaned. The attacker was King, who tried to slash again, but Urge stepped in the middle. He didn't dodge nor try to block as King slashed at him. King's eyes shone briefly as to why the enemy took a hit head-on before he realized why as a scar appeared on his chest, the one vanishing from Urich's. Hancock clenched her jaws and forced her wound to stay shut and ran to assist Sumi, who was barely standing her ground against Vista. She was a swordswoman too. She's in fact been Riki's teacher back in the day, though nowadays she rarely uses the blade. But when she did, when she mixed her wind to sharpen the blade and eyes to give it a more deadly feeling, she could hold against someone like Vista too. However, it was true that she was the weakest sin, so Hancock had to help her before she got her neck chopped off. Urich could take care of King himself. Urich's power level is inconsistent, or maybe it would be right to call it relative consistent. As long as the enemy is strong, he would be strong too. Well, at least if the enemy's haki is not so higher than his for his reflect to not work at all. Also, he had absorbed some of Amon's lightning before jumping. So he was a bit charged at this fight, unless he was forced to spend it all quickly. The red-haired girl was bleeding. How cute. He almost wanted to keep her as his personal torture toy. That'd actually satisfy the internal rage that he's been suppressing for years. But he can't do that. He has to kill the girl here, right now, because if he took her with him, Amon would come at him. He was honestly more scared of Amon than Kaido, even if the latter man was probably the stronger one. He was about to go for a finishing move, a move that'd cut all her limbs and make her immobile. He would love to send only her torso, still alive, back to Amon. But right then, boom, the ground shook. It trembled and Minnie staggered. Not Daffy, though. He was a puppet anyway, controlling his movement wasn't hard. Though he did turn around to look for the cause of the quake. Surprisingly, it wasn't Whitebeard. The ground shook again, from under the frozen sea. In the next instant, a huge metallic head, bigger than a marine warship, leapt in the air after creating a hole in the ice. In an instant, Doflamingo's eyes widened while the sound around the world vanished briefly before the machine made a strange cry that blinded the whole place in a painful noise. The horrifying part was, Doflamingo recognized this. An ancient weapon was here. Chapter 233, Elders. The Commander-in-Chief, Kong, and the 5 Elders were in truth inside Marineford the whole time. It won't make sense otherwise when the Marines were almost at the brink of extinction. But they were staying back the whole time. It's not as if they were that strong. Kong was a 92-years-old man, while the Elders were more than 800 years old. Because of age, Kong was much weaker than before, although still stronger than any Admiral fighting down there. Same with the 5 Elders. If not trained, anybody would weaken in this world. Gecko Moria would be a prime example. That man once clashed with Kaido, and how did he die? He died in his sleep, killed by Amon. That's what happened with the Elders. They were but a husk of their prime selves. Until now, they were depending on Jewelry Bonnie's devil fruit powers, who had only recently escaped the Mariewa. She is, just like them, an 800-year-old demon. Her memories were washed off, and she served the government as a brainwashed puppet until she regained some of her mind because of an experiment gone wrong. They would get her back soon, of course, but the problem still remained. The problem with her power was, if the target is not herself, she can only make them a kid or an old man. That's her limitation. She can't make others into their prime adult self, and instead only old or super young. The Elders preferred being old men instead of being stuck in mere kids' bodies. But how much strength can 5 old men exert? Their bodies were shaped like men in their 80s, so their strength wasn't that impressive. If only they trained their hakis diligently, like their master, then maybe in this 800 years, they'd have some chance against that thing. Against that ancient weapon in the far. The bald Elder was the first to dash towards the weapon of destruction. They were merely Admiral level and didn't have any destructive devil fruit like Akainu. That's because their ruler, Imu, didn't like devil fruits, not at all. Imu had eaten a devil fruit, but he was very reluctant to use it because if used carelessly it could kill even him. It's that dangerous. If not for Imu-sama's displeased with devil fruits, all the celestial dragons would have all the godly devil fruits of the world. No? That's the problem. They could only rely on their haki and weapons. But they didn't have any choice left. This was a fucking ancient weapon, something that, if used correctly, can destroy the island in seconds. The chance of them destroying it is, on the other hand, is meager and maybe even impossible. These 5 have seen that same weapon wreak havoc in the world before, and even their prime selves could barely hold against it. But destroy it? It's nice to dream, but let's not go overboard. The other 4 Elders followed the bald one after a short breath, Kong doing the same. They didn't know at whose side the weapon was, but it certainly wasn't theirs. Then they noticed something. As they reached closer, something became clear. whoever was riding the weapon was not having a pretty time with it. They were barely controlling it. Now, this did brighten their faces a bit. If the driver can't control the thing, it won't be as dangerous as they thought it to be. Of course, they would still not be able to destroy it, but at least the damage would be minimized. With all these thoughts running in their mind, they were soon in front of the weapon. People gave shouts at their sight. 6 more Admiral-level enemies had joined the Marines. TSK, if only they knew how much more danger they were in right now. With their respective weapon, they hit the ancient weapon. Clank. Bam. Pong. Their different weapons made different sounds, yet not even a scratch appeared on the weapon, but it did screech as if it was hurt. That's the point. The driver receives a fraction of the attack done on the weapon since, after all, it is run by the driver's hockey entirely. This meant there is a low chance that they could knock the driver unconscious by attacking the weapon. But their attacks were too weak. Just then, a huge fist made of octopus tentacles flew to the weapon of mass destruction and created a large bam sound. Turning their head to the left as one, they saw him, Kong. The 5 elders might have been restricted to not eat any devil fruit, but the formal fleet admiral wasn't. He had an interesting power. Kong's right hand was a mass of octopus limbs while a pair of eagle wings sprouted out of his back. He floated in the air with his feet looking like eagle claws. He ate the manifest fruit, a special paramecia. He can manifest the physical characteristics of anything he has eaten, anything. Even without his 3 types of conqueror's haki, he was dangerous just with that alone. Though unfortunately, he had only eaten some squid, eagle, crab, tuna, sea king meat, and beef this morning. He was expecting to fight, so he planned to eat food from strange animals at first, but unfortunately, he had a stomachache just today. Bam! His other hand turned into a lobster's claw and slammed on the weapon. It didn't bulge again, and this time, it whipped its head like a snake at Kong, who got hit and was flown back to the city, crashing into buildings. Almost the entirety of the weapon's body was under the sea even now, and the elders could only imagine how much destruction it would cause just by moving around if it were to come up fully. Right now, their goal was to keep it down there. Just like the elders were thinking, the ancient weapon would have been able to destroy the Marineford in seconds. But Vivi was an inexperienced girl. After training for barely 2 months, she still had a hard time controlling the body of the weapon. If she could use the multiple weapons hidden inside the worm's insides, the Marineford battle would end immediately. But then these elders jumped in, attacking Pluton, which was basically an exoskeleton of some sort to her, nonstop. It did no damage, but it did hurt. Vivi struggled to move her head, her worm head, and snapped another 2 elders towards the city yet again. Heh, look at how weak they are. She doesn't even need to use her entire body. Her cheer came to a stop as she felt a shadow covering her body. There were small cameras around the body, not thousands or hundreds since it overwhelmed her brain, but enough to keep watch of most of her body's sides. From these cameras, the vision streamed into her brain as if she was seeing with her own 2, or in this case, 36 eyes. A giant hand, big enough to crush the Alabasta Palace into pieces, was coming down towards her head, curled up into a fist. The fist was green as if the owner was a mobster of some sort, and moving her gaze she confirmed it to be exactly that. A monster with horns and fangs. It was an Oni, something that her husband supposedly turned into recently. She stared at the large fist. The punch won't do much damage, but it would hurt. She would hold on, of course, but nobody liked pain. Amon was gone from her side the moment she penetrated the ice, and now she was about to get trashed by a giant. The fist came closer to her face as she stilled her spirit for the blow, but just then, lightning flashed in the sky. VZZT. All her 36 eyes, at least the ones that weren't under the sea, locked their gazes at the sky. There, a man with a similarly giant body, wearing white clothes, was falling downwards like a meteorite. No words came from her mouth, and she only smiled. Which princess didn't like her prince coming to save her at the last moment? Before the giant, Wars Jr.'s punch could come in contact with her, the meteorite of a man crashed into its neck and shoved it down on the surface of the ice. The sound of old and large bones cracking into pieces filled the area as if lightning roared in the far sky. Vivi didn't know, but just by the sight of her husband, some had already given up on this war. The War of the Best was entering its final stage. Chapter 234. Red Eyes. When the original Amon returned, the first thing he saw was Urs Jr.'s fist flying towards Pluton's earthworm-like body. So he released his body size and turned into a half-giant, then leapt downwards like a white meteorite. both because of his clothes and the lightning crackling around his body to boost his speed. Crack. His feet slammed down on Ors Jr.'s neck, causing the sound of neck breaking to burst out. The huge body of the green-skinned ancient giant, bigger than any other giant present in the Marineford, slammed down onto the ground with a snap of its neck, crumbling on numerous Alliance pirate ships. There was a brief silence of shock that subsided with Ace's shout, "Little Ors!" Immediately after, thundering roars clouded the area in an instant. Multiple Whitebeard pirates' army ran towards the body. The 5 elders on the other hand paled as the cloud of dust around Or's body slowly cleared up and an Amon, now back to human size, tidied his white coat. Amon wore a long white coat that reached his knees, with the buttons freed, revealing his black vest and white shirt under it. He knotted his red tie, the color matching the small horns in his head, with a smile on his face. He looked more like a man going on his long-awaited office vacation than anything else. "Hello, ladies and gentlemen." He exchanged glances with the elders. "I heard you were giving my wifey a hard time." Along with most of the fighters, except for the ones who couldn't even spare a glance, Ace also froze in his spot. Another Emperor of the Sea was here. From the start, Ace had a bad feeling about this war, and it seems his gut was right this time. Everything is in chaos. He could see his pops fighting off a few vice admirals, though he was merely just slapping them away. Then there was Vista, who tried to fight Mihawk, but the warlord seemed to have taken an interest in that Einherjar girl instead. Jozu was busy fighting that monk Skypiean, Urij, his name was Ace recalled. Ace also noticed Gaban rushing to Marco, who was fighting that Yamato girl. Gaban easily made way for Marco and kept the girl busy himself. The moment Marco was freed, he flew towards Ace. But guess what? His own grandpa, Monkey D. Garp, had jumped in and punched the phoenix on his face, causing the bird to crash to the ground. His own grandpa. Then again, Garp wasn't his blood, as much caring as he was. Could that be the reason that Garp is with the Marines now? What would he do if Luffy was in his spot instead? Ace shook his head softly. This wasn't the time for this, nor could his mind handle the truth of this question. Because he had just lost a friend, a close friend. Ors Jr. was lying limp on the ground, his body not moving at all. He heard that thundering crack that came from his neck, giant or not. There was no way the beast could have survived that. Every time someone close to him died, 2 faces flashed in his mind, Deuce and Mr. Fool. Honestly, as pleasant as it was looking back at their memories, it pained him afterwards, when he realized that they were no more. Maybe. "Hey, Ace." Ace froze. That was a whisper, calling him from his back. But there were only the 2 mask-worn executioners behind him. Suddenly, hope flickered in his heart. Could it be? Without turning his head backwards, he asked quietly, "Who is this?" As expected, the answer came from behind him, though he was unable to tell which 2 executioners were talking. "What? You don't recognize me?" The voice said. It did sound familiar, but it was a bit strange. Even if it's someone he knew, why would they ask such a silly question in such a serious situation like this? "No, should I recognize you?" He kept his voice as low as possible. He didn't want Sengoku, who was not far from here, to hear him. At his words, he heard a deep sigh instead of a reply. "So you forgot this fool already?" This time Ace's world spun, his expression froze and his eyes shook. Along with the word fool, and then that voice and tone. Ace took a single second before streams of tears trailed down his eyes. "Fool, is that you, my friend?" he asked while staring forward, holding a breath. Amon, too, wasn't in the cloud car anymore. The moment his original body returned, Amon directed his second body to flicker and return from Skypia with a cloak of invisibility from Germa. Wearing that cloak, he snatched the streaming snail from Buggy's hands and started to record the fight properly, of course, focusing the camera on his original body. Ace's reaction is going to be fun too, Amon muttered in his mind. Instead of dispersing Amon 3 and Amon 4, he instead sent them to replace the executioners behind Ace, since no matter how many clones he had activated, his original body can still access his full power. Though as playful as he was, he planned a grand revelation for the poor Ace. He at least deserved to know who Mr. Fool actually is. There was also the case of Amon 5, who was created a few seconds ago. He was interested in the mission he bestowed upon him too. Amon 5 was currently not in this battlefield. Shrugging, he floated above everyone, invisible. He was a mere bolt of electricity. No one would be able to sense him with observation hockey because of that. Well, unless he directly tries to attack them. Laughing, he focused his camera on his original body, streaming all this all over the world. Amon, you brat. The bald elder, who was the one to always speak on behalf of the other elders, groaned at Amon. Did you bring this thing here? He pointed at Pluton. Amon whipped his head at it and, instead of answering the elder, clicked his tongue. Oi, Vivi, why are you standing still? He sent a bolt of electricity at the body of the ancient weapon. Wreak havoc. The elders didn't have any chance to react as Vivi's head whipped like a snake and slammed 3 of them far into the city. At this, Kong groaned, and instead of attacking Vivi, he clasped his palm as if grabbing something in the air. Immediately, a purple barrier of hockey materialized around Amon's body, or at least around the place where Amon's body was just a second ago. Oh my, you also have it. Amon's voice came from behind Kong, who immediately coated his neck with Conqueror's hockey, already knowing normal armament wouldn't work against the attack that was about to hit him. A chop fell on his neck, or at least it would have if not for the force of Conqueror's hockey swirling around it. There were 3 stages to Conqueror's hockey, and Kong, as stated by Shanks, knew all of them. His armament and observation isn't anything noteworthy, but his Conqueror's hockey sure is. That's the reason why he could block Amon's King's Chop, a variation of King Punch. Though the blow did throw the man off the air as he crashed on the ground. Amon decided to finish Kong right here and focus on the others later. Everyone was busy with their own problem, and Garp was still standing by. So, he would finish them one by one. Bzzzt. With a flash of lightning that blinded Kong for a millisecond, Amon blinked in front of him as his forearm enlarged, becoming the size of his actual body. He coated it with armament, Ryo, Conqueror's hockey, a bit of electricity, and released them all in the form of a King's Rokugan punch. As his fist approached the wide-eyed old man, who had by then spread his Conqueror's coating from his neck to toe, a blinding explosion of blue light clouded the place in dust. All this was being watched by people from all over the world, one of them being Skypia Archipelago, where a certain Dwelly Bonnie watched the stream. She didn't cry this time, because this time Whitebeard wasn't betrayed and stabbed into his chest, so instead she felt anger, pure, uncontained anger. She was anxious too, but her anger was the aggressive one. She will get back on Teach for this. Isn't he the reason for all this war and stuff? He needs to die. No matter what, because if anything happened to Whitebeard, she won't be able to forgive herself. As for why that was the case, moreover for a girl who was locked in Marineford for the last few centuries, Amon was also interested. Amon, 5 loomed over the sky, observing her every reaction with his blood-red eyes. Chapter 235, Admiral Kizaru. Kong was a strong man in his prime. Back in the day, he didn't become a fleet admiral out of nowhere. He had similar feats as Sengoku and to some extent, even Garp. The Emperor's system only started after Roger's death, but before that, at Rock's era, Emperor-level pirates were roaming in the sea too. Kong had fought them all, even bringing down some of them with his great strength. He was not gifted with the power to use all 3 stages of Conqueror's hockey. He merely started it all in stage 1, but with sheer effort, willpower, and training, he was able to unlock all 3 stages. Along with his fruit, he rarely was pushed back this far. When he crashed to the ground, he immediately tried to get up, but Amon dashed to him with his forearm the size of an elephant, which soon closed the gap. Amon's fist didn't touch his body, quite the contrary. Instead, it hit the air in front of him. More accurately, the invisible armor around Kong's body, where occasionally, black lightning crackled. By coating Conqueror's hockey around your whole body, you can achieve some sort of armor, and this armor isn't something that can be broken with just anything. Conqueror's armor, people called it. But as a matter of fact, Amon's punch was also coated in Conqueror's hockey, his forearm crackling with black lightning. However, it seemed more destructive than what Kong could sense from Amon's hockey. The reason? He could guess. He had the fucking lightning devil fruit. Enhancing lightning attacks, spiritual or not, shouldn't be a problem for him. Though there must be a limit to it, if not his armor would have been shattered to pieces immediately. Bam. Then again, even if it did not shatter into pieces, cracks did form in his armor. Of course, it repaired itself immediately, sucking his hockey reserves, but this did mean that Amon could, over time, overpower his armor and destroy it. Kong couldn't let that happen. It's been 2 seconds since Amon jumped at him, and his punch was still clashing with his armor, where cracks formed and were repaired constantly in a matter of milliseconds. Kong knew Amon would punch again, and when that happens, he couldn't guarantee the safety of the armor, or in other words, his life. He immediately transformed his eagle-like legs into tentacles and whipped them towards Amon, but his actual limbs hit Amon, and instead, beams of purple light, Haki, rushed to him from mere inches behind. This was the third stage of Conqueror's Haki, materialization. Kong simply materialized his supreme Haki into something real, something physical, and projected them outwards in the form of spears of light. Amon couldn't possibly dodge that, right? It was just inches behind him, after all. Contrary to what he believed, the light phased through Amon's body. He might have as well been air, as if he didn't exist there at all. Kong's face darkened while Amon jumped back, his hand returning to normal as he smiled at him. From here to 1,000 miles far, I have eyes everywhere. Catching me off guard would take a bit more effort than that. Kong stood up slowly. Previously, before awakening, Amon could sense and hear everything in a large 600 kilometers radius around him. But to actually see far from his line of vision, he needed to activate his Eyes of Thunder. But that's not the case anymore. Now, with greater control over the electromagnetic field, Amon could connect himself with the field present in the air and actually see things by using the field as a medium. It was like having a bird vision in the back of his mind, while the front focused on the vision of his eyes. Kong wasn't as surprised as he thought he would be at first. This kid was a monster, he knew that much from before. But it still physically pained him knowing he can only stay at the defensive, and even that defense was not guaranteed. Amon didn't give him another chance to react, and with a flash of lightning, which Kong deduced was to merely stun him, Amon appeared behind him. This time, he wasn't punched, and instead, Amon unsheathed his sword, coated it with black lighting of Conqueror's Haki, and purple lighting of his fruit, just like in Ryan Island, meaning very hot. Standing by Pluton's side to make sure his slash doesn't damage the weapon, Amon waved his sword at the speed of lightning. The world slowed for Kong. Bzzzt. The sword moved and met with the invisible armor around Kong, clashing briefly. Even Amon's Sky Sword style, Form 7, which was further improved with his King Sword, a variation of King Punch, would have had difficulties cutting through the armor of Conqueror's Haki in a single shot. But the truth was, he didn't need to do it in a single shot. He was fast, faster than anyone, he didn't need to stop at one slash. So he slashed at him once, twice, thrice, fourth, and so on as cuts started to appear on Kong's invisible armor, which Amon could see by focusing Haki on his eyes. At his 24th slash, where he was going for Kong's neck, where he has already weakened the armor, meaning a guaranteed kill, something flashed behind him. At a speed beyond what he could move at, a yellow light flashed, and Kong's body was moved away from him. Amon could still see it all, but before he could react, he heard a chilling tone from behind him. The man who took Kong away, put him far in a safe position, and even returned behind Amon, hummed. The machine actually works. Turning back in the time-stopped world, Amon met his eyes. Admiral Kizaru floated behind him, his natural hand in his pockets and his body shining brightly as if he was sculpted out of pure light. He also wore his metal arm in the stump of his left hand, which also shone bright, not a bright yellow like the rest of his body, but a bright red instead, indicating its heat. Logia users can partially transform things outside their bodies into their elements, such as their clothes, and when gaining more mastery, even a fake arm of that size. With his sword in his hand, Amon stared at Kizaru silently, his face cold and unreadable, different from the leisure smile he wore when fighting Kong. It's been mere 20 seconds since he leapt at Kong first. He was that fast. Yet Kizaru could outrun him. Chapter 236. The Collision. The people around him were frozen. So was everything else, the dust, the flying debris, even the sea. Both Amon and Kizaru were at a speed beyond any of the people outside could even imagine. They were living in a separate time. Amon stared at the sky, at the shining Admiral. He had heard about the surgery Kizaru went through before, but he lacked all the details. What was the surgery even about? What changes did it do to the man? Even. The only thing he knew was, Kizaru was brought to the main castle of Marineford in an unconscious state, almost a year ago, and when he returned, he had already gone through the aforementioned surgery. It's mostly a secret, but the higher-up Marines knew about it. That's where Amon learned about it through Hina, to begin with. Though he didn't need any extra information to know the culprit behind the surgery was the great Imasama, at least partially, since he also heard Vegapunk was also related to this. After mixing the genius of Vegapunk and whatever power Ima had, it seems Kizaru was able to get access to his fruit's full powers. Then again, Kizaru probably didn't get access to Pika Pika's full powers. When he saved Kong, he didn't move at actual light speed. because Amon did see the flash of yellow along with Kizaru's face. Unless that was the Admiral's tactic to lower his guard down, Amon didn't have anything to worry about. It's not as if he didn't have more cards left in his sleeves. It's been a while since Amon awakened his fruit, so he got the chance to try some truly devastating attacks. At this realization, he smiled at the sky. "We meet again," Amon said towards the air. "Nice arm, by the way." Kizaru, whose body was shining, clicked his tongue. "Che, the moment you failed to kill me the first time, we were fated to meet again, Amon. You don't know how annoying it is carrying this large metallic arm all the time." That tone didn't suit him. The people familiar with him would be shocked if they saw him acting like this. This was probably the first time he got angry in this decade. That arm, Amon stared at it. That was enough proof that Kizaru couldn't access true light speed. Logia or not, with that metallic arm sticking to him, he would need unlimited energy to push him to light speed. This relieved Amon a bit. This meant he wouldn't need to use his final card here, which would erase Marineford from the map, along with most people present, other than maybe the Beyond Admiral people. Amon smiled. "It must be very annoying, am I right, Dash?" He didn't finish his words and instead kicked the ground immediately, hoping to catch Kizaru off guard by his abrupt movements. Amon could, unlike Kizaru, access true lightning speed without his Logia form. He had this power even before awakening. Alas, even as Amon appeared in front of him at lightning speed, trying to punch at his guts, Kizaru vanished from his spot, and in the next second, a punch hit Amon in the ribs, throwing him far into the city, crashing into a building. But no dust or debris rose in this slowed-down world. Kizaru flashed towards him. When Kizaru first lost to Amon 3 years ago, he wanted to get powerful enough to beat Amon anyhow. The problem was, Kizaru's top card was his speed, but Amon could outspeed him unless Kizaru used his Logia form. In that form, Kizaru is very close to light speed. The only reason he couldn't achieve the actual thing was that Logia or not, he had mass. However, he could still outspeed Amon in that form. The other problem was, in that form, he couldn't think nor see. His brain could simply not keep up with the speed. He wondered why Amon's brain could, and upon asking Vegapunk, he learned it's because of some science bullshit. The human brain already uses electricity to think, so Amon can just boost it with his fruit, which allows him to think at the same speed that he moves at, speed of lightning. Kizaru's brain, even though he was a light Logia, used electricity to think. So Kizaru somehow needed his brain to think fast enough to match his speed, which was, as Vegapunk put it, impossible, at least in his current state. Vegapunk then offered him an artificial brain that he used on the pacifistas. Kizaru rejected the idea. If he puts anything that uses a vast amount of electricity in his brain, Amon can just blow it apart, even if he tries to protect it with his haki. But apparently Vegapunk had more than one way. He didn't know why, but the government decided to help him as much as they could. Using the great resources, Vegapunk made an artificial brain, a brain that used light to work instead of electricity to send signals through the artificial neurons. The problem with that brain was, planting it to replace his current brain wouldn't guarantee his consciousness safety, since while memory transferring is easy, consciousness transferable is not. That was not the only problem either. The next problem was, even if it succeeded, the artificial brain would probably melt or at least get seriously damaged when Kizaru moves at a high speed. Kizaru's light has heat in it. It can cause explosions and burn anything. He could control the heat, of course. For example, he made a sword of light to fight Rayleigh. That sword didn't have any heat. But when at a speed beyond his natural, his body would start glowing, like it's doing now, and the artificial brain would heat up immediately and melt, thus killing him. He didn't want to agree to such an absurd idea, of course. That's why he didn't go through the surgery for the first 2 years. But a year ago, the government suddenly said they had found ways. They took him to Marineford, put him unconscious, and did the surgery. After he woke up, he learned what was different about this than the one Vegapunk suggested. Apparently, instead of the metal used in the first project, the one he was implanted was made of poneglyph material. It would still melt, but slowly. After all, light can get up to 15 million degrees Celsius at some point. Kizaru never got to reach that heat. Quite far from that. He actually never used his true heat, since he simply couldn't. It's like how Amon was at first. Even though his body was made of electricity, he couldn't use more than 250 million volts since it would hurt him. That's how it is to Kizaru. Currently, if Vegapunk was right, he could only last 60 minutes at his relative speed. Kizaru's punch hit him in the ribs. It even threw him in the city. But did it hurt? No. not even a little. His painful surgery would have been useless if it hurt. Kizaru's strong point was his speed and maybe his laser attacks, not his punches. His Big Mom's version of Tekai, which he calls Big Tekai, wasn't at Big Mom's level yet, but that still wouldn't be hurt with just this much. The next instant, Kizaru was in front of again. This time, he swung his metal arm that was shining red. Amon tried to teleport from his spot. His teleportation was still faster than the current Kizaru, but his senses weren't. Before he could move his powers to teleport, Kizaru's punch hit him in the chest. A burning feeling shrouded him, but before it could get any serious, he teleported in the air. The arm was indeed hot, but so was the insides of his body. It won't be burned by that much. Before he could think anything else, Kizaru appeared in front of him again, his face as serious as a stone. He was angry, Amon could tell. Amongst the multiple cards in his sleeves, Amon chose the one most appropriate. Being in the city side of Marineford where none of his people was present, he was ready to make his moves. Kizaru turned towards him, rushing to him, just as Amon crossed his arms in front of him. He took the hit head-on, which threw him far in the sky. Amon flew up while at the same time discharging electricity through everything, the sky, ground, and even the buildings within the city of Marineford. Every atom charged up, the area suddenly growing warm. Kizaru also noticed the change. The air was buzzing, as if it was electrified. Kizaru didn't heed to it. Amon must be trying something, and he couldn't let that happen. He reached out for the flying Amon and swung his arm, Amon's chest inches in front of him. His arm flew to his chest, but Amon vanished. Huh? Kizaru was fast to turn, but Amon's conqueror's hockey-coated punch hit him in the face, this time causing him to fly down on the city instead. Kizaru's mind went blank as he tried to come up with something. By charging the whole area, as in, by ionizing the air, ground, and even the houses in the city of Marineford, the whole area was like a dome of electricity. As such, Amon could freely replace his position with any charged electrons, thus creating some sort of teleportation different from his usual one. The main difference was since the whole area was charged, Amon could feel any movement in the city with his mind and dodge any attack passively even before the attacker threw his attack forward. It was like feeling the movement of an ant crawling down by your feet, and before it could reach your head, its target, you could dismiss it. Similarly, Kizaru was on the ground, 100 meters below him, and even before Kizaru could move, Amon knew what attack he would use, not using his future sight, which would instead delay him. But instead by reading Kizaru's muscle movements using the charged electrons around the Admiral. Amon's body vanished from his spot before the beam of light could leave Kizaru's finger. The beam then shot towards the sky and passed through where Amon was standing just a milliseconds ago. Kizaru couldn't react to Amon appearing behind him and kicking at his neck, causing the Admiral to barely raise his hand at the last moment to helplessly try to block the attack. His metal arm bent while his natural arm's forearm snapped as he yelled in pain. Amon took this chance to attack him again, but this time Kizaru dodged it. Unless Amon teleported, he was still the slower one here. In his rage, Kizaru swung his metal arm at Amon, but this was again caught by the charged electrons who had conveyed this information the moment Kizaru's first muscle strand twitched. The punch went through the air, where Amon was supposed to be. Kizaru abruptly turned behind him, but Amon wasn't there. By then, Amon was back in his previous spot. Before Kizaru could turn again, Amon unsheathed his sword, coated it with Rio, Conqueror's Haki, and high voltage of electricity, then released it in a swing of King's Sword. In the slowed-down world, Kizaru's neck turned to face Amon at a great speed, which led his own neck to reach out for the sword's side. The sword went through his neck as if butter. Blood sprayed out immediately, but Kizaru didn't scream, nor did any blood shatter to the ground. Blood floated in the air as Kizaru's body also froze, his head and torso separate. Now that he was dead, he lost his fruit power, meaning he was just like the other humans. By now, even a second hasn't passed, but Kizaru was light speed in the afterlife. Seconds ago, Riki was delighted to see Amon jump down on Little Or's neck and crash him into the ice. But she couldn't focus on him any longer since she had her own opponent to worry about. Huh? Standing a few steps away from Hawkeye Mihawk, she gasped for air, the twin swords in her hands trembling. Her clothes were shrouded in cut marks, but there were no wounds. It had healed because of her Zoan powers already. By now, she realized she couldn't defeat Mihawk using a sword. She pushed him back a few times but was unable to land even a single cut. It's like spraying fire into lava. Nothing changed. This, instead of using other forms of attacks, made her want to defeat Mihawk with her sword no matter what, But she also realized that won't do. Mihawk is just keeping her away from the other fights at this point. If she couldn't help her faction kill a few thousand enemies, it just won't let her sleep tonight. So, she sheathed her sword and took a deep breath, her body slowly starting to grow in size. Mihawk frowned at her, displeasure clear in his eyes. He was expecting her to fight like a swordsman, but as her already feathery body grew and took the form of a massive feather serpent, Mihawk stared at her disapprovingly. He also sheathed his sword and just walked away. If she won't fight with a sword, it won't be fun in this war, he would rather leave. Riki didn't stop him, unlike how many would expect. She instead opened her mouth and released a large roar that clouded the whole area. People noticed her. Some froze and ran to the opposite side, mistaking her for Kaido. But the people who didn't mistake her ran to her. When she stopped roaring, her reptilian tail was already busy smashing the attackers behind her. But her mind was somewhere else. Her large golden eyes looked at the spot where Amon was fighting. Amon swung a sword at Kong's neck. She blinked, and the next second, Kong was on the ground, his neck severed, lying limp beside the Admiral wearing golden, and on top of the two dead bodies, Amon, who was smiling a second ago, stood with a bloody sword in his hand, his breathing just a tad bit heavy. Did she miss something? Chapter 237. Flamingos. The two severed necks belonging to Kong and Kizaru collapsed and rolled on the ground beside their bodies. Amon breathed in and out, sweating even, for the first 2 seconds before his sweat vaporized and the grin returned to his face. There was no sign of tiredness left in his expression. Stamina isn't something I need to worry about. Amon's natural stamina was higher than most, only below Kaido. But overall, his stamina was technically limitless. That's because of his devil fruit, again. Devil fruit abilities are based on stamina, and vice versa. Wiper would be able to continuously spew fire for a day, in a normal environment, before his stamina would run out. But in a hot place, such as an island where a volcano had recently erupted, or within a forest fire, he would be able to absorb the fire and heat around him to keep his reserves filled, thus also keeping his stamina full. That's the same with Amon. But the advantage he had was, he didn't need to be in a special environment to recharge his stamina. He could be anywhere and yet get this privilege. Because electrons were everywhere, as long as something existed, there were atoms, and in those atoms, electrons were present, even in the air. He just had to take in a breath of electrons in, by either his nose or Logia body before he was back to top stamina and reserves. Choosing Gorogoro no Mi was one of my most successful decisions to date. That was enough thinking at lightning speed. He instead looked around the gazes surrounding him. Garp, Sengoku, 5 elders and thousands of marines stared at him with horrified expressions. Impossible. Sengoku gulped in terror and fear. Kong was a beast of a man. He could rival anyone in the pre-Zebek era. That man who stomped on the Grand Line, capturing pirates daily, was now laying limp, his body severed in two. Just how? Sengoku wasn't the only one with that question. Each marine who has heard about the legends of Kong had the same question. Amidst all this, Sengoku's eyes widened further, almost leaving their sockets this time. Oh Lord, why? It wasn't a question, it was a plea. Looking at Kizaru's dead body, his head severed the same way as Kong, Sengoku paled. Since a year ago, Kizaru wasn't just any admiral. He was a killing machine prepared especially for Amon. He had one single job, to kill Amon, but there he was, lying limp, dead as a rock. No. Sengoku straightened himself. This wasn't time to be intimidated. Things have come too far already. He has to make things a bit less destructive, at least. Just then Amon moved from his spot. Sengoku braced himself, expecting him to rush here. But instead, Amon rushed to the blonde celestial dragon, Doflamingo. Damn it. Sengoku cursed just as Amon unsheathed his sword, deliberately at a slow enough speed for Daffy to see, his eyes terrified. Daffy tried to back off, but he tripped on his legs. Before his back could hit the ground, Amon's sword flashed by his neck, severing it into millions of threads. Strings. Sengoku gasped out of breath. Of course, Doflamingo had sent a clone to fight in his stead. Normally, he would have been angry, but this at least saved his life. Amon vanished from his spot. For seconds passed in a blink, everything silent in Sengoku's ears, and at the 5th second he reappeared. His hand clutched on the severed blonde head as if it was a rag doll. The severed head of Don Quixote Doflamingo dripped blood on the floor, his frozen expression that of a man who was staring at the Reaper. Quaha! Amon laughed. He kicked the head at Sengoku, luckily light enough that the head didn't just burst open. Sengoku stepped to the right to avoid the head from spilling blood on his coat as the head fell and rolled on the platform where he was standing. Keep it as a gift, Amon said. As a reminder of what happens when you touch my people. Sengoku's cold blood turned hot as he grumbled, his hand clenching into a fist. A young man was threatening the fleet admiral in front of everyone. Sengoku wasn't a prideful man, for sure, but he was still a conqueror. For a second, he took back his observation hockey's perception away from the fight of Kaido versus Big Mom and Whitebeard versus Kazan and Vice Admirals. You think you can get out of here? Sengoku glared at Amon instead, his body slowly starting to enlarge, a golden hue covering his size. Inside the marine base, where I and Garp reside, even the Pirate King would think twice before stepping in here. That was true. Roger wouldn't want to fight both of them head-on. But will they be able to stop Roger, though? That's a question for another time. Amon crackled up at this, a type of laugh that he didn't have before, Sengoku realized. Halfway through his laugh, he vanished again. Sengoku couldn't turn around before a hand fell on his shoulder. Was the Pirate King as fast as lightning? He muttered in his ears. That's why he would think twice before coming here. Sengoku swung his arm back, but it went through nothing just as Amon appeared in front of him in the air. I don't need to do that, because guess what? Now he was just flexing. Ace's eyes were locked in this scene since it was happening just a few 10 meters ahead of him. But his mind was somewhere else. Fool, where were you before? He held his voice back from quivering, asking the man behind him. Why did you not try to contact me before? That was something he was interested in. Fool clearly came to this war to save him. He still cared about their friendship. Then why did he never try to contact him? Ace. Fool sighed. We can talk about that later. First, we need to get out of here no matter what. You agree? Ace nodded reluctantly. That was true. It was joyous news that Mr. Fool was alive, but if Ace couldn't escape from here, what would that joy be worth? Do you have a plan? He added a second later. Just not a plan that risks your life. He pleaded to his reliable old friend. This fool was always there for him. He didn't hesitate to fight Kaido head-on just for him. He somehow survived, but Ace hoped Fool wouldn't have to take everything on his shoulders again. Moreover, Ace was now strong. He could help Fool even if a bit. I do. Fool answered. It doesn't concern my life, but it does yours. Ace wondered what that meant, but shrugged in the end. Roll it in, doesn't matter. After a grunt of nod, Ace suddenly felt Fool grabbing him by the back of his neck. It was a bit uncomfortable and it confused him why Fool was doing it, but he trusted the man. It must be according to his plan. The next second, he felt his body starting to float upwards. Fool's hand enlarged a bit, enough to grab his neck like a straw. Maybe he was using that lightning dragon devil fruit of his? Soon Ace found him in the sky, hanging from Fool's hand. To lessen the pain, he coated his neck with haki. Everyone. Fool's called, his voice louder than any speaker. Sengoku, who was about to brawl with Amon, turned his head at the sky, along with Garp, Whitebeard, Kaido, and the other admirals. In an instant, all the fighting happening on the ground stopped. Some frowned and some looked relieved at a chance for breath. Confusing Ace greatly, Fool raised Ace in the air like a trophy, starting to laugh. Sengoku immediately recognized that laugh as his heart dropped. Gold. Ace, the son of the Pirate King. Fool said. His execution is coming very grand, isn't it? Garp, who was sitting on a throne on top of a tower, clenched his fist. Fool then raised his free hand to his red hat, which had a veil attached to it that fell and covered his face. He took off his hat, and two small red horns poked out of his head, revealing his face. Everyone on the ground froze in their spot just as the Amon beside Sengoku started laughing. Feeling something wrong, Ace slowly turned his head back and slowly his expression froze. His eyes trembled as all his memories with Mr. Fool surfaced in his mind. Under the mask, Ace was expecting many faces, but Amon's face wasn't one of them. He had blue hair, yes, but he had horns and his face undeniably belonged to the Sky Emperor. Questions popped up in his mind. Did this mean Fool was actually dead and Amon was pretending to be him? Or was Mr. Fool always Amon? Fool dash. Fool, no, Amon interrupted him, his eyes locked below. Ace's capture was a sight to behold. He struggled hard, fought hard, but in the end, because of a small misstep, he lost and got captured. He laughed with a grin. Oh, some of you look curious about how I know that. Whitebeard clenched his fist. He knew whatever Amon was going to say wouldn't suit his taste. This war of the bests, Amon's grin stretched to his ears, was all part of my plan. Another Amon with a camera in his hand simply visualized in the air, out of nowhere. His camera captured the other Amon's grinning face. From Blackbeard stealing the Yami Yami no Mi, to Yamato intervening in Ace's fight, to Kaido's arrival here. Amon clenched his large hand around Ace's neck, choking him. But Ace was busy staring at Amon in disbelief. Everything, from start to end, was part of my plan. A chattering started amongst the people below. Amon wasn't flexing, no, not at all. Except for Blackbeard stealing the fruit part, he was indeed behind the war of the best. If not for him pulling strings, in this timeline no war would have happened. But the people under him, every godly figure present, believed Amon's words from start to end. They simply didn't have any reason not to. When Whitebeard thought about how to teach, one of his sons who's been with him for decades, being manipulated by Amon, everything made sense to him. When Garp and Sengoku thought about how someone like Blackbeard defeated Ace and brought him back to Impel down, it didn't make sense. But when they inserted Amon in the middle, everything made sense. When Kaido looked back at the scene a few hours back where Amon made a place for him to escape, he was also forced to believe his words. Now, Amon shouted, "Do any of you realize why I did all this? Yes, it was to bring all of you here, together, in one place. So that I can do what I did to Kizaru and Kong." A mad grin was in his face. "But then again, I don't need to move a single muscle. You all are killing yourselves without me, right?" Quaha. Leaving all the people below in a state of confusion, disbelief, and rage, then turned to Ace. "And Ace, it's been a while. How dumb are you exactly to not connect a thunder dragon with a thunder god? In my name, you're stupid." This caught the attention of everyone from Ace's previous crew who were present on the battlefield, to stare at Amon in disbelief. But then again, Anon raised his free hand in the air, and next Kiyu, his sword, flew to his palm. A dead man can't not be dumb, can he? Ace's wide eyes stared at Amon's grin with shaky, teary eyes as his body trembled in great. What should he call this emotion? He couldn't tell. It was a mixture of a great many emotions. Why? A spiteful tone left him as he bit his lips. Why was he doing all this? Amon smiled softly at him. "Ask the guys in the afterlife." Amon's sword flashed red and orange, shining in extreme heat. He swung the sword through the middle of Ace's legs. The hot blade went through Ace's flesh like a knife through butter and severed his body in half. Amon's hand released Ace as the two severed sides of his body, splattering his stomach and kidneys down, started to fall. A betrayed shock in his eyes as he fell on his back, in front of Whitebeard. Silence engulfed the whole place just before Marine Hero Garp and Edward Newgate plunged into the air, at the laughing monster. "Come at me." The people all over the world watching this knew. Whatever was going to happen in the next 5 minutes will end the war that was planned by the monster in human skin. Chapter 238, Garp Technique. She was wrong. Jewelry Bonnie watched the speech Amon was giving. Her body slowly grew hot in rage and fury, her eyes teared up. A strange combination of rage and fury burned her heart, and she clenched her fist tighter than ever. Her overgrown nails dug into her palm, causing blood to start trickling down. It was not Blackbeard she needed to kill, it was this bastard, this piece of shit, this monster. She needs to somehow kill him, somehow reach his home and bury him under clouds. She will take revenge for her. A warm hand fell on her shoulder just as a cold ran down her spine. "Don't talk." The same voice playing on the huge screen in the air murmured in her ears. She realized what was happening in an instant. Bonnie was more than 800 years old, true, but she was brainwashed all her life to serve the nobles. Recently her brain returned to normal, but she was still nothing more than a child in the head. But as she felt the palm on her revealed shoulder starting to tickle, buzzing, even she could tell something had massively gone wrong. She fucked up. With one of Amon's clones here, she was bound to die. Her consciousness faded with a bolt of electricity invading her brain. Before the crowd around her could even realize anything, her body vanished from its spot along with the man behind her. Bonnie didn't know, but Amon had a lot of plans for her. She was an immortality factory, and it didn't cause her anything harsh unlike the Opopnomi. As Amon drifted in the sky, taking the unconscious Bonnie to Skypia, another thought crossed his mind. "Oh right, I have to bring fruits to house the devil fruits of the deceased." He almost forgot about that amidst the heat of battle and its thrill. He immediately dispersed dozens of bolts of electricity from his body, each crafting another Amon in seconds, at the speed of lightning. Seconds later, all of them vanished to fetch fruits from a farm in Skypia. Whitebeard's tremor-coated fist blasted forward, along with Garp's Rio-coated punch. Amon didn't try to dodge. He took the hits with a grin, and the next second, his body dispersed into bolts of lightning. Quaha! Amon's laugh came from behind them. As both of them turned, their eyes rosier than fire, hotter than the sun. That was a clone, you old monsters. The Amon wearing a long white coat dodged one of Sengoku's punches easily as if taking a stroll on the side of a lake. He then kicked and floated in the sky, out of Sengoku's general reach. He raised his arm forward to attract Kyu, his sword, towards him using his magnetism. With the sword in his hands and a soft grin on his face, unlike the mad one that the executor Amon had shown before, Amon brushed his gaze around the battlefield. The Sins met his gaze as he nodded at them. The next instant, Riki screeched in her Zoan form and Wiper kicked at Akainu who had molten lava dripping from his melted right arm. The other Sins followed suits attacking the enemies whose eyes were until now focused on Amon, and immediately after, the war restarted. A group of Marines and pirates surrounded the entirety of Motor Gang, who took a weird pose before their bodies flew towards each other like magnets and clung together. Not long after, their bodies merged, becoming bigger and larger, and around 4 seconds later, a 25-feet robot giant stood straight. Immediately, laser light shone behind him and hit him in the back. A group of passes fast coming into view. Amon couldn't observe the battle for more than 9 seconds before Garp again leapt at the air, his feet kicking at the air as if it was a solid matter. I never thought you would die by my hands the first time we met, he shouted, his eyes red and teary as he held back a snot. I will have lunch with your heart. At Garp's direct approach, Amon simply chuckled as he prepared his body to make a gap for Garp's punch to go through. But that was a bad move. Even though he emptied a spot in his Logia body, Garp's punch hit around that spot and his entire chest became clouded in pain. What was that? Amon didn't wait for an answer and immediately dodged the next attack by teleporting far. He wiped his lips of blood with a chuckle. Ah, you dirty old man. He sighed. I never thought someone like you would have tricks under your sleeves. Amon always took Garp as a straight person, and he was indeed like that. This must be that special supreme hockey of Garp that Shanks had talked about. Whitebeard rushed to Amon instead. This time Amon didn't care to dodge and retaliated with his own attack. He can finish both Whitebeard and Garp after entering lightning speed, but it would neither be fun nor would the stream be able to capture how he dealt with the strongest men of this world. Moreover, he didn't plan to kill Garp. Garp's immediate death didn't benefit him right at this moment, it would instead hinder some of his plans. Now, there was another new reason, that special hockey. He needs to learn about it too. Ignoring the thoughts, he focused on the approaching Whitebeard. The strongest man alive swung his naginata downwards, the edge of the blade shining with tremor, further sharpening the blade's cutting force. Amon stepped to the right and avoided the attack as if avoiding a falling leaf. Then he swung his arm back. His fist shone red, and as he swung his fist forward, a mixture of orange and red light, plasma, left him in the form of flying fist projectiles. Whitebeard dodged one of the fists, then another, then the other 3. His eyes shone silver as he did so, clearly using observation hockey. But just as Amon grinned, a fist of plasma hit him in the face, taking a chunk of his face's left side along with it. Whitebeard's eyes widened, not in shock, but in anger. With a shrieking cry, as if he was pulling out an ancient power, the edge of his naginata shone dark purple just as black crackling lightning formed around it. Conker's coating. He swung it down at Amon, and Amon teleported away. No need to take extra risk after already seeing Garp's technique. Whitebeard coughed out blood immediately. That single pull of his hockey must have done great damage to his health. He leaned on his weapon when Amon tried to make a move, but Monkey D. Garp jumped down beside Whitebeard. Oi, Newgate. Garp's shadow-covered eyes glared at Amon. You know I don't like you, right? Even amongst his anger, Whitebeard chuckled at this. He knew where this was going. You don't seem like you will make it out alive today, and nor do I plan to do so. Even if it takes both of us teaming up, and both of our lives even, let's give this brat the lesson his parents forgot to give. That was a funny statement. Amon only laughed. Just as Garp and Whitebeard rushed at him, Sengoku joined midway. His body was still the size of a human, but his skin was golden, shining. Sengoku would be a problem. That golden skin was as hard as, if not harder than, Kaido's scales in his dragon form. That's how he was able to be Whitebeard's rival at all. Only the strongest defense can match the most destructive power. No one with a normal body will be able to do so. Whitebeard and Sengoku exchanged glances, imaginary lightning crackling between them, before turning forward and using their respective attacks at Amon. Whitebeard's naginata was moving downwards his neck. Sengoku's shockwave, coated palm reached out for his chest, and Garp's fist went for his chin. Amon didn't look tense at all. He instead laughed. Lightning flickered around Amon's body, and he raised his arms in the air, grabbing the electromagnetic field with his hands and yanking them down. All this happened at lightning speed. The next second, the world spun. The sound of space cracking like glass sounded out, and with a blast of sheer force, the three old monsters got blown far from Amon, each going in different directions. From under them, as the cracks dissipated in the air, Amon came out unscratched. He simply nodded his tie while smiling. "Oops, did I go overboard?" Amon muttered, looking around him. He did go overboard. This technique of his was a replica of Whitebeard's power. While it was weaker, Amon gave his all. That's why the Marineford city in the distance had crashed down to bits. The battlefield was split into multiple parts. The ground cracked unevenly. All of the weak fighters were on their backs, unable to manage their composure in the shaking world. Amon was expecting the three people he sent flying to run here immediately. But instead, a man 3 times his size appeared behind him. He held a thorny club in his hand which crackled in black lightning. King of the beasts, Kaido bled from the side of his head. One of his eyes closed. That's the eye he lost to Mr. Fool. The man whose the real identity he learned just minutes ago. "You." Amon grinned at the man. "Oh my. You defeated Big Mom already? I buffed her a bit with all those Germa technologies, but she could only last 7 minutes. Sad." Kaido raised his club in the air slowly and swung it downwards, but it only went through the air. Next, this time, Kaido felt a shadow towering over him instead. Looking back, he met Amon, who was a few feet taller than him. Kaido's eyes locked on Amon's horns. He has ignored them until now, clearly just expecting them to be some kind of cosmetics. But now that he stared at Amon's large body, covered in his coat which had grown with him, Kaido felt a rage gush through his veins. "You bastard, how did you dash?" "Move away, Kaido, you brat." But before Kaido could kill this pest, Whitebeard ran towards Amon again. His Naginata again coated in Conqueror's haki and tremor. He had a stone-serious face as blood trickled down the melted left side of his face. Kaido was about to protest, but Amon moved before that. Teleporting in front of Whitebeard, Amon raised his hand in the air. Purple lightning, very hot, coated his palm. With his hand horizontal, growing hotter than even Akainu's magma, Amon swiftly slid his hand inside Whitebeard's approaching body, at his chest. The approaching Whitebeard stopped moving, his haki stopped channeling to his weapon, same with his devil fruit. With wide eyes, blood splat out of his lips as Amon's large hand came out of his back, Whitebeard's beating heart in his hand. A silence fell over the place as Whitebeard's weapon fell to the ground and Amon took out his hand from inside his chest. Whitebeard staggered back. Nobody else moved on the battlefield. Amon clutched on the heart, and as if it was still inside Whitebeard's chest, he groaned. With an expressionless face, Amon channeled electricity in the lump of flesh as it vaporized in the air. The strongest man alive still stood, shaking, with his heart now destroyed. He glanced at Amon, then Ace's dead body as blood trickled down his stretching lips. He grinned at the same time and fell on his knees. "I." He tried to talk, but only one word left his lips. His grin widened. Staring at Amon, the burning hatred still flashing in his eyes, Whitebeard groaned and slowly slumped to the ground on his face. Even in his death, his back didn't touch the ground. The silence only stretched further. Next, a glowing half-dragon rushed to Amon with the yell of a titan. "Yua." Kaido swung his club, pouring all the haki possible as it came closer to Amon's now enlarged back. Without looking back, Amon raised a hand backwards, a thunder dragon leaving his palm, as it devoured Kaido and flew him to the already destroyed city. Amon then snapped his finger, his face slowly regaining his smile. Amon too appeared in the air, his camera focused on the original Amon's face who was grinning again. "Now, since nobody else is doing it, out of courtesy, I officially declare myself as the strongest man alive." The world shook in a great cheer of terror and fear. This was the moment when they realized the era of the Pirate King has already ended. Chapter 239, Yamato. While Amon was fighting Whitebeard, Sengoku, and Garp, the Sins were busy as well. They were confused at what relationship Amon had with Ace, but that was nothing new. They are used to Amon being secretive, not like he will ever make a mistake. Riki was now wreaking havoc in her giant serpent form, beside Pluton, who was now halfway on the ground. Riki could destroy the island with a spam of her light breath, but that would kill everyone. Not fun. So she instead went to aid True Motor, the fusion of Motor Gang. The giant robot had transformed into a giant liger. He could use his fruit still, even in the combined form. His strength was boosted many times, and he alone was wrecking the pacifistas to pieces. Riki didn't have to aid him for much longer. She noticed that Mihawk had left the battlefield entirely, so she just went back to her hybrid form, making sure the transformation didn't affect her head. She instead went to aid Yamato, who was brawling with Skapagaban. Riki was honestly shocked seeing how an old man of that age could go toe-to-toe with Yamato, the girl who was the strongest woman for a few months, before Riki herself got stronger. But it was clear that Yamato was winning. She didn't want to help her, and that's exactly why she went to intervene. Not to help, but to rather annoy her. Strangely, Yamato thanked her instead, and after a minute of brawling, Skapagaban was unconscious. She made sure to not kill him. The Pirate King's left hand surely had some juicy information that her brother will love to know. Just then, the man with gray hair, Silver's Rayleigh, appeared out of nowhere, and with a blow of Conqueror's coating, threw her almost in the sea. Now your everyday hobo has advanced Conqueror's haki? With a groan, she took a stance with her sword. Slowly, haki condensed around her, and 2 more heads popped up beside her original. Slowly, 2 pairs of extra hands and wings also popped up on her body. This was her Heavenly Ashura technique. Her wings spread out in the sky, each wing becoming a sharp sword of its own. 12-sword style. She muttered, her wings shining black. Sky Sword, 7th form. It was only in this technique that she could use the 7th form. Her 12 swords shone, and she swung them at the Dark King. Wiper, on the other hand, was winning his fight already. He was at the same position Riki was a few minutes ago, but he was playing Mihawk's role. Apparently, you truly can't melt magma by spewing fire on it, as it is already molten. However, you can vaporize it. Akainu, the Navy dog, looked as if he had eaten a sour lemon whole, and his sharp frown made him look like he had just seen his house burned down. His right hand was not there, it had simply vanished, it vaporized. The tanned man in front of him did it easily, like putting cheese between a sandwich. How can fire be hotter than magma? Akainu couldn't understand. Wiper didn't give him a chance to understand either, and even a chance to think more. He kicked at him, his fist glowing blue, as he prepared to punch at Akainu. Akainu has attacked him using different techniques, but none of his magma attacks, even enhanced with haki, could hurt Wiper. His punches and kicks could do damage, but he didn't get the chance to do that. It was like fighting with Hawkeye Mihawk with a wooden sword. As a last resort, he tried to block Fire Sultan Wiper's punch by raising his single hand in front of him. But Wiper's superheated fist penetrated his arm like a truck through a paper wall. Wiper's fist went through Akainu's chest, donutting him, as the Admiral watched Wiper with wide eyes filled with horror and disbelief. Just as Akainu slowly fell on the ground, his mouth agape, at the same time, Rayleigh's severed head rolled on the ground a few yards from this place. Before either Riki or Wiper could heave a sigh, they saw Whitebeard's dead-as-rock body falling to the ground. Then with a soft grin, Amon announced himself as the strongest man alive. The world itself was silent. The sound of the wind was the only thing people heard after Amon finished his words. The battlefield was filled with people who seemed to have aged 10 years. What had happened? Was this a dream? Maybe this war, where their brothers and comrades died, was just a hallucination? Amon. As Sengoku, the Golden Buddha, jumped over to Amon in his own giant form, they realized this wasn't a nightmare. Sengoku's palm struck out for Amon, but he was too slow. Sengoku's giant form slows down his speed, unlike the other big people like Kaido and Amon, since they were natural. Amon stepped to the right, his leisure grin lasting. He moved another one of Sengoku's palm strikes by swiping his hand away, and instead attacked with his own technique. His punch coated with Conqueror's haki landed on Sengoku's golden stomach, as he felt it smashing Sengoku's insides. Sengoku didn't move an inch. Even his insides were made of gold in this form. Amon only grinned. You know, gold is a really bad match for me. It took a second for Sengoku's eyes to widen as he felt a great heat on the surface of his stomach. A huge shriek of pain left his mouth, and Amon, with his fist shining light, superheated and bright, threw a shower of punches at Sengoku. Punch dents started to appear all over his body. Sengoku could still feel pain, but he clenched his teeth and tried to attack Amon using his shockwaves to no avail. Amon just moved away from his attack's projectile, as if he could see all of his attacks coming to him. Sengoku assumed it was future sight, but that was far from the truth. Amon didn't have to rely on that for these weak attacks. You bastard! Kaido ran back, his single eye gleaming with fury. The solid Thunder Dragon fought Kaido for 20 seconds before he broke free and ran here. Move out, Kaido. Garp shouted, his fists coated in a special type of armament. Instead of the usual pitch-black coating, he had a coating of shining silver. Garp ran forward, bursts of white coming out of his feet. He was kicking the ground at a speed beyond any eyes could follow. His movement speed was great. It was not something Amon was expecting. He had to be at least a few times faster than Kizaru from 3 years ago. But he was still like a snail compared to Amon. As Garp's punch passed by his neck, he threw his own punch on his gut, which threw the man in the air. Ignoring Kaido and Sengoku's attacks, Amon appeared behind him in the sky. Amon didn't want to kill Garp, but the way it was going, he was too annoying to not die. So, he kicked Garp's side with all his strength, which wasn't enough to kill the man, and Garp blasted in the air, flying out of the Gate of Justice and falling on the sea in the far. That would keep him busy for a while. Garp! Sengoku yelled, but Kaido rushed at Amon. Amon grinned again. Oh, he can kill Kaido, all right. He already claimed the title of strongest man. Why not the strongest creature too? He wasn't a human anymore, after all. Kaido's Thunder Bagura simply went through the air as Amon had teleported from there by then. He appeared below Kaido and threw a javelin of plasma through the man's back. The javelin went through Kaido's body like tofu. His defense was strong, true, but he wasn't invincible per se. At least not in this hybrid form. Kaido groaned but turned to Amon midair still. He opened his mouth, as if expecting Amon to stay still and take the attack head-on, and fired a breath of smoke. Amon teleported behind him and kicked his back. His body blasted downwards and hit Sengoku's body that was covered with the den of knuckles. Don't you think you two are a bit too weak for one of the strongest men to ever live? Amon chuckled. They both had great defense. They were both strong. But the matter of fact was, they were both lying on the ground, utterly beaten by him. Amon unsheathed his sword. What's there to continue the war for? Ace is dead. So is Whitebeard. I am a busy man. Let me finish this right here, and now, how about that? He didn't wait for their answers and raised his sword in the air. The two living legends stood up, panting, and stared at his sword challengingly. Amon grinned and swung his sword to the side. Marco the Phoenix, who had leapt into the air, his claws pointed at Amon's neck, simply cried out as a large cut appeared on his neck. He wouldn't die with that. But healing from that will take a lot of stamina. More than 80% of the Whitebeard pirates in their alliances were dead. Marco was looking for an opportunity to kill Amon for revenge, but when he did, he was more or less one-shot. King, Rio. Amon called at the two figures. King was busy with Riki, losing, and Rio was busy with Akiji. I would suggest you take your captain far from my eyes. I will come to Wano in a month, with my sins, and hunt him down there. I feel like doing too many big things at once would dampen the pressure a bit. It was suggested an order to Rio and a threat to King. Kaido groaned at King, ordering him to keep fighting, but Rio shoved Akiji briefly and ran to Kaido. Kaido growled loud, but Rio picked him up and leapt in the air. King hesitated before following suit. Riki would have stopped him if not for the order being made by Amon. And Sengoku. Amon smiled. Don't you think enough of your people have died? Sengoku frowned, huffing. Amon could count the exact number. There were 100,000 Marines before. Now, only 15,000 lives. Are you sure you want to continue this? You alone, against me, who can melt your gold in a second. Amon kept smiling as the battlefield went silent. You want to stop, now? Sengoku almost sounded angry. Yeah. Amon shrugged. Killing everyone from the Marine isn't a good idea. The Marys are keeping the world balanced, which is benefiting him. It would take at least 2 more years until he takes over the world. Until then, he needs some other people to look after his sandbox, this world. Sengoku clenched his fist, a circular plate of shockwave materializing. Before he let strength go off his fist and sighed. Fine. Amon smiled softly, and then disappeared. He reappeared again. This time he had a large fat man in his hand, who hung from his collar. Let me go. It was Blackbeard. Sengoku had noticed the pest before, but he didn't have time to spare for him. With a bolt of lightning invading the ugly man's brain, he lost consciousness. Amon smiled. If you don't mind, I will be taking some dead bodies. Amon said and then motioned his chin to Yona, who was now fine after drinking a droplet of healing tear from the dwarf princess that he brought from Dressrosa when he went and killed Daffy. That's why it took him 5 seconds. Yona nodded, her power surging up, and her shadow expanded. Slowly, as Amon filled her with mental commands, she slowly took in different dead bodies. Whitebeard, Rayleigh, Akainu, Ace, Zoju, Daffy, She also took the best of her previous undead army, such as Big Mom, along with many other strong people. They will be very useful. She couldn't absorb living beings inside her shadow realm, so Amon had to spare a few more clones for Marco, Skypia, and a few more people. The Whitebeard pirates who started yelling when Whitebeard's body was devoured by Yona started to yell louder. With a burst of Amon's conqueror's haki, most of them went unconscious, and the remaining ones shut their mouths. Amon's smile widened as he watched the dozens of Amons carrying fruit baskets in their hands, taking cover on the destroyed Marineford and even above the clouds, away from everyone's eyes. I have gained more than enough. He didn't have all the fruits, instead only the ones he had information on. However, that was enough. I have Blackbeard, Whitebeard, and Marco. Who else then? An ecstatic, left him, and Amon shrugged. He created 9 more clones and picked up the Sins and Yamato. Then Amon winked at Sengoku. Well then, Fleet Admiral, we will meet soon. Very soon. Hope you won't melt like cotton candy next time. With a chuckle, as he grabbed each Sin in a different pose, making sure to take Riki on his arms, Amon's bodies moved one by one. The next instant, only the Whitebeard pirates remained, surrounded by the Marines. Sengoku sighed deeply, a distant memory of Whitebeard coming back to his mind, just as someone jumped out of the frozen sea, punching it to bits. Where is he? Garp shouted, his eyes red. Sengoku sighed again. He was honestly feeling very tired. Chapter 240. Zephyr. Amon had almost forgotten Vivi. He only realized that after flying half the road. Fortunately for him, Vivi wasn't as dumb as she used to be. When he returned to check on her 20 seconds later, Vivi was already underwater, returning to Alabasta. To make sure she doesn't somehow die underwater because of the sudden haki loss, one of Amon's clones was now accompanying her. On the other hand, by the time the Marys in Marineford surrounded and captured the remnants of Whitebeard pirates, Amon and the Sins were back in Skypia. Good job, everyone. Amon smiled at the Sins who were lying or sitting on the floor of God's shrine. Some smiled at the compliment and some just took it with a grain of salt. They could have done better. The one who was truly magnificent there was you, my Kami, Yona said, sitting up from her back. I, on the contrary. She bit her lips with a sigh. I am sorry you had to save me from a weakling like Doflamingo. Amon waved his hands. You are not a physical fighter anyway. Don't let that bother you. Remember, you have other jobs to do with all the new bodies we got. That's the time for you to shine. Yona nodded with a smile. She was hoping to be reprimanded for failing her god, but then again, the god she served was a merciful being. Then surprising not just her but everyone else, Amon slumped down on the floor too. He usually would have just made a chair of his own and sat there, but maybe he was just trying to show recognition for their hard work. They couldn't tell, but Amon was indeed showing his appreciation. They honestly did bad, most of them, at least. But he got great benefit from here, acting as if he is satisfied with them for once wouldn't do bad. Wiper, your result is the best, by the way. Taking down an admiral is no small feat. At Amon's words, Wiper didn't show any signs of happiness and just turned his head the other way. The other Sins laughed and giggled at this, even Urich. Riki, on the other hand, jerked her head from the ground. Hey, what about me? I killed the Pirate King's right hand. With Yamato's help. Yeah, very great indeed. Amon shrugged. TCH, Riki clicked her tongue and let her head fall down. The Sins laughed again, which caused Riki to smile too. She knew he didn't mean it. Right? Anyway, Amon stood up. This calls for a celebration? You agree? I am sure the others are dying to throw a feast for weeks. He then looked down at his hand watch, which surprised the others as it had survived the fight. I still have some important work to do, so I will get back to it. But you guys enjoy your time. Amon was about to leave, but a voice called. Hancock interrupted. Can't you take a break too? Amon stared at her face, before smiling softly. No, not yet. He was mentally tired, true, but a god would rather finish his work first. A week has passed since then. The world was in chaos, more than it was in the canon timeline. Amon knew there was no way for new pirates to jump at the sea without the infamous line, One Piece is real, but he had other ways. He needed the chaos to grow, after all. There was a reason why Robin had gone to Big News Morgan. It wasn't just to announce a single piece of news, but multiple ones, instead. Sky Emperor Amon is the strongest man alive. How much of that is true? Sky Emperor Amon learns about the One Piece from Skypia. One Piece is real. The Sky Emperor says, New pirates are rising from all over the world. Sky Emperor is recruiting bounty hunters in his wingless Valkyrie and pirates in his Einherjar Grand Fleet. What does Sky Emperor wish to accomplish by recruiting two opposing factions? It was chaos, truly. All of Amon's allies who were skeptical about Amon's strength, such as the Hapo Navy, were busy wiping their sweat. Fortunately, they didn't cross the line until now. The general public was already calling him the new Pirate King. If Amon wanted, he could have forced Morgan to announce that too. But he didn't want that. He liked to win and conquer, true, but he also liked the process as much as he did the end result. Getting the title like that just wouldn't soothe his heart. What is the meaning of power if you still have to cheat? But he did have a new title. The man closest to One Piece. With his new bounty of 5,464,000,000 berries, he was now more wanted than the dead Whitebeard and even Monkey D. Dragon, who had the bounty of 5.36 billion berries. Currently, amongst the people alive, Amon had the highest bounty. He was also the new most wanted man. Truly, Amon was at the peak of the world. He was very happy with how things were moving ahead. But the AI, Seraph's words caused him to frown. From the clips. I would say top 10? No, it should be a bit lower. The AI went silent, multiple equations starting to happen on its screen. Oh, surprising. You should be considered the top 5 strongest beings to ever live in this world's history. Amon expected to be at the top 3, behind Emu and Joyboy. But there were another 2 people in front of him, people who were dead. Dead people don't tell tales, true, but it was concerning how he still wasn't the strongest being to ever live after 22 years of struggle. The good news is, he was about to get another power boost. Forget that. Tell me if our previous theories about multiple devil fruits match Teach's body or not. It does. A soft whimper left the AI. I am surprised it does. Then again, after thousands of theories and hundreds of experiments, if Amon still couldn't guess Blackbeard's secret, he should walk down his throne and give the crown to Riki, the musclehead. Zephyr, aka Z, recently left the Marines. Something that would have happened a bit later, if not for Amon's existence. That's the reason why he didn't join the War of the Best. In the short time after leaving the Marines, he was planning to kill Doflamingo, the man who was responsible for his old fleet's death. The same man who took Z's right arm. But fate was never at his side, was it? The man who he disdained the most, the man who didn't let him sleep at night, was killed by another greater evil, Amon. Zephyr would have felt grateful to the murderer of Daffy since he wasn't brave enough to bear the death of a celestial dragon, even if former, in his shoulders. But he couldn't feel so, because Amon was a pirate, and a greater evil than even Doflamingo. He has killed many of his old Marine comrades, and even 2 of his students, Sakazuki and Kizaru. Of course, the only emotion he felt towards Amon was rage and disgust. All of Zephyr's rage shifted from the dead Daffy, and directed it towards Amon, the man closest to the One Piece. But he knew his limits. He was an old man. Even in his prime, he doubted if he could even stand against Amon. Now, he was a mere husk of his previous self. He needed a new plan. And as if heaven was on his side all of a sudden, an opportunity showed up. Cuckoo, to think a day will come when the Roger pirates will come knocking at my door. Zephyr walked through the door and looked at the round table where a dozen of men sat. Observation Hockey told him about multiple more presences outside this room. The remnants of Roger pirates who gathered around after the cruel death of their captain's son and right-hand man. Buggy was the one who helped them gather. The clown was truly enraged after seeing Rayleigh die and Gabon kidnapped. He didn't care about Ace at all. So, using his name as a member of the Roger pirates, he gathered criminals under him and ordered them to find the other members. Normally, that would have been impossible, since Amon has already tried and failed before. But this time the remnants were trying to contact each other themselves. So with a bit of effort, they were able to gather together in a few days. Zephyr looked at the table. Each of these old men could shake the world in their prime. But now, they were weaker than even him. You know, I would have never helped you guys, the greatest evils to ever live. But as they say, use a thorn to remove another. The men on the table shook, their bodies trembling from either rage or just their age. Zephyr couldn't tell. With a scoff, as he talked, "Ein, come here." At his words, from behind him, a dark blue-haired girl walked forward, her face stern. The old men stared at her as Z ordered. "Now, do what you are best at. Ein, use your return fruit to send them back to their primes." Good as new. With a nod, Ein walked forward. Chapter 241. Phoenix. Amon stood over Marshal D, Teach's body. Ziahaha, who laughed frantically. The Sky Emperor not only lies but even exceeds his reputation. To think you'd be looking for ways to get multiple fruits. He added, but really, what made you think I have answers to that? Amon ignored his words entirely. The madman can keep talking all he wants. He was strapped to a metal table, unable to move, as his hand and legs were locked under restraints made of sea stones. The only thing he could do now was talk, and even that would stop soon. Amon grabbed a fruit, a devil fruit, and walked to Teach. We will soon see about that. As Blackbeard's eyes widened, Amon pushed the fruit inside his mouth. Blackbeard resisted, but it was all to vain. He was forced to gulp on the large orange fruit whole. As the lump passed by his throat, he coughed and glared at Amon. Watch out, Sky Emperor. Don't make me angry. Amon smirked at him and grabbed another fruit. Without hesitation, he pushed it inside Teach's mouth again. Teach grumbled, resisted, but gulped in the end. Stop. He huffed, his eyes wet. One more, and I will die. Believe me. Amon nodded. I can tell. My future sight can be useful at times. He could see the near future, where he pushes another fruit into Teach's mouth, and the man explodes into bits. The explosion starting from his heart. Previously, Amon needed to use a super camera to see such a thing, but now he was strong enough himself. That's how far he has come. But why 3 fruits, exactly? Amon asked Teach, who growled and kept his mouth shut. Both of them were paramecia, so the limit is not surely something along the lines of 1 fruit from each category, is it? Teach grumbled again. Amon rubbed his nose. After a while, he walked out of the experiment room and sat on a chair in front of the supercomputer. It's been a week since the War of the Best ended. His army was busy with claiming Whitebeard territories and soothing Dressrosa, where every toy was back to normal after Sugar was knocked unconscious. Amon was busy with his other works for the past week, such as Gabon and Marco. It's only recently that he started to give his attention to Blackbeard. That man was more bizarre than he had initially expected. Looking at the supercomputer's screen, he asked, Sarah, so which one of the theories is correct? The multiple DNA one. An answer came immediately. So it wasn't multiple hearts, even though the body's explosion started from the chest? But that could be answered in many ways. The heart is the base of a body. It pumps out blood to the whole body. Maybe it does the same thing to devil fruit powers as well? I am surprised myself. I have never seen such a thing before. Living beings aren't supposed to have more than 1 DNA signature. At the artificial intelligence's words, Amon rubbed his chin. She didn't know, as expected. But that's because she wasn't from the 21st century, where even if the technology wasn't as advanced as herself, the scientists were better, at least the majority were. Amon wasn't as surprised, though. Taking a breath in, Amon immediately dived into his brain, into his memories. Now that he had unlocked more powers of his fruit, gained more control even, he could stimulate his brain to show his old memories. Memories from even his previous life. There, inside his mind domain where everything was a flash of a scene from his old life, the memories of his family and his time with his loved ones, Amon sighed and instead searched for something related to the problem at hand. It was like using find and replace in a Word document. Seconds later, he saw it. Years ago, in his old life, he came across a random internet article. People can have 2 different sets of DNA. It can happen when a woman is pregnant with fraternal twins and one embryo dies very early on. The other embryo can absorb its twin cells. They are called human chimeras. Fascinating. Amon returned back to the present with a release of breath. Did that happen with Blackbeard? If so, then that's not that big of a surprise. If something like double DNA was possible in the real world, something like triple DNA shouldn't be that shocking in a fantasy world such as this one. But was he really born like this? Or was this artificial? He hoped it was artificial, then he would be able to maybe do it to himself as well. But he didn't have an answer to that as of now. Blackbeard wasn't a man he could force to talk in a small span of a single week. Nor did his brainwash work on the creature. Most likely a feature of his multiple DNAs. Then again, did having multiple DNAs mean someone wouldn't need to sleep? Blackbeard didn't need to sleep, as far as he knew. He also got confirmation of that. Since Blackbeard first woke up 7 days ago, he hadn't gone to sleep at all. Why was that? Mysteries. Amon hated mysteries that held him back for more power. Just like that, another week passed. Amon reached a final conclusion with the help of Law and Seraph. Using the OPEP Nomi to disassemble Teach's body and inspect it thoroughly, he reached the ultimate conclusion. Blackbeard was not natural. Blackbeard gained the 3 different DNAs using artificial means. It was quite impossible to be sure, but eveAny was the champ at doing and checking if there was an operation or not. Law learned there actually was a sign of operation in Blackbeard's body. A sign left by the same eveAny, to be exact. Surely, its previous user. So eve's previous user, for some reason, decided to experiment on a young Teach's body? Why? Amon wanted to know, but Teach didn't want to talk. Amon knew one thing, though. All of this was related to Rock's Zebek. Teach was connected to Zebek somehow. Amon was sure of it. In canon, Teach even named his main ship Zebek. It all couldn't be a coincidence, could it? But that was for later. That was the main reason why Blackbeard was even alive. Killing the man and experimenting on him thoroughly would be faster and more efficient than using Law to keep the room active for as long as possible and then experiment, like he was doing now. For now, he had to come up with a way to modify his body like Teach's using eveAny. But Amon refused to do it. He realized this week, Blackbeard had multiple personalities, probably related to his multiple DNAs. So, did having multiple DNAs cause someone to sprout out multiple personalities? Maybe the DNA of the other two persons that were implanted into Teach's body formed a will of their own? That isn't that far-fetched. Amon concluded. If people's will could be passed on via devil fruits, such as what happened to Sabo in canon, why can't the DNA, the root of a physical being, not hold their will as spirit, soul as well? That was concerning. Amon didn't want other people in his head, let alone his whole body. Never. Moreover, Law wasn't ready to do such an experiment. He would need to master his fruit, awaken it, and then use an extreme amount of hockey to successfully operate the surgery. But Law was a mindless puppet, a will-less being. His current will is to serve as master, and that's where his hockey originated from. That will isn't strong enough to do a surgery like this. Amon would die instead. This meant he would need to give the fruit to someone else. But that won't work either. In canon, Law only awakened his fruit after more than 13 years, and he fought all those years because he was on the run. Amon needed to give someone that fruit, then wait for probably more than 13 years since it would be hard to simulate the feeling of danger Law felt all his life, and then go through the surgery. Amon refused to wait that long. He knew the fight with Emu was coming short. And as strong as Nomi's awakening was, he didn't believe he could win against Emu with this alone. Seraph said so last time. He needed another way to gain multiple DNAs, to gain multiple fruits. And he had exactly that way in front of him. Why am I here? Riki grumbled from behind. Amon shot her a smile. Hey, I might die and never come back. Don't you want to be present at your brother's last moments? Riki's face darkened. What bullshit are you saying? Chuckling, Amon ignored her. He looked at the actual way in front of him. A man with a serious face, wearing a hat. He had a large figure and held a Bible between his arms. Bartholomew Kuma. The cyborg, Kuma, was guarding the Straw Hat ship in Skypia. Abducting him wasn't that hard. Amon just had to control the cyborg's brain using electricity and then bring him here. He did that 3 days ago and spent 3 days patching up to listen to his orders instead of the world governments like he was initially patched into. Now, Kuma was just a mindless puppet who had the answer to multiple fruits in his palms. Or rather, in his paws. The Nomi, or the paw fruit that this cyborg had eaten, is a paramecia-type devil fruit that bestows him the ability to repel anything and everything he touches. Anything, as in, anything. Even metaphysical things such as pain, that he demonstrated in person in the canon timeline. In that case, how far-fetched is it to say that he can repel a devil fruit eater's DNA outside his body in the form of a paw bubble? It's not far-fetched at all. There was another problem. Just injecting someone's DNA inside the patient's body wouldn't work. The DNA needs to be compatible. Moreover, even if the DNA is compatible, a different personality will most likely form inside the patient's body. Amon had answers to both of those questions in his hand. A clone. A mindless clone who couldn't think and didn't have a personality. A clone would completely match his own DNA, too. That way, instead of having multiple DNAs, Amon would have one single DNA that would be big and strong enough to hold on multiple fruits since it would already be filled. Having multiple DNA would be like putting an external memory card onto the body, while the internal one is filled. This, on the other hand, will just be enlarging the already existing internal memory using materials that would also be filled with information from beforehand. Like making a 128 gigabytes memory card into a 256 gigabytes one. That was perfect. That way, Amon wouldn't be restricted by the unknown reason that makes Blackbeard's body unable to handle more than 3 fruits. The Germa 66 were best at making clones, and Amon owned them. Amon had ordered a few clones already from before, just after the war ended. He guessed there would be a need for that. Now, beside Kuma, a giant Amon stood. A clone. It didn't have Amon's fruit, so it couldn't control its body size. This also meant, while the devil fruit affects the eater's DNA, it doesn't get affected by cytokinesis, where the cell division happens. That's why clones and children of the eater don't get the powers. That's not the point here, though. The point is, Kuma, if you will. Amon told Kuma, who moved to a corner of the room where another man was present. Marco the Phoenix. Marco was sitting against the wall, chained with sea stone, his glare hot as the sun. Kuma grabbed the chain attached to the wall and yanked it off. He then brought Marco in front of Amon and dropped him on his knees softly. Marco's glare intensified, and Amon ordered again. First, push out his devil fruit mastery. Neither Marco nor Riki knew the full meaning of his words, but Kuma nodded. He put a palm on Marco's back, sending a pulse of repulsion forward. Immediately after, a bright blue paw-sized bubble came out of his body. That was the progress Marco made with his devil fruit mastery. All his years of experience with the fruit. This was something ethereal and metaphysical like pain. So Kuma could indeed reflect that. Marco screamed aloud. It was more painful than getting his skin peeled off, something he had experienced once in his life already, back when he was but a mere child. After screaming for a whole minute, Marco fell on his face while breathing heavily. The blue bubble rested ahead, and Amon nudged Riki's arm. Use a sword made of light to cut his head. I feel killing before an experiment might cause my bad karma to spike up and kill me out of bad luck. Staring at him for a second, Riki nodded and then did so. Soon Marco's head rolled on the ground with blood coming out of his severed neck. Marco was far easier to break than Gabon or Teach, who were still holding on. Marco had already spilt the beans Amon wanted to hear, so his death was only beneficial. Soon, on the fruit basket kept on the table, a normal pineapple started to turn blue, and a devil fruit materialized on it. The mythical Zoan, bird fruit, model phoenix. Amon grabbed it and flew at the giant clone Amon. Parting the giant's mouth with great strength, Amon threw the devil fruit in there and forced him to chew and gulp the fruit. With a burst of blue flame, the clone Amon stood still again. Amon smiled and his body started to grow large. Soon, he stood face to face with the other 30-feet giant. They looked like twins, except for the fact that he wore a large white jacket and pants, and the other wore black. Amon grabbed Kuma and placed him on his left palm, then guided the palm on the clone Amon who had eaten Marco's fruit. Kuma placed his hand on the chest of that Amon. The clones were merely mindless objects. They didn't have the bit of hockey that Law had. Because of that, Kuma's fruit easily worked, and soon, a blue bubble of paw, paler than the DF mastery, bubble, came out of the giant's back. Amon took a breath and put Kuma down. Then he walked behind the other Amon, and with his giant body, stepped into the bubble. That was the DNA bubble, something that held the DNA of the clone Amon. Unlike the case of cytokinesis, this held the DNA of the clone that was wielding the DNA of the phoenix fruit. The bubble sunk into Amon's original body. It didn't hurt at all, and Amon even looked to be in delight. Slowly, the entire giant bubble sunk inside Amon's body, and he heaved out a breath. Riki stared at the scene with a worried but otherwise indifferent look on her face. The AI also stayed silent the whole time. Amon's body then started to shrink back to its human size. He then walked to the other blue bubble that was shining brightly. This was human-sized. This was the DF Mastery bubble. Amon stepped into it, and it started to sink inside him as well. This one seemed to hurt based on the painful twitch on his face, but Amon still seemed excited. After a minute of silence as the light slowly subsided inside him, Amon breathed out with an expressionless face. Next, from his palm, a flickering blue flame erupted like a volcano. "Whoa, guess I'm not dead," he said with a cheeky smile on his face. From the start, he knew he wouldn't die. It would need Amon to gain omnipotence for him to stop being cautious and wary. And that was a long way ahead. He has already experimented on 7 others before. Riki sighed in relief, still curious why she was here. Chapter 242, Sumi. A huge celebration was happening in Skypia and its smaller islands scattered around the White Sea. People were enjoying their life for the past 2 weeks after their supreme ruler, Amon, took down the strongest man in the world in a single sweep. Amon was of course busy with his multiple fruit experiment as we talk, along with Riki, but the others were indeed enjoying. At first, there were only two winner candidates, Whitebeard pirates and the Marines. But now that the war has ended, the winner is apparent. Sliding between the two factions, the Einherjars grabbed the biggest benefits from the War of the Bests. The Skypians didn't miss the chance to bask in that glory. The bounties of the 7 deadly sins and their companions, Shortmotor and Yamato, were updated into a grand new number. Except for Shortmotor and Yamato, who stood at a respective 700 million and 600 million bellies, the other participants stood well above 1 billion bellies. Sin of Greed, Sumi, Bounty, 1.02 billion bellies. Sin of Sloth, Yona, Bounty, 1.23 billion bellies. Sin of Gluttony, Urage, Bounty, 1.31 billion bellies. Sin of Lust, Boa Hancock, Bounty, 1.42 billion bellies. 4 of the current 6 sins had bounties over 1 billion, while the other 2 were worth above 2 billion. For reference, Skapagaban only had a bounty of 1.98 billion berries in his prime. Though Silver's Rayleigh had 3.2 billion berries, meaning none of Amon's commanders were even close enough to Rayleigh in his prime, or maybe it's just bounty-wise. Maybe his top 2 had long since surpassed the Dark King? Amon could only guess, but he didn't cancel out the second possibility entirely. After all, it did take both Yamato and Riki's combined efforts to kill a weakened Rayleigh. But none of that concerned the Sin of Greed, Sumi, who ate on large pies one by one with a stretched-out grin. Wahaha! She laughed triumphantly. Woohoo! I did it! She cried out while her unit, behind her, cheered along. Each sin had an army of their own, though they rarely played their leaderly duties and spent time training instead, which Amon preferred. Their vice commander looked out for their army instead. But today, under their leader, the faction of Greed partied along with their captain. They shared Sumi's happy spirit, but they couldn't possibly fathom the joy Sumi was feeling. She did it. Her head finally passed the mark of 1 billion. A part of her almost didn't believe all of this. From that quiet and isolated island of Burka to here, as one of the most wanted individuals in the history of the world. Counting everyone alive, she was exactly the 15th most wanted person and the 4th most wanted woman in this world. How crazy was that? Now, nobody counted the population of this planet before, but Amon did since he was curious and bored. The Wingless Valkyries had this as a side project for decades, and only a few months ago did they complete the count. In this world, taking in only the humans and creatures who shared human intelligence, a whopping 70 billion people lived in this world. It wasn't an entirely accurate number, but it was very close. Sumi, a girl who would have lived her life quietly, having to be satisfied with nothing more than a bit of respect from some ignorant fool Birkins, now stood here, at the top 15th most known being alive in this world. Besides her, only God knew how much delight was rushing through her veins right now. Everyone, UP probably didn't know. Sumi's voice quivered, proving to her drunk state. But I am quite rich, being a sin pays well. That was true, everyone agreed. There were even rumors that a sin earned 10 million berries each month, at a minimum. That is not counting the bonus they get for recruiting/catching pirates and marines, and/or completing missions. Everyone stared at her figure as she crawled up over a table and stood up straight. From my vault, she said. I am giving out 500 million berries to be spent by my army. She cheered. Rejoice, everyone. So, she's not so greedy after all. The crowd thought in their minds, and another huge cheer blinded the whole place before it suddenly came to a stop when the sky crackled with purple lightning, indicating the displeasure and annoyance of their god. He must be busy, huh? Sumi prayed an apology, which she knew Amon could hear. And here I was planning to beg for a night in Nirvana. She sighed, shaking her head a little before her joy returned. Either way, she was going to celebrate for another 2 weeks. Not all sins were cheering with their army like Sumi. Riki was busy with Amon, and Urage was meditating under an artificial waterfall. Only Hancock and Yona were celebrating. Hancock was with her Kuja pirates, where Isa and Isa and Otama had joined too. Hancock treated them both like family, more than Riki, who kept calling her a whore, since Isa was someone who Amon seemed to care deeply about the females who didn't share a sexual relationship with him. Yona was, on the other hand, merely forced by Brooke, who was now more or less her butler, to at least do this much for her army. She would have rather slept for a month, but she was doing that since coming back from the war, tired because of the healing tear that healed her wounds. So, she decided to listen to Brooke this time, but she was taken back to her castle in New Thriller Bark after drinking too much, which was in fact just a cup of beverage. on the side of his mind. Amon, who was involuntarily observing all this, noted to make her resilient against that later on. The sins were all under Amon's observation, but there was indeed someone out of Amon's new range of awakened Garo no Mi. Yawn. Wiper yawned. Or at least his original body's range, as Amon had clones in almost every corner of the world where he cared enough to spend some attention. Such as here, at the liberated Dressrosa where his blood cousin, Wiper, was present. Asterisk gulp. After pouring the liquid through his throat, Wiper threw the glass of booze behind and wiped his lips that stretched enough to show off his smile as he walked down the busy street of Dressrosa. As he walked, his eyes moved at the posters hanging from the sky more than once. They focused on Ricky's poster briefly, before turning on his own. Seeing the flying numbers another time, he couldn't help but feel better. He also had to force his smile from widening further, fearful that his lips might separate in half. He finally did it, didn't he? Sin of Wrath, Ricky, Bounty, 2.39 billion bellies. Sin of Pride, Wiper, Bounty, 2.42 billion bellies. He finally surpassed that annoying girl. It wasn't a big difference, he knew. But he finally did it. Now only Amon was ahead of him. But Amon didn't count, not yet. For now, he was happy. More than happy, as he saw his stern expression stare down at him from the poster, his right hand shoved inside Akainu's chest. Wiper released a soft chuckle, his purple shirt glistening under the sunlight. Then, he saw the posters hanging above the sin posters. Amon's poster, showing his 5.46 billion berries bounty on display. Suddenly, Wiper felt a doubt bloom in his heart. Amon was strong now, far from his reach. He wasn't his equal anymore as Calgara's descendants. Though, were they ever equal? No. A part of him told him that. When he, the son of Viper, was thinking of beating children, Amon was there as the tribe leader already, having defeated the same Viper. Currently, the gap between them is bigger than ever. Even Wiper had felt scared when Amon killed Whitebeard as casually as beheading a goat. It was simply unbelievable. Phew. Wiper was sober again. He sighed and cracked his neck, his eyes still focused on the posters floating around the sky of Dressrosa via ropes. He was in Dressrosa, currently. He came here a week ago. The sins were allowed to celebrate as long as they wanted, but at least Wiper couldn't just accept the break when there were works left. Wiper had come here as soon as he got the order. Daffy's family was causing a ruckus in the kingdom after Daffy's death. Wiper had to come and calm things down a bit. He already had information on the family, so he skillfully avoided Sugar and ended everyone else. Sugar wasn't killed, though. She was just chained with sea stone. Monet, Sugar's sister, apparently begged Amon for days, crying and everything, before Amon allowed the survival of Sugar. But Wiper knew better. Sugar would be brainwashed the moment Amon gets a break from his work. Though Wiper didn't understand why Amon listened to a girl like Monet. He knew the story behind them. Ricky laughed to the sins about it, saying how a wishful woman was trying to seduce Amon with her beauty. Monet was supposed to seduce Amon at Daffy's command after Amon more or less took over Punk Hazard 3 years ago, after returning from Moon. Amon visited there every now and then, looking over Caesar's progress, and that was an opportunity for Monet to seduce Amon. She failed, of course. Wiper would be disappointed if Amon got seduced by someone like Monet when he had a more beautiful wife. What Wiper didn't understand was why Amon was playing around and not killing or brainwashing Monet, even though she failed. Was he perhaps attached to her? Wiper almost hit his head against a nearby wall for thinking so. He wasn't that good at reading emotions, but even he could tell Amon barely even cared about anyone who wasn't the sin or family. Maybe Amon was just bored? That seemed like a good possibility. Boredom to people with too much power always made them act strange. Wiper then shook his head and yawned. He didn't care about Amon's debauchery-filled life. Wiper was tired after work here. He rarely gets minimum sleep, and now that he knew surpassing Amon would be a long-term goal instead, he decided to enjoy his life a bit too. As he walked by the street of Dressrosa, people bowing to him in gratitude, Wiper had a strange thought crossing his mind. Maybe he should get a wife? Or a girlfriend at least. But who? The face of that blonde girl, Coney's, flashed in his mind for a second, before he shook his head. First, he hated her bitcha personality, so it was strange why her face flashed in his mind, to begin with. Second, he ain't touching any girl from Skypia, who knew what Amon did to them. Wiper walked down the street, his mind lost in thought. This time, for the first time in years, the thoughts weren't about how he would train the next day. Wiper felt the weight around his shoulders slowly pull up, as he relaxed. From the royal palace of Dressrosa, laying on the master's bed naked, Amon gave a nod, satisfied with his brainwave manipulation. For the first time in ever, it wasn't a bad type of manipulation. Chapter 243. Light. Kaido sat on his throne, his right cheek resting on his knuckles and his hand leaning on the throne's dragon-shaped arms. Using his right eye, the only one he had left, the other being destroyed years ago by the hands of a fool, Kaido stared at the bounty posters in his other hand. Amon had surpassed not only his, but also Whitebeard's bounty. He now had a whopping 5.46 billion number over his head. Kaido also got a boost in his bounty, but it wasn't worth mentioning. Not even a billion boost, so he was still at the 4.6 billion mark. This would have infuriated Kaido greatly, if not for the fact that he had seen what Amon can do with his own remaining eye. Amon was stronger, far stronger than Kaido could ever imagine. Kaido could never imagine one-shotting Whitebeard, old and weakened or not. But Amon did it. He did it when 3 additional more or less Emperor-level fighters were behind him. What stopped him from doing the same to Kaido? His defense? The draconic scales covering his skin? No, Kaido couldn't put all his trust in that. Because he was against a person who had the second stage of Conqueror's Haki, Conqueror's Coding. For all he knew, Amon could come to Onigashima right now at lightning speed and shove his palm inside his chest. Kaido was never scared, since the time he witnessed Xebec fight Roger and Garp decades ago. In that fight, when Xebec died, the fear of death was nothing but a blown-out candle flame in Kaido's heart. But now, thinking about Amon coming to Onigashima to kill him, Kaido felt a strange clutch in his gut. Fear. Truthfully, the reality of being scared of death frightened Kaido even more. He slowly looked at the poster in his hand. Amon's new bounty poster. He had his hand raised towards the camera, his red eyes cold and his horns shining because of the blood of Ace. At this sight, seeing his cold eyes but mischievous grin, Kaido got the impression of his old captain, Roxy, Xebec. There were 0 similarities between the two men's appearance, but there was that one something similar between them that Kaido couldn't quite point his finger into. Knowing that fact, the king of the beast, the strongest creature alive, Kaido the Oni, felt a trail of cold sweat run down his back, his eyes focused at the gaze of the strongest man. As Amon finished taking in the devil fruit mastery, bubble that had left the dead Trafalgar Law, he all of a sudden had the 11-year experience of Op no Mi that Law had cultivated all his life for. After consuming Marco's fruit, Amon also devoured the fruit of Law, the fruit he was most excited about. There were reasons for that, of course. He knew the people of this world just saw this as a simple ticket to immortality and nothing more. Fools. But they were fools, but Amon wasn't. It wasn't a theory this time, no, it was a logical deduction. If things were according to plan. He doubted if even an old monster like Ima could kill the current him. Right now, he was excited to mix his Urum with his other 2 fruits' powers, but before that, he turned his head to Riki with a smile. You see, Riki, I lied about my possible death. Riki gave him a dry stare but said nothing. There is actually something I have for you. Saying so, he vanished, teleporting, and reappeared with someone beside him. A copy of Riki. A clone. Riki's eyes widened before her face went red. Not by rage, but by shame as she stared at her naked clone. This dash. Cover it up. She interrupted Amon, who had started to say something, and ran to his side. She quickly materialized an armor of condensed light around the body of her copy. Sighing at her covered-up mindless clone, she turned and gave Amon a narrowed-eyed look. You didn't do anything weird to my body, right? Amon blinked at her thrice but said nothing. He instead smiled and strolled around the clone just as a fruit, a devil fruit, flickered on his palm. He flung it in the air, juggling, as Riki stared at it. It was a blue fruit. Riki almost doubted it for a copy of Amon's Gorogaro no Mi, but she recalled Amon's was a shining pineapple, and this was a pale guava. Then, as she glanced at the white cracks encircling around the fruit, as if it was made of broken glass, Riki suddenly carried a different idea. Brother, she scowled. What are you planning this time? Why the hell was he giving her the strongest paramecia? The fruit fell back to Amon's hand, and he gave her a smile that Riki hated quite a bit, because it was a smile she couldn't see through. Amon's lips stretched. Whatever it is, you will love it. The next day, in the early morning, Amon stood by the window with an expressionless face. The god shrine was a 10-story building now, with each story compact with things Amon needed daily. On the top floor, just below the roof, Amon stood beside the window while wearing a casual white shirt. His eyes were low on the ground where a celebration was happening, even so early in the morning. His people really took this as a massive victory. He knew why. The number of people joining the wingless Valkyries and allying with Enhergers was almost 4 times more than before. From the spot God's shrine stood, meaning a few hundred meters up in the sky, Amon could still see everything clearly with not only his eyes but with the stretched-out electromagnetic field present in the atmosphere as well. He could see everything in a circle of 1,000 kilometers from his body. It felt strange, seeing things like this in his brain. It's been almost 3 months since he first awakened his fruit, yet it still felt odd. Unusual. He guessed it would need a bit more time to get used to it completely. Then a small smirk formed on his lips all of a sudden. One of his clones was observing a group of people who called themselves the New Roger Pirates. Those old idiots. They were the relics of the past, and they should have stayed like that. Yet, there they were, trying to take revenge. Amon couldn't help but laugh a little. Then again, he would have hunted down and killed them anyway as soon as he got the chance. So he guessed he would play with them a little, more so since they seemed so eager. Before that, though, he had more things to worry about. The 2 remaining emperors of the sea must die. A part of him hoped otherwise. He could have taken them in as underlings and made them his executives when he ruled over the world just 3 or 4 years later. But they were stubborn people of the old era, even Shanks. They would rather die than bow down and accept orders. He didn't need such people. He planned to attack Kaido just a month from now on, and then Shanks. There was no need to keep cannon like before, no need to wait for the 9 scabbards, no need to wait for anyone. Amon was strong now. He could handle any butterfly effect with a smile on his face. Evaluating the grand scheme of things, he was about to take his first step towards absoluteness by taking over this whole planet. After that, he would need to up his game a little. Amon chuckled instinctively and groaned at the same time. A part of him wanted to destroy things. The part that taking in Big Mom's blood brought in him. But it was suppressed, and he believed it would vanish in a few years or so. He was, after all, not fond of being chaotic without any reason. Then he sensed someone close to his room. Footsteps came forward and then 2 knocks fell on the door. Bro. He turned to the door, his back leaning against the window, and used his electricity to open the door from here. The door creaked open, and Riki stumbled as if she was leaning on the door frame. She steadied herself quickly before shaking her head and taking a graceful step forward. She was being graceful. Amon almost deadpanned. He did deadpan when he saw her face. Why are you dressed like a clown? Riki, with light makeup on, blinked rapidly before frowning. Hey, I put in the effort to look good. Don't make fun of me. Amon smirked at her. Why? Are you not confident in your natural beauty? She seemed to almost start an argument, but she held back and cleared her throat. She then took a pose with her finger on her face. Anyway, how do I look? Riki wore a black kimono with colorful flowers sewn on it. There was yellow nail polish on her fingertips, and a small red pig hung from her ear like an earring. Her previously messy hair was cut straight and hair strands loomed over her cheeks from her head. You look bad. I'm not lying. He was indeed lying. She looked so beautiful that he would have been surprised if Riki had suddenly come in front of him like this. But he saw her dress up with his awakened senses already before, so there was no room for surprise. But of course, Riki didn't know that. Her pose dropped, she gave him a disapproving look, and turned around to leave the room. Wait, hey, I was joking. Amon laughed on the window, almost tumbling down twice just as one of his clones returned by grabbing Riki by the shoulders. Riki grumped at him. It took me 7 hours to put this on, you know. Amon still couldn't fathom why she needed to do it. But he apologized. But before he could do so, she interrupted. It's my birthday. Don't tell me you forgot. Amon shrugged immediately. How could I? Remember, I gave you a second powerful devil fruit as a birthday gift just yesterday. Riki narrowed her eyes, but shrugged her shoulders and walked closer, standing by his side on the window. Brother. She turned to him. What would you do after taking over the world and everything? I want to know all of a sudden. She stared at his eyes just as Amon did the same. He wondered what made her so curious. Chapter 244. What would you do after taking over the world and everything? I am curious all of a sudden. Amon stared at Riki briefly before turning his face outside the window to observe the celebration below. A cup of coffee appeared in his hand, and he took a small sip. I thought you knew already, he muttered, not looking at her eyes. Riki shrugged. I was just guessing until now, you know. I thought you would just keep taking over planets after planets one by one. galaxy by galaxy, and therefore one day take over the entire universe, if that's even possible. She turned her gaze to him. But I recently had an epiphany. Yesterday, you gave me such a powerful devil fruit. Raki clenched her fist as she said that, and immediately a half-transparent orb the size of a football formed around her fist. Don't mean any ungratefulness, she scowled as the orb disappeared. But you are a really selfish piece of garbage. I wasn't expecting you to just suddenly give me a second fruit. If anything, I thought you'd at least keep the process a secret. Amon raised an eyebrow at her, and a few seconds passed in silence. Finally, he chuckled and tapped on her forehead. Even if you say I am selfish, I thought you took yourself as someone special, someone who even this selfish me had a special place for. Did you change your mind? Raki averted her gaze this time. The conversation topic was shifting, but this wasn't bad either. I don't see any way where I am different from, let's say, Robin. You call her your sister, and you do the same to me. She paused and sighed and then met his eyes. If you are pretending to love her, then what makes me different? Raki swallowed in uncertainty and gave Amon a look with her lips thinned. Who is to say you truly care for me? Amon went silent again, and the room suddenly grew terribly silent. She was going through an existential crisis of some sort. Was it the fact that Viper now has more bounty than her? Amon pondered for a moment with his face expressionless. The silence stretched, and he stood face to face with Raki. Raki had gone through such thoughts and crises before too, but she quickly forgot about it in a few days and even a few hours. She had never actually consulted about this face-to-face with him. That was concerning for Amon. His immediate reply, if he was in the mode of a joke, would have been, "Why do you even think I care?" But this is not a joking matter. Moreover, it would be a lie if he were to say he didn't care for her. Raki was certainly more than someone like Hancock, who was just a glorified meatbag if anything else. Amon knew why that was the case. But will Raki understand if he explained outright? These days, there was no need for him to manipulate people, as he had the actual raw power to just get what he wanted. But the matter of fact was, Amon was still a manipulative scumbag on the inside. He could just lie to her, like always. Or actually, tell the truth. Multiple thoughts ran by his brain, and he saw multiple futures where this could go wrong. If he took one wrong step, Raki might go rogue, and he might have to do the unpleasant task of killing her. Finally, he smiled at her as he decided on one choice. It wasn't the best choice or the most logical choice, but it was something where he wouldn't need to make up lies entirely. He knew, even knowing the truth, Raki would be fine. I see the problem you are facing, Amon said, and Raki scowled. Oh, you do. A deep sigh left Amon's lips before he looked deep into her eyes. Caring for someone is just the reactions of some certain chemical blendings in our body. Sometimes, someone smiling at you can make your day bright, but at the same time someone else doing the same would make you scowl, Amon said. Rather than something like soul or will, it's instead all a messy work of chemicals in our body. At least, for the most part. It can cause multiple problems. For exactly that reason, I have it turned off, mostly, which I did using Psi kick in. Because of that, it's more or less impossible for me to care for someone deeply enough, let alone come to love them. This wasn't a lie. He's been doing it since the day he learned to control his body using the technique. Meaning, since he was a 5-year-old child. Nobody else other than him knew that, of course. He turned his head to Raki, locking his gaze with her wide eyes. Truth is, I can't trust people, Amon said. I can indeed like them, but if I keep liking them, at one stage I would care enough to trust them too much. That's why I stop myself from liking people too much, thus making it possible for me to not care and therefore not trust them too much. He stared at her scowling face. You think that's edgy? Amon chuckled. It was very edgy, but there were reasons behind it. Looking at Raki's shocked face, as she stared at him as if looking at an alien, Amon continued. There are reasons, of course. A human, from birth, is untrusting. The human brain sees everyone around it as an enemy, as people who it needs to stay away from. On top of that, for me the main reason for the lack of trust would be Viper's father, Viper. I am sure you don't remember the story since you weren't even born then, but I guess you heard about it before. Raki thought for a second before nodding. I was almost killed by Viper, Viper's father who is also my uncle, just a month after I was born. You can only imagine what emotional mutation a child's brain, which I said is very cautious of others from birth, might go through in such a scenario. Amon shrugged and took a sip from the cup. I blame that for my, well, sociopathy. That wasn't entirely true, But he couldn't explain the actual truth without revealing his reincarnation. The actual truth for his lack of trust and care for anyone would be his past life, mostly. His soul was scarred to not care and trust anyone who wasn't family, and the scar in his newborn brain just strengthened the resolve. This scar he could heal by self-therapy, by going deep inside his mind, by manipulating his neurons and then healing it slowly. But it would destroy the whole foundation of who is Amon. It was like killing your own soul for a new one to take over you. You'd still be you, but not exactly. That's why, even right now, he had his Same kickin' working inside his body, molding his hormones to keep calm. To just not care. At the first stage of my life, Amon sighed and looked outside again. Well, I wouldn't say I am not a monster already, but I would have been worse if not for Isa. She saved my life, took care of me, and even gave me the impression of an actual aunt. So please don't assume I am just a computer running on codes. He then looked at her again. You, on the other hand. Amon chewed on his lips for words, which shocked Riki. Amon never had to think so much. The first time we properly met, I had already decided to make you stronger than anyone else on the tribe, so that you could one day be the perfect ally to me. Tool, you mean? Riki said dryly. Oh, self-conscious. I like it. Riki didn't say anything and Amon continued with a chuckle. This was exactly why he liked her. He sipped his coffee while casually staring at the sky. That continued for years, and by then, one would hope my mental scars and stuff would be healed and all, but I was already keeping my body's chemicals under control. I couldn't care less for anyone around me, other than Isa. He gave her an expressionless look. Even you were but a tool, as you said yourself. Riki looked hurt, but she swallowed it and thought about his wording. He said. Amon observed her face, and a faint smile formed on his lips. Then I learned something new. People care for their creation more than anything, even if they force themselves not to. A swordsmith can apparently get very attached to the sword he made, an intimate object, enough to sacrifice lives for it. And a father who never met his daughter ever before can get teary at their first meeting 13 years later. That's what had happened with you and me. Amon's words lingered in the room for minutes before he spoke again. Robin is, well, also a tool. But she is a tool made by someone else, and I just modified her a bit. You, on the other hand, are 100% made by me. Likewise, in a sense, I am like a parent to you. Your whole existence is here because of me. He said in a casual tone as his last words rang in Riki's head like a loud bell. Minutes passed again, and Amon kept his eyes on her shaking fingers while sipping tea casually. So, the difference between me and Robin is that she is a tool you don't care about, and I am a tool that you are attached to. Amon stared at her again. You underestimate your worth. He finally said. You are someone who bypassed whatever mental scar I have, and managed to get my true recognition. It was more of an achievement than Riki could ever know. Amon wouldn't open up to anyone right now that he was about to take over the world, which would give even the people inside his own army a desire for the throne of God just a few decades in. For example, Sumi was greedy. She was content with everything she had right now, but for how long? Even a mosquito can kill an elephant by sucking the blood on his brain, and anyone who Amon trusted would be in his brain, in his base. Considering that, it is no less achievement than finding the one piece that Riki was someone Amon trusted so much, someone he cared so much. Looking at her skeptical expression, Amon threw the cup of coffee out the window and pinned her against the wall. He looked down on her. Imagine if I explained to Robin what she was to me, like I am doing to you. How do you think she will react? Riki stared at the hand pinning her shoulders and answered. She will probably go crazy? I don't know. She would at the very least start to scream in horror and disbelief. And compared to that, what would you say your reactions are like? Amon took his hand back and stared at her eyes. That is the difference between you and Robin. You won't care what I think of you. Even if I hate you like how a rat does a cat, you wouldn't hate me back. Riki stayed silent, her face expressionless. Amon sighed and rubbed his temple. The deep manipulative part of him didn't want to be so open with her like this, but he couldn't help it. I stopped thinking of you as a tool entirely after 2 years on the moon. I turned off my passive mental mechanism for you. Only you would be able to make me care for you more than I did by then already. But it was too late by then, you know. By then, you were already obsessed with me, obsessed like a cub with a lion. That, miss, is why I love you so much. Suddenly, Riki raised her head up to meet his gaze with wide eyes. I might sound like I am hoaxing, but I actually like your presence. Raki's thin lips formed a barely recognizable smile, and she heaved a huge breath that she was holding in until now. Bastard. She rubbed her eyelids with her fingers. Go die in a gutter. She was clearly sad and on the verge of breaking at his open confession. Amon doubted she would go rogue, but he knew Raki was almost about to go dry and empty, as if someone proved to a priestess that her god is fake. Amon smiled at her and rested his hand on her chin. I won't die. Not yet. I have a universe to conquer, and then kill some flies in another dimension. Some flies would be some certain people from his past life, but that he would only do when he becomes absolute in at least this universe. Raki couldn't know what he meant, and just took it as a metaphor, and nodded. She wiped her eyes with her sleeves and then walked closer to Amon. Amon knew what was about to happen, and he didn't stop her. Raki tiptoed, now tall enough to meet his eyes, and then pressed her lips with his. A deep sigh of relief left Amon. This at least meant he won't have to kill her, the only person he could love without any reason forcing him. Even the care for Isa started to just repay her debts, but Raki was different. Amon wrapped his hands around her, with her lips pressing on his as her lipstick painted his lips red. After a minute, she raised her head to meet his as he stared at her a bit shocked. Don't pretend to be shocked. She grumbled. Would you even be shocked if the sun collapsed? His shocked expression turned amused as he thought for a moment. Let's see, based on our sun's age, it would need another 3 billion years for it to actually die out. So yes, I will be shocked if it suddenly collapses now. Raki stared at him briefly, her eyes teary from before, and kissed him again. After this kiss broke, Amon wiped lipstick from his lips. Wait, did you put makeup on just to fuck me? Raki didn't say anything this time. So Amon walked to the center of the room and pushed her down on the bed instead. Remember, he said, you made the first move. She nodded slowly. Chapter 245, Electro. After she got pushed down on the bed, Red Eyes met Golden, and he grinned softly. How do you want me to continue? It was a question Raki didn't need an explanation on. Did she want him to be gentle or rough? In fact, the reality that she got to decide it made her surprised. Raki stared at his eyes with calm eyes, but her face was already as red as a tomato. Just do what you'll do to some other girl. Her hand was softly laid on the bed as Amon gave her a shake of his head. As I said, you are not like some other girl, . Raki's face reddened further, and she gave a nod before raising her hand in the air, gesturing to him for a hug. Hug me. Amon did so. He leaned over and twisted her body to be on top of his, and laid down on his back. Raki laid on his chest, his heart thumping on her ears in a natural rhythm which made her realize how chaotic of a state her own heart was in. She feared he could hear the sound with his barriers. Maybe her brother was holding back his excitement using Simi-Kicken? If not, it didn't make much sense. He did just confess to her, after all. Childish sadness almost leaked out to her lowered face, but before it could grow, his heart suddenly started to beat faster, louder. She didn't raise her head to meet his, because she knew he was smirking playfully at her. She just played right into his trap. To make him pay, she lowered her hand while laying flat on top of him. Her hand reached down on his crotch, and she froze despite her daring attitude a second ago. His growing rod of flesh started to enlarge like a snake evolving into a dragon, and she felt more heat rush to her cheeks. Raki pressed her face further down and took in a breath. It's big, she muttered, but only heard a very brief laugh. Surprisingly, it came with a groan. Raki's eyes sparkled at this. She seemed to have found a weak spot. Her hand that had frozen to place before started to move, and she rubbed her long fingers around his length. Her brother didn't protest at all, which gave her a leeway to go beyond. But before she could do so, Amon's hand reached out and dropped on her soft kimono-covered but cheeks with a light thump. Raki was surprised at the sudden gesture, and a moan found a way out of her mouth. A small bolt of electricity trailed around her body in an instant, and she clenched her thighs around him. See, cheater. It wasn't fair. He was using his devil fruit. Raki didn't have any such techniques where she could sexually pleasure someone with her devil fruit dash. The thought stopped in her mind. Wait. Her eyes suddenly shone, and she wrapped all her fingers around his shaft, or at least the fraction she could do with the trousers above it. Even then, her hand was too small to cover all his length. But this will work too. An orb of transparent white formed around her hand, and immediately controlled pressure fell over his shaft. As expected, she heard a soft groan from him, but she couldn't bask in pride just as the intensity of his electricity jumped up, and she yelped out an unexpected moan. Oh, oithing. His hands squeezed her, but in long elongated fingers sunk into her soft flesh. Her body was muscular and her flesh was hard, but as a girl, her ass and breast were soft, softer than they should have been with all the muscle on the other parts. Her kimono was made of thin silk, so his hand could feel her skin almost as much as he would without the cloth to protect her. Somehow, this was lewder than touching naked. Her left leg curled upwards at the thought, giving her ass a better angle. Riki heaved out a breath and raised her head at him. "Oh, the rabbit is coming out of its hole." Amon smirked at her. "Are you having a fun time, sis?" She glared at him for a second. Then she withdrew her hand back from his length and leapt for his neck instead. She used her partial Zoan transformation to summon fangs and proceeded to bite on Amon's neck. At the same time, her hands wrapped around his head passionately. Amon winced but said nothing. Instead, he took action. His fingers that were digging into her ass lowered down further. It slipped below her curled-up legs but cheek and played at the surface of her clitorises. Riki bit down on his neck extra hard, but his wound was healing as it was getting hurt. The power of the phoenix was truly gorgeous. Instead, Inji Chin. It was Riki who moaned again just as Amon sent jolts of lightning through her private region towards her brain. Her inner thighs clenched around themselves, and she withdrew her fangs. Sliding towards his ear, she breathed in and out while whispering, "I love your touch so much." Against her tummy that was pressed down on his body, she felt Amon's erection grow at the words. This made her smile a little. Her hand slipped down his white shirt and rested on his hard and solid chest. It gave her a strange sense of calmness which caused her breathing to even out. Then, she raised her face again to meet his. This time, he didn't smirk teasingly, and instead he gave her a fond smile. "You look beautiful today." Riki felt her gaze grow hotter because her face couldn't anymore. She curled her lips upwards and leaned over again. Her lips slowly pressed down on his and her tongue invaded his mouth. His tongue buzzed with electricity while hers shook like a vibrator. The two magically enhanced tongues clashed, but Riki couldn't win without using more force, which might cause his jaws to pop open, so she accepted her defeat as seconds passed. His hand moved from her ass, trailing down her flesh with a soft and careful touch. He rested his palm over her waist and wrapped his arms around. At the same time, Riki clasped Amon's face with her hands. Her tongue submitted to his, and their breaths came jagged. The sound of slurping filled the room as they sucked each other's tongues, gulping their saliva and pressing their soft lips together. Riki could feel the tension in her forehead soften out, relief and pleasure replacing it as she enjoyed her tongue getting dominated and overwhelmed by her brothers. A sigh of extreme relief left her even amidst all the pleasure. She was here, with the person she loved in every way possible. She feared all her life that her brother saw her as nothing more than an actual sister before she started to doubt herself recently. Part of her hoped for the truth to be that Amon pretended to see her as a sister, and that she was just a tool in the end. Because frankly, if her brother said he couldn't see her romantically, and she was nothing more than a sibling to him, she would have been more hurt than when she heard him explain how he toyed with her mind. She truthfully didn't care about the latter at all. Her relief let more pleasure find its place in her as a hand made of solid electricity tickled the border of her pussy. Jolts of lightning caused her to clench her inner walls tighter just as she felt something building up inside her. Their kiss started to turn from gentle to fierce with Amon's arms pulling her closer to his body, causing her breasts to push tighter to him. Riki moaned aloud in extreme pleasure inside his mouth, and just then her kimono got wet from the juice spraying out of her pussy. Their kiss broke and Riki gasped for a large breath. Amon was breathing heavily too, below her, but he easily regained his composure while she had to stare down at him with a heaving chest. That was. She huffed. Awesome. Her kimono was now wet, so she had to take it off. That thought alone caused her to bite down on her lower lip and curl her toes up. She met his red eyes with her golden ones shining from the sunlight falling on the bed, and he gave her a strangely fond smile. He smiled a lot, she knew that, but none of them were fond. It was a rare thing, and even then it was pretentious. But this time, she would bet her soul against a rat's tail that the smile he was wearing was 100% genuine. Riki would have much liked to go down to the floor and take off her clothes normally, but she knew how others enjoyed seeing her stripped down from her experience with some girls. So she stood up above Amon, her two legs stepping on either side of his body. Then, she loosened the belt around her kimono as it twisted and parted open. From the reflection of Amon's eyes, she could see the slim line of her naked body that wore no undergarment below. She tried to make a teasing smile at him, but her lips quivered as he observed her body with an amused gaze. He looked as if he was watching a little girl trying to drive a car. She clicked her tongue but still took off her kimono in a deliberately slowed motion. Slowly, very gradually, she slid the cloth from over her chest. Her 2 white marshmallows sprung out and her hardened pink nipples caught his eyes. Just to interrupt his view, she then slid out her right hand, and then her left from the kimono's top. Then, with nothing restraining the cloth, she dropped it down as it fell down on top of Amon's abdomen. Looking down, Riki forced her eyes to not move upwards and meet his own. But curiosity won her out, and she saw his eyes calmly observing her body, her breast, her nape, her waist, her hard abs, and then her crotch. It's more beautiful seeing in person. Riki would have smiled at the compliment, but his wording caused her to freeze. In person. What did that mean? Was he perhaps spying on her? He gave her a chuckle. I haven't told you? After awakening, I can now see everything in a large area. See, as in the same with my eyes. I couldn't control it at first, so I inevitably had to watch you change clothes a few times before. No big deal. Her face brightened up further, which seemed to surprise Amon based on his raised eyebrow. Riki's body trembled in shame as she remembered all the 46 times she has pleasured herself while muttering his name the past 3 months. Did he see her all that time? The expression she made? Her hands instinctively jumped over to cover her face, and she murmured an insult. She also closed her spread leg by jumping on top of his chest, though that only gave the person below a display of her breasts. She realized it soon and tried to move again, but Amon twisted his waist left, causing her to fall face first. Before she could hit the bed, hands made of electricity caught her midair, and she softly landed beside him. Amon got up and crawled over her. His red eyes stared at her for a second while he kept smiling. Cute little girl. Trying to ignore the shame, she glared at him at the mention of little, and even in her shame, she highlighted her breasts by taking a breath in. Where do you see little? Amon gave her a smirk and reached out a hand for her not-so-little boobs. His hand rested on her left breast and gave a squeeze. She moaned softly at this, but Amon didn't stop. He wrapped 2 fingers around her nipple and pinched it hard. Riki winched, containing a moan, but his fingers suddenly started to radiate extreme pleasure directly to her brain. It was a mixture of phoenix fire and electricity. Unable to bear it, Riki's tongue jumped out and she gasped out a moan. Oh, brother. Her inner thighs clenched themselves, love juice building inside her again as Riki moaned like a little girl seeing a ghost. With his left hand playing with her breast, Amon led his right down to her crotch. Riki seemed barely hesitant at first, but she started to openly resist the moment 2 of Amon's heated fingers slid inside her dripping wet cunt. Riki moaned aloud again. That's too much. Riki moaned like an animal in heat, coming another time as her breath came short. She looked in for an excuse. Wait. She cried. Let me do something too. At this, Amon stopped moving his fingers inside her and met her gaze. I don't want to be in the receiving line. I already came twice. She breathed in and out. I want to pleasure you too. Amon raised an amused eye and then slumped down beside her. Riki sighed, relieved. Amon was using a lot of power to pleasure her. Because of her Zoan, it would be impossible to even make her flinch with a bolt below 500 million volts. So it was certain that Amon wasn't holding back. This meant, with her new fruit, there is a chance that Riki could overpower him. So she knew what she must do. She crawled between his legs and felt his length on her hand from above his trousers. She was about to remove his trousers, but Amon made a disapproving sound. No, not like that. Put your ass here, towards my face. Her eyes spun, and she felt dizzy all of a sudden. She had made other girls eat her out before, but this was Amon, her brother. How could she stay calm with his eyes staring at her ass? She gulped in the air as she realized there was no other way. So she slowly spun around and pushed her ass towards Amon's face. Amon gave her an approving sound and she gulped in again. Then, slowly, to avert her attention, she started to pull down his trousers. As she did, the trousers lowered and slowly a large, thick and long dragon curled out from under there. Riki's pupils shook at the sheer size as she bit her lip down. That would go inside her. She felt more excited than before all of a sudden. How good will that feel? Riki wasn't into pushing anything intimate, a toy or anything at all, inside her. The limit was her fingers, so she didn't know much about how big things would feel inside. But, considering that thing even fits inside Robin and others, it would fit inside her too. She could only imagine the pleasure at that. Riki gulped her saliva, licked the border of her dried-up lips, and took out her tongue to give his shaft a lick. It shook, trembling softly from her warm touch as she giggled. That was surprisingly cute for a thing this big. Muttering to herself, Riki parted her mouth wide and took on his shaft inside her mouth. She realized how hard it was immediately. First, she didn't have any prior experience, and second, this thing was too big. It filled every corner of her mouth, and she looked like she had puffed her cheeks out. She breathed in and out for a while, grateful that Amon wasn't touching her yet, because if he did, she wouldn't be in any place to suck him at all. As she calmed down some breaths later, Riki moved her mouth up and then lowered it. His dick twitched inside her mouth immediately, and she again heard that groan that gave Riki satisfaction beyond anything. She was giving him pleasure. That thought released all the unconformable air from before as she started to bobble her head up and down. Immediately after, his hands that were until now resting down plummeted on her butt. She held back a moan, but that failed when she felt something soft and slimy slowly creak into her private region. Riki's lower lip split apart as Amon's tongue invaded inside. She immediately moaned with his dick in her mouth. But he didn't stop there. With a groan of his own, his hand sunk deep into her soft and perky butt, and Amon threw in threads of electricity inside her body. Her body shook and trembled as Riki felt a buzzing feeling invade her mind from the point of his tongue. She could resist with her hockey, but what's the fun in that? Instead, she used her own powers. Her new powers of Guragura no Mi. Her tongue shook like a vibrator and wrapped around his length with the force of a snake. She felt his dick harden further all of a sudden and start to twitch. But she couldn't become blissful in joy as she felt her own insides clench on her brother's tongue. His tongue twisted and jerked inside her pussy like a dragon, compared to her meager snake-like one, and she felt more liquid start to build inside her. Riki didn't release his dick from her mouth, and she felt Amon only widen his own. Both of them, at the same time, released their loads in each other's mouths. With a twist, Amon's thick and white semen leapt out, spraying on her tongue, her teeth, her gum, and all over her mouth. His dick twitched another time, and then another. This happened a few times, and Riki almost felt like choking on the white cream sliding down her throat. At the same time, Riki had a pleasurable orgasm which caused her to squirt out sprays of love juice out from her pussy. Not even a drop fell to the bed as Amon's lips were clamped tight around her skin, so all the love nectar entered his mouth. At the same time, Riki and Amon gulped in the love juice of each other. Riki had to take out her mouth and raise her head upwards to do so, but Amon stayed in his position. A few breaths later, as Riki tried to calm down, she noticed the state of the room they were in. This was the room on the highest floor of God's shrine, but it's above most clouds. Yet, outside the window, everything was shrouded with a veil of white clouds. She couldn't see anything below. Some even entered this room, giving a heavenly touch to it. MHM. She inclined her head towards it. Feels great. Like we are fucking at the top of a cloud fortress. The second the words left her, she felt herself getting pushed down by Amon on top of her. He leaned closer to her face with his smile and moved. You do realize we aren't fucking yet, don't you? Say that after I invade that precious spot of yours. Her face was red all the time they have spent in this room, but the hue had calmed down by now. Yet, as he said those words, the hue increased again. Stop sounding so lewd. She pleaded and tried to smack him in the chest, but she then realized her hands were restrained, pushed down by her brother. As much as I would like to let you lead the battle, I would rather have my way already. Do you mind? Riki's sight spun, and she nodded slowly. Immediately after, she felt her breath shake as Amon leaned down and kissed her nape. Her face jerked to the other side, a soft whimper leaving her nose, as Amon's lips sucked on her nape like a thirsty vampire. He released her hands, reaching out for her pussy and breasts, and she whispered further. This was it. She never felt like this. She only imagined it. All the other times she had played with different girls, it was she who was in charge. She wanted to always feel what it felt to be on the downside, but she knew nobody else would be able to keep her in place. Only her brother could. She realized she won't be able to play around with girls after this. She wouldn't just get the same feeling. But then again, not like her brother would allow that after he is claiming her like this. Her unrestrained hands jumped over his back and her fingers dug in. It clawed out on his shirt and dug into his flesh softly. She knew this much wouldn't hurt him, so she only enjoyed the touch in her breast, nape, and pussy. She didn't resist this time. She realized she would be overpowered either way. So instead, as the buzzing feeling of electricity, which was suddenly more pleasant than before, increased, she enjoyed the numb pleasure spread across her body. Two of her brother's fingers played with the walls inside her pussy, pushing and sweeping across the flesh, and slowly Riki felt the same feeling of having something gather in her lower abdomen again. Both Amon and Riki were people with soaring stamina and strength. By no normal means would they reach climax in a matter of minutes, but it was happening because both of them were using the most powerful magical devil fruits in their own category. So, in a few more seconds, Riki climaxed again. Her moan was ear-piercing as she let her feelings flow naturally. Her mouth was cloudy, smoke coming out at each breath, as Amon withdrew his fingers back, a trail of sticky juice sticking to them. She gaped for another time as Amon's love juice-covered finger pushed inside her mouth. His thumb pressed against her teeth gun. She moaned again, and another fountain of squirt left her immediately. He trailed off, his gaze looking over her. What's up? I never thought of you as a masochist. She smiled with his finger in her mouth. She felt his fond gaze turn calm for a second as he stared at her. Of course, she liked being treated like this, but not because she was a masochist. Riki giggled. I like it in every way you may treat me. Amon nodded as if he had expected such an answer already. His fond smile returned and he withdrew his hand back from her mouth. As she started to calm her breathing, Amon started to take off his clothes. Her brother's shirt had already torn apart in the back and some buttons were already stripped. He slowly unknotted them and then slid his shirt out of his body. His rocky build came to view, solid as stone, his chest broad as a mountain. He then took off his trousers as his muscular legs also came into view. She didn't focus much on his view, but the side glances were already enough to make her heart pump slightly faster, which surprised her to even know it was possible. Then, he leaned down and pushed her leg aside as she lay on the bed. Their eyes met, he nodded, and she inclined her head. With silent words, they exchanged thoughts and Amon placed his dick at her entrance. Her brother slowly pushed his length inside her. Now, unlike before, she did worry if that would truly fit inside her or not. But as the length pushed inside her, inch by inch, hindered by nothing with her hymen being broken years ago in training, he pushed, pain incoming along with it, and she endured. A crispy blue flame rose from within his length, carrying a healing effect, but Riki shook her head. Don't, she said to her brother. He stared at her and then nodded. He knew what she meant. She wanted to enjoy everything about today, even the pain. The healing fire of Phoenix vanished and the pain returned. Her own Zoan healing was working to fix it, but it was not that fast in her human form, so it didn't matter much. Amon leaned over her, his gaze looking at her like a guardian angel because of his now spread white wings, and she smiled at him. Don't you look alluring? He said through a smile. For a Gadair, you are more beautiful than you deserve to be. Usually, your type doesn't win. She didn't know what he meant, since she wasn't in touch with the term he used, but she just beamed a weak smile. The pain had disappeared by now, and the horny was just getting spiked up. He smiled at her too, and she gave him a nod. Again, in silent exchange, they conveyed their emotions and Amon pushed a bit deeper. MMHM. Riki contained a moan, giggling at the same time as Amon leaned over and kissed her mouth. Cleansing fire entered her mouth first, to clean the stain of cum from her mouth, but she didn't mind him not wanting to suck on his own cum. Riki's hands wrapped around his, and she separated her mouth to mutter the words she hadn't said yet. I love you. Amon stared at her again, his eyes softening, and he sighing to himself, as if accepting a truth. With a smile, he replied, I love you too. Riki didn't know, but this was his first time telling that to someone while having sex. He usually refrained from saying so in the bed, but she was nonetheless filled with extreme delight. She didn't have to plead, as Amon moved his hips back and struck forward. Her finger clenched on his back. Oh my G-dash. She couldn't finish her line as Amon thrust again. Her previous fond feelings faded and only pleasure remained. Her brother gave a smile amidst his pistons. Were you calling me God? No need. Just call me a brother like you always. She gave him a comical glare but smiled nonetheless. Tivin, Ooni-sama. Please continue. Riki grinned seeing his raised eyebrow. I learned it from. Riki's lips made a weird sound and she screamed out the next words. Odama. At his small chuckle, she felt her walls clench on his dick. Lighting radiated from the tip of his shaft, but she didn't have the power to spare attention to use her own power. She gave up and enjoyed it as Amon picked up her body halfway to the bed by her waist as her arms and head hung limply behind her. Why is it so big? Her moans were muffled, her eyes watery and her saliva trailing down her lips. Riki moaned again as Amon leaned over and sucked her nipples. Her sweating skin shone under the bright sunlight peeking from the clouds as he struck deep inside her pussy. His dick hit the entrance of her womb every time, and she only felt strength leaving her body. Riki's body twisted all of a sudden as he licked her collarbone. Inji chin Inji. Through clenched teeth, foam came out and she looked at Amon with shaky eyes. His hips didn't stop moving even once, the speed increasing every time, as the sound of his thrust was starting to defame her. Did he fuck every girl like this? No, they'd die. Riki realized Amon was going all out. No other girl other than her until now must have been able to withhold this much. The pleased smile on his face, that of a pleased father, more than a guy fucking her right now, stared at her, and she returned it with a weak but cheeky grin of her own. Why you never told me, she moaned. That. Sex felt so good. He kissed her again, releasing a load of cum inside her womb this time. She also released her squirt, as she enjoyed his kiss for a while. When he separated, he gave her a grin. Sex doesn't feel good if you're fucking just anyone, especially girls who don't have the actual thing like you have done until now. She winced at the silent jab. I am just built different. She didn't argue with him since he seemed to devote a part of his time to fucking girls for fun. Instead, she enjoyed the shake of her hips, the jiggle of her breasts, and her own moans as Amon continued to pump into her. Why you know, brother? She yelled in his ears, held high in the air by her ass as Amon stood straight. Her legs were wrapped around his waist, and her hands were around his neck. I have decided to not touch any more girls. Her voice rippled in the room as if she had just talked into a spinning fan. Amon pushed her back against the wall and kissed her lightly. If you still wanted to fuck girls after this, he huffed, the sound of his thrusts deafening. I would be ashamed as a male. He gave her a prideful smile, but it wasn't arrogant. She giggled at the joke as saliva trailed around the room from the point of her tongue. Seconds later, their two love nectar met and trailed down on the floor. Riki clasped his face lovingly in her hand, gazing deep into her eyes. I never thought I could fall in love with you more than I already do. Amon just raised an eyebrow. I see. That just means you didn't love me enough. She smiled brightly. Then make me love you more. With a grin, Amon put Riki down and then pushed her against the railing of the window. I will. As her hands grabbed the railing of the window, Riki clenched on her pussy as his dick invaded her again. This time, to take revenge, she focused her fruit's power more than before. But, with a threatening crack in the space, his hips thrust into her as the impact point coiled up with black lightning. Riki's face went pale and she moaned out a yell. Not fair. His conqueror's hockey-coated length bypassed even her womb and pumped deeper into her flesh. With a louder yell, Riki moaned like a dragon which echoed through the whole Skypia. The celebration below froze for a moment, everyone's observation hockey trying to peek at the source, but she felt Amon's hockey rise like a protective wall and block all the incoming extended senses. They tried for a while, more clearly cautious of an enemy attack, but Riki didn't care. She kept yelling in shock and pleasure as Amon's cock throbbed inside her like an electrified rod. A pulse of pleasure went to her head as she suddenly felt a pull by her hair. Unrestrained pleasure filled her whole being as she felt her brother handle her roughly. Her back hit his chest, and he wrapped his other arm around her abdomen. With his other, releasing her hair, he sunk his finger in her right breast. She heaved out softly at the chance to take a breath and giggled amidst the unimaginable pleasure. I love you, you bastard. Amon kissed her and sucked her tongue in response. After that, he bent her over again and pushed inside her not anymore virgin pussy in a thrill. His dick started to twitch again, backlighting crackling at the same time. Riki had come multiple times since he started using his CC, but as he was about to come, she was about to as well. With a chirp, Riki begged for it. Yes, do me harder. Amon's wings pulled her hands backwards, his hands squeezing her butt. Her well-built back, her muscles, tightened up in front of his eyes as he observed it with his eyes pleased. Riki felt his final thrust incoming, and she held on for one last second. Then his space cracked at the impact point of two hips. They both released their loads again. Riki's hands plunged back on the railing as Amon withdrew his wings, his dick slipping out of her pussy. Done already? Riki asked by peeking from the side with a cheeky grin, but her eyes were half closed. Amon looked at her, perfectly healthy, and while he was sweating he didn't seem tired at all. With a chuckle, he put her on his shoulders and then dropped her to the bed again. He then laid beside her and turned to her. No, not yet, he said. You seem energetic still, Emuto. Why don't you get up above and start riding me? I am sure that'd boost your spirit a bit. Riki immediately regretted acting tough. Now she had to put that little monster inside her again, the little monster that by no means was little. Riki still crawled up above him and looked down on his face with a horny smile as she pushed his dick inside her. I can go on all day dash. She couldn't finish her line as she fell down on the spear of pleasure and an uncontrollable moan of pleasure filled the whole Skypia. Their match continued for 2 whole days, and by one point the people below realized what was happening as the celebration only increased. Chapter 246. Things are never so peaceful. Not for Amon, at least. It's been 2 days since Riki entered Amon's room. They have been continuing since, and only their sound didn't only reach the Skypia, it also reached someone else. In the forever quiet palace, Imasama sat on his throne while looking down on the 5 elders kneeling in front of him. "Is it ready?" his ethereal voice asked. The elders simply nodded. "I wouldn't say he is at his weakest," Ima said, "but he has his guard down for the moment, more than ever in fact. He seems to really care about that girl." The elders nodded again, though they didn't understand half his words. With a hum, Ima ordered in a bored but dominating voice, "Prepare Uranus and fire towards Skypia." With the Emperor busy, there would be no one to protect that piece of land. Even if he somehow avoids it, his people will take a huge hit. With another nod, the elders nodded, stood up, and walked away at Imu's permission. As they left, Ima tilted his head and pondered a little. He was always the type to use underhanded tactics. But there was no need for that until now. His underlings were enough for any problems. But now, he was starting to see a need. Amon would be a thorn in his path after he gets freed. He didn't realize that before, so he didn't see the need to eliminate Amon until a few years, and even months ago. But now, Amon was growing too strong. The show he gave in Marineford was of course nowhere close to Emu. But Amon was only 22 or 23, and if he was already this strong. Ima knew he would be a major problem a few decades later when he believed he would be finally free because the hockey of Joyboy would run out. Currently, just 2 weeks after the war, Amon was stronger than before again. He now had multiple devil fruits, though Ima didn't know which. Hockey can block hockey in that same way. The basic observation hockey can be blocked using a veil of will too. Amon, under that veil, had done something which gave him and his sister multiple devil fruits. Ima didn't like devil fruits, it was beneath him. But he still had to admit that it was a revolutionary discovery. If only he could see through that veil that Amon had put. Although old he was, Ima wasn't omnipotent. Looking over tens of thousand miles away, even his level of hockey was blocked by someone as weak as Amon. Even then, he could peek inside. But that would mean breaking Amon's veil, which would alarm the Emperor of Emu's existence. Ima didn't believe Amon knew of his existence, so there was no need to change that anytime soon. Instead, Amon should rather die. Chuckling, and with threads of hockey following the elders, Ima kept observing the old men. The 5 elders went down a secret tunnel leading at the center of the red line below Marineford. There was a vacant space inside the red wall in that spot, where something big stood. A huge metallic space battleship stood in the middle of the vacant space, taking almost the entirety of the place. It was Uranus, the ancient weapon. Uranus was at the hands of the government for a long time. It just wouldn't make sense otherwise. If they couldn't even retrieve one weapon in a span of 800 years, they should have no spine to declare themselves as the supreme power of this world. Unlike its 2 siblings, Uranus wasn't made on the Earth. It originated from the moon instead. It's the spaceship that the Lunarians stole when they ran from the moon from under the grasp of ancient Skypians. After that, as millennia passed, the Lunarians upgraded the spaceship with powers beyond even the moon inhabitants. The firepower in this weapon, because of the Lunarian enhancements, was truly extraordinary even amongst the ancient weapons. This was what helped the Lunarians to rule over Earth for so long until Ima came in. Today, after centuries, this weapon was going to be used again. The huge hall the ship was kept in was filled with many electronic things. A cockpit stood in the middle of the hall. It controlled everything inside the hall, even the walls of red line in this particular spot. With a simple click in the cockpit from the bald elder, the wall at the left side slowly slid down. It made a sound as if dozens of sea kings were roaring at once, but nobody seemed to react to it because of the distance this place was from any civilization. The night starry sky appeared from the other side, and the elders took in a breath of fresh air. They then discussed some things between themselves. "You think this will work?" "What are you questing, Imasama?" That's not what I meant. Stop making me seem like a traitor." "Stop, you too." The small commotion stopped as the elders grumbled and sighed between themselves. Then shrugging, the bald elder went inside the battleship. He clicked some buttons, turning the machine on. It took some minutes for the weapon to start after centuries. "Let's just see what that brat can do against this." The bald elder, whose head had an imprint of Amon's knuckles literally engraved, grumbled out. After another small exchange, he then targeted all the weapons of the ship at where Skypia should be, According to Imasama, who talked to him telepathically, something even the elders couldn't know how to do. It took another few minutes for the weapons to focus at Skypia, and then another few to charge all the attacks at their full power. This barrage of attack could and had in the past taken out islands at a single sweep. There was no escaping this, now that he had locked target with Skypia, even being tens of thousands of kilometers away. Fire. At the dark-skinned elder's command, the bald one fired the ancient weapon. A huge beam of light and fire so hot that it turned into plasma, left for Skypia at light speed. Light, heating up to million degrees, leapt at the sky in a round and large beam. Each kilometer it passed, the larger and stronger the beam got. That was one of the special benefits of this weapon because of the Lunarian bloodline enhancements. Its beams were a special type of plasma which burned the air and then consumed it to strengthen itself even further. If given enough distance to cover, it could even take down emperors like Kaido with one blow. With each passing second, it brightened the night sky as if an artificial sun and went at Skypia at the speed of light. More seconds passed and it got bigger than a medium-sized island. Shandora, or previously known as Upper Ard, was a middle-sized island. Before the eyes of the elders, a huge explosion happened as clouds blasted away from the impact point, causing the night sky to bright up at the mushroom of a bright explosion. With that, Skypia is destroyed. The bald elder released a deep breath. He half expected the beam to just dissipate, knowing the strangeness of Amon. But based on the explosion, it meant it did hit something solid in the sky. And in the way of the beam, only one solid thing stood. Skypia. Minutes ago, Amon and Riki were sleeping beside each other. A pleasant smile on both their faces. They had their arms wrapped around each other. The room was still cloudy from before, so from an outside perspective, they looked as if they were sleeping in heaven. It was truly a precious moment, worth enough to be contained inside a camera. Amon's eyes leapt up in pure shock and horror. He was sleeping, meaning his clones were turned off. So he couldn't sense the hot beam of plasma coming towards Skypia, not until now, when it's clearly too late. Multiple choices popped up in his mind, and he grew restless. If even a second passed, the light would reach this place, so he needed to be quick. The easiest option was to just teleport, as he couldn't outrun the beam normally. But his eyes dropped down to Riki, and a huge frown appeared on his face. Another reason why I don't like getting attached to anyone. Goddamn, he can't teleport with human beings, and moving at a speed where she would be safe will be too slow. With a clench of his jaws, pushing away the part of him that wanted to escape, he immediately put his hands towards the direction where the beam was coming from. It's not as if he would die. No single attack would be able to kill an emperor with a body made like Big Mom's. Even so, his Logia body was resistant to great heat anyway. He could tell the heat incoming was more than his own, but any injuries would be healed by the phoenix fire of reincarnation, unless he died immediately. But no beam of light would be able to kill someone with a body similar to Big Mom. Riki, on the other hand, without being in her Zoan form, would be vaporized. A barrier of physic force leapt up from his palm, covering the bed in a dome. This was the same technique he used against Yamato just after he awakened his fruit. But now, it was enhanced with all his haki. Unfortunately, he would be dry of any haki after this. So if it's a larger-scale enemy attack, he would run with Riki immediately. He sighed again. He was right. He should never get attached to anyone else. He would stop here. No need to entangle himself in meaningless responsibilities. Immediately, the force of the sun crashed into him the next instant. His world went too bright for his eyes, like the heat of million degrees Celsius clouding and painting the surrounding yellow. His barrier stopped it all, for the first 5 seconds. Then it cracked and split apart, but Amon's eyes couldn't see it. His body got engulfed in pure brilliant plasma, burning at 1,000,000 degrees as he felt even his cells start to burn up. Then, the world went silent, and Amon's body turned to ashes. Chapter 247, Angles. Sumi was finally tired from partying all night. Her face rested on the table with a cup of booze beside her while she hummed a song under her drunk breath. It was midnight, and she was finally feeling the need for sleep after 2 weeks. The Sins were trained to stay awake for a long time, and even that was coming short. Sumi slowly raised her head and yawned, rubbing her eyes. When she stopped rubbing them, the world suddenly grew bright. Is it morning already, Dash? Her breath froze along with her words as extreme danger alarmed her mind. Sumi couldn't react at all as a huge pillar of plasma came crashing into the bar she was in. The world went blank as she tried her last effort to try to cool the heat, but she failed. Sumi survived. Barely. She didn't know how that had happened, but she knew it couldn't be her measly try. She was simply not strong enough to cool that. Sumi had no idea what state her body was in. Maybe everything but her head was vaporized? She couldn't tell because she could feel nothing. She could only see, and so she did that. Her eyes, half closed, moved around her skull. She saw the fire engulfing the area surrounding her. From what she could make of, the island wasn't completely vaporized, which was a shock in itself. Instead, bits and bits of it were simply scattered around the sea. The island was in pieces. She could imagine herself floating in one piece herself. Multiple thoughts on how to survive started to pop up in her mind. What happened here? Who attacked? Those weren't useful questions now. First, she had to think of something to avoid dying. She didn't even know how she was alive right now, as she had the thought. Sumi then felt the bit of life force she had left started to fade out too. Her thoughts took a desperate turn as her greed for living stirred up. Her eyes shook and she felt the vision in front of her blur because of the tears. Then it happened. From her blurry eyes, she made out the figure of a large white ethereal humanoid slowly standing up on one of the pieces of the island. Hic dash. She couldn't see anymore as she felt her throat clutch down on breath. She desperately tried to run from the inevitable death, but right then, a white sphere spread around the area, covering her too, as she felt her breath return. Her body caught on fire and another new fear stirred up inside her. But she soon calmed down as she felt her body resonate with the white flame. Instead of burning her, it was regenerating her. What's happening? Sumi peeked at the sky again, this time everything looking crystal clear. In the middle of the now destroyed Shandora, a large white humanoid figure with 4 blazing white wings flaring out of his back stood straight with a huge sword in his hand. The strangest thing about the figure was, his whole body was encircled with white flames, like a white phoenix, and everything around him, the island, at least the bit that remained, was entirely covered in similarly white fire. Looking at the figure's face, his shining red horns, Sumi felt extreme relief spread around her body. It's fine now. Because it was Amon, her god. Then Amon, the white phoenix, raised his hand in the air as metal so hot that it was red, melting slowly, came flying to his hand. He channeled his healing fire to the object as it slowly stopped melting and even started to go back to its previous state, in the state of Kiyu. The talking sword then enlarged, becoming large enough to fit Amon's current size. Did he just heal an intimate object? The question popped up in Sumi's mind as she looked around her. Surely, the ground engulfed with white fire was changing. It was stitching itself back to its original state, defying reality. Most of the island was blown to ashes, and even that ash was vaporized, so it couldn't be healed, but the remaining parts were stitching themselves together. Sumi also noticed the white sphere covering the entire place. It awfully looked like the room of op fruit, something that she witnessed herself before in a video recorded by a dial. But it was white, just like the fire. It was also spewing healing flame from the sky every now and then as well. This was a healing room. Sumi's attention was immediately brought back to Amon as he spoke. You. His loud, echoing voice flowed through the entire Skypia as he pointed his sword at the blue sea below. You are dead. The world shook as Amon simply slashed his sword in the open space. Instead of an attack, as she expected, the space simply cut to reveal the door dimension where she has been before. Then with a single swipe of Amon's hand, all the remaining pieces of Skypia and Shandora's lands and people flew inside the crack in space. Sumi also got swept in, and from inside she saw Amon wait on the outside for a second, seemingly meeting someone's gaze from thousands of miles away, before he also slid inside. The moment the gate closed, Sumi and everyone else froze in time. Amon didn't know Imu was spying on him, even though he had guessed so many times before. That guess never made true since no matter how much he planned against the world government, even openly just the test, they rarely countered his plans. If Imu truly was spying on him, he would have warned his own subordinates, right? Apparently not. Imu was watching him, for who knows how long, but he didn't care to warn his own people about the danger Amon was brewing. He was just that arrogant. At least he was cautious to hide the multiple devil fruit surgery. If not, if he knew about exactly what fruit Amon had, he might not have lived even with the phoenix fruit. But nothing of that mattered right now. I am sorry, master, but I am currently very weak. His sword, Kiyu, muttered to him. I might lose consciousness any time, which would cause the door dimension to crumble and eject everyone out, so I hope you finish things quickly. He absent-mindedly nodded in reply. Amongst the 50,000+ people present in Angel Island and Shandora, Only a few hundred survived. Here, strength didn't matter. They were simply lucky. Amon felt great relief knowing Isa was an Amazon lily with Hancock. Other than that, amongst the Sins, Yona and Wiper were safe because they were out. Yamada was safe too. She was with Hancock as well. But Sumi was barely alive. Before the healing started, her body below her breasts were missing entirely. Urij, on the other hand, was dead. Just dead. Urij was below an artificial fountain, and he died the moment the beam of light hit the place. There was no way to help him anymore. He had not only lost 50,000 soldiers and people, but also a valuable sin. Before entering this dimension, Amon has sent 3 of his clones to protect Amazon Lily, New Thriller Bark, and Alabasta against a possible attack as well. With a deep sigh, Amon slumped down beside the body on the ground. Riki was there. Everything but her head was missing from her body. Her eyes were closed, and that lovely smile was still present on her face. Amon's expression was cold, and his eyes were calm. He stared at the girl he's been saying he loved for the past 2 days lay down, dead. Riki was dead. Dead. Amon survived even after his barrier broke. Apparently, the awakening condition for Phoenix Fruit was to die. Marco couldn't awaken the fruit in his life because he never died in his life. The one time he died, he was restrained with sea stone cuffs, so the fruit couldn't even activate. But at Amon's time, it activated. It worked, and Amon returned from the dead, rising from his ashes. He doubted if it would happen again. It was most likely a one-time thing. But technically this was his 3rd life now. As a payment of another chance, he could only protect Riki's head from getting vaporized. Was this his karma for being a bastard? If so, it's laughable. With his voice deep and calm, Amon turned his head to one part of the broken island. Just minutes ago, it was the base of Seraph. Seraph was mostly destroyed too, but he knew she would stay in service as long as even a part of her stayed intact, and right there such a part was present. Though obviously, she'd be much less helpful than before. But he didn't want to talk to Seraph right now, though. Instead, he walked there slowly, entering the room, and then walked out with a woman beside him. Riki. Or to be more precise, a mindless clone of hers. Kiyo had allowed the clone to move in this dimension, and she easily walked beside Amon as both of them reached Riki's dead body, or rather, her dead head. Amon stared at Riki's face for a long time before smiling. He then spread his palm out. Room. The white sphere covering the entire place withdrew back to his palm. He clasped his palm close and then parted it again. Room. This time, a blue sphere opened around the place, just enough to cover the small piece of land Amon was standing with the 2 Rikis. Previously, he was using a different variant of room. He was mixing his awakened Phoenix Fruit's white flame with it, which turned the room's sphere into white and also started to heal everything inside the room. It should gradually be able to heal all the people alive, but it's no good for the people already dead. For that, he needed the normal room. Law's 11 years of experience with the fruit was boosted further with Amon's lightning-fast brain and his own share of medical expertise. Using it, he used the technique that would revive Riki. Before that, he muttered in his mind as if to hypnotize himself. It takes a few minutes for a devil fruit to reincarnate after the eater is killed. Considering that, it should be the same with human souls. Only a few minutes later after death should the soul leave their bodies. It's even scientifically proven that a human brain stays awake minutes after the body's death. In that case, if Riki still has her soul. Amon took in a breath and his spread-out palm's fingers moved. Shambles. Jinkaku Ishiku Shujitsu. A pink animated heart popped out of the dead Riki's skull, and at the same time, the same happened to the clone. In a quick motion, the 2 hearts drove towards each other's hosts guided by Amon's fingers and sunk in their bodies. This was the technique that can swap souls. The dead Riki didn't react and stayed the same, but the clone Riki, or rather the brand new real Riki's eyes sprung open as she staggered and gasped for breath. Black eyes, no more golden, stared at Amon as he felt anger brew up in his heart, anger for Emu. But he suppressed it as relief flooded in with a huge breath. Where is this? Riki stuttered, confused. Weren't we sleeping? What's happening, brother Dash? She almost tripped behind her, her body also not as strong as before, but Amon caught her and gave her a soft smile. Welcome back. Everything's fine. I am here. He brought her in a cozy hug as Riki blinked in confusion. She was alive. Back to normal, not as good as new, but that can be fixed easily. At the same time, Amon clenched his teeth as he set a new target for someone to kill. Someone dared to not only attack but also kill him and Riki when his guard was down. Ima must pay. Chapter 248, The Room. Riki was so confused when she first opened her eyes. But when Amon brought her to a hug, she let the confusion settle down and tried to calm herself. Peeking her gaze out from Amon's chest, she found herself in the door dimension. The greenish world was quite easily recognized by her. Furthermore, garbage, debris, pieces of the Golden City, and disarmed humans were laid around floating in the cloud sea beside her. What happened? Riki asked slowly. The surroundings looked anything but in a good shape. Before Amon could answer her question, his sword spoke again. Air. I am at my limit. I would like it if you could finish in a few seconds, Dada. Amon sighed and canceled the hug. Freeze her. Before Riki could react, her body froze in time. She lost her natural color and blended with the surrounding green immediately. Then Amon took a small breath in as threads of electricity left his body, landing on everything that he brought from the outside world. Then, in a blink, he teleported away along with all the things that had frozen in time, teleporting to a place that was safe from Emu's gaze. My lord, are you all right? You are not injured, are you? Vinsmoke Judge asked in a worried tone. In Skypia, there were more islands than just Shandora and Angel Island. The new Thriller Bark and the Germa Kingdom were one of two such islands beside them. They were quite a bit far from the impact point, so they were in perfect condition, not counting the minor damage caused by the debris flown this way. One of Amon's clones was here, sitting in front of the standing judge. Amon had initially created only 3 clones, one for Amazon Lily, one for New Thriller Bark, and one for Alabasta. But using those clones, he had created hundreds more. Amon couldn't control this many, but not all were there to fight or even converse. Most were instead just around Marineford to keep watch and see from where the attack had come from. Since his observation range, even with Goro Goro awakening, couldn't see it when the attack first happened. Though by the time he sent some clones, there was no trace of the attack left. Now, they were watching out for an attack instead. Amon wouldn't be able to avoid such an attack of that caliber again unless he had clones watching out from before. But some were in areas that needed a bit of protection. Though fortunately there was no need for that, as this wasn't really an all-out attack on the government's part. But the clone at Germa 66 at Judge's office was for another reason. First of all, Karna was there even amidst the celebration, so he was safe too. Though, truthfully, Amon could care less about him. After telling the kid that his mother was safe with his father also surviving out of luck, even though injured, Amon was staring at Judge. Are they ready? He didn't answer the question of his well-being. Judge was but a brainwashed puppet, no need to waste energy by conversing useless things with him. They are, my lord. Judge, not offended at all, replied. I was able to prepare 5 of them. Amon gave a nod. 5 would do. But where do I export them? Where have you retreated with the others? Amon sighed, his face morphing in light annoyance. This wasn't time for small talks with a puppet. He stood up from his seat. Just lead me to the clones. I will take them with me. They have a strong body. They'd be able to withstand my high speed. Judge nodded again. As mentioned previously, Amon doesn't share the weakness of Teach, who can only eat 3 fruits. The method Amon was using for multiple fruits was different than his, after all. So the reason why Amon only ate 2 new devil fruits was the lack of clones at that moment. Since when he absorbed the DNA of the first 2 clones, they became useless as they lost their DNA as a whole. That's why Amon needed a new clone for each fruit. But unlike the Sins, who all had a few clones of their own prepared years ago, Amon never saw the need to have a clone made out of himself. In fact, he would have never cloned himself if not for the chance to get multiple fruits. It just gave him paranoia instead. What if cloning his body caused someone to reincarnate in that body? It was foolish, but so was this fantasy world. Slowly, as Amon thought of what he would do to Emu, Judge led him in a room where multiple clones were kept. Without further delay, Amon took them away, teleporting to Alabasta. Vivi was enjoying herself with a magazine after she was done with her daily training when one of Amon's initial clones suddenly appeared out of nowhere. She was shocked and anxious when she saw his tattered clothes, which were slowly stitching themselves with a thread of white flame. She was further shocked when more of Amon's clones came out of nowhere with the core members of Einherjars. Wiper, Dewey, Mont Cricket, Brooke, Yona, and then Boa Hancock, who came along with Isa, and Odama. Prepare a large open area. Large enough to hold a football match. You know what football is, right? That's what Amon had said to Vivi minutes ago. Vivi did so as soon as possible, and now she and the survivors were waiting by the side of that area just when a shout came out of the space. Can't hold any longer. Green flashed as the space twisted and spat out a large dash. Vivi didn't know what else to call it other than ruins. It was as if a giant whose foot was in a fire, had run over a city, and now all the debris of that city was gathered in one place. It was chaos. She heard a gasp from behind her, and at the voice, she turned behind immediately to meet Isa. She cared for this woman and respected her because Amon is supposed to be doing the same, so seeing her horrified expression, Vivi felt pity. But unlike how she thought that Isa was gasping seeing the destruction, her next words proved it wrong. Araki. Vivi's head instantly whipped forward, following Isa's gaze, as she saw it. Black hair cut straight, and a smiling face that had slight makeup on it. Though the makeup was now barely there, her lipstick ruined, Vivi recognized the severed piece of head immediately. It was Riki. She almost felt delighted before she bit her tongue down to suppress the emotion. Amon could feel emotions, it wouldn't be a good idea to. Her delight was crushed regardless as she heard the voice which never failed to annoy her. Ani Isa. I am fine, don't worry. Riki, one who didn't have her hair cut or even any makeup put on, waved stiffly from behind Amon. While Amon stared at Vivi's face. Vivi's breath caught, but Amon only sighed softly and massaged his temple. Vivi. The mention of her name caused her legs to weaken. Take Isa away, along with all the others beside you. I don't want any distraction right now. Seeing the distractions leave, Amon decided to repair and heal everything behind him. Rather than opening a room like before, he instead faced his palm at the sky. Brother, what are you doing? Seconds later, Riki asked, staring at the sky and seeing the gathering of a pale something that she would call an aurora. Healing, Amon replied. But from her facial expression, she was clearly skeptical about his words. It looked like plasma, but white. However, Riki held back her questions. Above her head, the pale aurora twisted and whirled. It was like a vortex, a whirlpool, as the aurora started to grow dense and bright. Then Amon swung his arm down as the aurora came crashing on the ruins. Instantly multiple gasps filled the area as the white plasma engulfed them. With more grunts and groans, the survivors' bodies started to stir and twitch as their wounds started to heal at a blinding speed. In less than a minute, everyone who lost a body part or two had regrown them back. Even Sumi, whose lower half was missing moments ago and now had her body back, though she was naked below now. But that wasn't a problem for long, since not long after, clothes started to teleport to not only Tsumi but also everyone who had their clothes destroyed. But the humans weren't the only ones who were healed. The debris stitched themselves together, and as if time was going backwards, a portion of the Golden City was rebuilding itself in front of everyone's eye. It happened at the same time when humans woke up, healed. Soon the football field-sized place was filled with golden fortresses, still a bit broken here and there, with a golden bell in the middle. Even the small automata, Short Motor, the only member of Motor Gang left on Earth, was stitched back together by the broken parts that were scattered around. From what Riki could see, whatever technique Amon used had regrown limbs and body parts out of thin air, but it only stitched the intimate object using the parts scattered around. Riki rubbed her nose. So the phoenix fruit could do all this? What was that technique? Amon prepared to give a calming speech for the surviving few hundred people, as he answered. It's a mixture of my awakened phoenix fruit and Garogaro no Mi's plasma. Normally, even with awakening, the white flames of resurrection, it would take days to regrow limbs, let alone bring back a part of Shandora. However, by giving plasma, which can destroy stuff in seconds, the property of resurrection, he achieved this great feat. This was only possible because of the phoenix fruit awakening, though. Riki nodded in understanding, though she didn't get entirely off it. Then Amon stepped forward at the crowd. Everyone, calm down. You are safe now. Amon has been holding a hockey barrier around the field to stop any peeking from Emu. But it seemed to him that Emu didn't even bother to peek. Or, he couldn't do that here for some reason. Either way was good for Amon. Then the next part of the plan began. He went to the underground massive town-size hall where Pluton was kept. Amon was sure Emu couldn't peek here, because if he could, the Marines would have already taken the ancient weapon away. He might have not meddled with Amon's plans despite stalking him, but an ancient weapon should be too much to ignore. There was something special about Alabasta, or Emu's observation range just luckily ended at this point. This at least gave Amon a sense of relief. Currently, Amon stood at a place a bit far from Pluton with 5 of his massive clones in Kuma. Amon still had a veil of hockey around the place for double measures, as this was the perfect time to proceed. Kuma was in the most durable room of Seraph's Hall. It was the same place where Amon had kept the clones of sins, which came to help him revive Riki from the dead. Teach and Gabon were kept prisoners in that room too, though in a different chamber. That part of the hall was very durable, so people inside didn't sustain much damage. They would have if the beam lasted for more than 15 seconds, which it didn't. That's why Riki's clone wasn't even scratched, along with Kuma. Kuma, whose use will end after today. Amon looked at the cyborg's expressionless face with a glittering light in his eyes. Now, because Ima needed to die a terrible and painful death as soon as possible, Amon was going to eat some more devil fruits. Chapter 249. Zoan Fruit. Things weren't favorable for Riki. She had lost not only her devil fruits, but even her twin blades. She's been using them for a while now since Shiki's death, but they had merely melted like butter in front of the beam of superheated plasma. Now she was at her weakest with only her body at her side, and even then, there was something strange and different about her body. It's been 2 days since Skypia was utterly destroyed, and Amon was too busy maintaining his territory with Robin to give Riki the attention she needed right now. The best option would be to go and meet him by herself, but she was anxious to approach him. Very anxious. What price did he pay to bring her back from the dead? Did he sacrifice his life force? His soul? Maybe. She didn't want to face him with those questions. Her brother has done so much for her, and he did that once again. She would feel guilty to just meet him in this state. However, even with all that thought in her mind, the uncomfortable feeling of weakness in her stomach was getting too much for her to handle anymore. So she had finally decided to meet Amon head-on. The guard in front of Amon's door almost stopped her before they recognized her and dipped their head in the air. Ignoring them, Riki knocked on the door twice as it sprung open by itself. Riki slowly walked in and closed the door behind her. Then her eyes met Amon, who was sitting on the table with dozens of paper sheets in front of him. "Oh, hi, Riki. What's up?" Amon said as he signed some papers, not even looking at her. "I was wondering when you'll finally come to see me. I was missing you." That caused Riki to sigh in relief as her stiff shoulders loosened a bit. She scratched the back of her head and looked outside the window to not meet his gaze. Bro, are you okay?" Amon stopped scribbling his paper and raised his face at her. She didn't want to, but she still met his gaze. "I should be the one asking you that question," he said. "I am fine, entirely. 100% healed in both body and mind. But what about you? You lost your swords and fruits. You are at your weakest." Riki's lips tightened as she bit it. "I don't feel so good," she said as she scratched her right arm quite uncomfortably. "It feels like I lost my limbs. I am useless now." Amon chuckled softly at her words and leaned back against his chair. "Nah, you're emotional support. Isn't that enough use?" She clenched her fist hard. "That's not enough for me," she said, meeting his gaze. "I have no power, and I even lost my swords. I am a fawnless tiger who has now become a cat." She continued, "How will I serve you in this weak state? You know better than anyone that I won't be fine with just being mere emotional support. Brother." She clenched her jaws, but at his gaze, her eyes softened and a desperate sigh left her lips. "I don't want you to be protecting me. My dream since I can remember was to protect you." I wielded my first sword with that thought in my mind. Amon parted his lips to say something, but only a sigh left him. He shook his head. "I am really sorry," but he opened his drawer, taking out a blue guava devil fruit, as he threw it towards Riki. I couldn't find the Quetzalcoatl fruit anywhere. Riki caught the fruit midair as her heart bumped aloud. She looked at Amon with wide eyes as the situation sunk in her. She suppressed a smile. Thank you." Amon cracked up at this. "Don't say thank you. It sounds weird coming from you. Anyway, the fruit that the Quetzalcoatl uses as a vessel used to grow in a tree that has gone extinct. Remember, Seraph kept that fruit to her for 800 years. Riki nodded at his words. "I will have to search the nearby islands with weird geography such as Little Garden to see if I can find the reincarnated fruit or not. Unfortunately, the trees I had in Shandora were destroyed in the attack, and my clones have already checked Little Garden. It's not there as well." Riki's delightful face darkened a little, but she nodded nonetheless. "I understand. Though I won't lie, I would have loved that fruit more than this," she said, looking at the world's strongest paramecia in her hand. "I am more familiar with it, even with the Tremor Devil Fruit Mastery I got from Whitebeard's corpse. More so." Her face reddened. "Without that fruit, my body is as weak as the other girls you slept with. I won't be able to take you on at your best without that." Amon stared at her with an agape mouth for a while before breaking out in laughter. Then he walked beside her as a sword teleported in his hand. Riki recognized that it wasn't Kiyu. It was just a normal sword. Well, you were quite wrong this time. His hand whipped as the sword suddenly landed on Riki's neck. Riki's eyes trembled, but she didn't protest his attack at all and even closed her eyes to accept her death. But, upon coming into contact with her skin, the sword simply shattered into pieces. At the sound, Riki slowly opened her eyes as she found Amon's face in front of her, smiling teasingly. I didn't think you'd accept death so easily. Her face flustered, but she didn't protest. She would have not done so if it was someone else. Amon ignored the subject and instead pinched her cheeks. At his pinch, Riki felt something different again. Something was truly wrong with her body. Amon spoke. I am sure you noticed something different in the past 2 days, but have dismissed it with the possibility of your Zoan-less body. Let's just say you were wrong, he said and slapped her cheek softly. Cheers in celebration for you, as you now have Germa's ultra-enhanced body. The words sunk in Riki's mind as her eyes widened just a little. Amon continued. Super strength, super speed, exoskeleton, and some minor other boosts. You see, applying such genetic boosts is not possible to a grown-up's body, and is only possible to add them in the body's embryonic state. Luckily, when creating a clone, the body needs to go through the embryonic state too. Your current body is a clone, as you know, and when it was created I had asked the Germa to add the best possible things in you. In a sense, your body's many times stronger than before. You just don't realize it. Riki's eyes sparkled all of a sudden. Even in this non-Zoan state, your strength, defense, and stamina can match your previous hybrid form. Now, if I can somehow find your Zoan fruit again, you'd be at least a few times stronger than before in your humanoid forms. Don't forget you can even train your body further, as your body's potential and limit has been increased greatly too. Riki nodded to Amon eagerly. And you also have a raid suit. Whoa. What else? Amon smiled at her. A special superpower. Light manipulation. Cool, right? Riki immediately hugged him tightly. I love you so much. With a small laugh, Amon patted her back. I love you too. But the bad news is, I think I would need to find you another Zoan instead of looking for your old one. That one is pretty much impossible to find on a planet of this size, even with my new senses. Sorry. Riki made an agreeing sound and hugged him tightly. It's certainly a pity to lose her cool dragon Zoan, but if she knew her brother right, the new one wouldn't just be some random one, either. Then his voice took a cold turn all of a sudden. So, let us go and hunt a big fish. Luffy sat on the bed beside the window as his eyes looked at the sky far beyond. Ace had died. Murdered. Luffy had a lot of feelings inside him, grief, hate, rage, regret, and many more. But the desire for vengeance was topping everything else. He had no personal grudge against Amon, and nor did Amon have one against him. The Emperor in fact was kind enough to let him and his crew go mostly unharmed even after Luffy infiltrated his base. Yet Luffy couldn't stop the raging flame inside his chest from burning his heart. Amon had betrayed Ace. It was clear from the live streaming that he got to see in the HQ of the Revolutionary Army. His brother was betrayed, and in such a case, he must take revenge in his name. Moreover, Sabo also agreed with him. Luffy's mind didn't break this time because he wasn't there in person when Ace died, and nor did Ace sacrifice his life for Luffy's. Along with that, with Sabo's sudden memory recovery, he was in a much calmer state than in canon. This time he did not need Jinbei's emotional support. Today, he just wanted revenge. As Luffy's eyes followed a bird flying far in the sky, the door of his room suddenly parted out. Oi, Luffy. Sabo peeked from the other side, his face forming a small smile. Someone special is here. Luffy stared at his other brother's face for a while and then nodded before following him towards Monkey D. Dragon's office. He had met his father a few days ago when Betty brought him to the HQ. There was of course no lovely family reunion as Luffy didn't even know the man properly. But it was certainly not a bad feeling meeting a blood relative. But, as he entered the office of his father, his legs came to a halt as he saw the sight in front of him. It was not his father whose appearance shocked him, but it was the appearance of the man sitting opposite to him. Monkey D. Dragon was sitting in his chair while someone else, a certain red-haired pirate, was sitting opposite him. Hearing the footsteps, red-haired Shanks turned his head at him and smiled softly as he stood up from his seat. Luffy, it's been a long time, huh? Shanks walked forward and ruffled his hair. You are almost as tall as me now. Would you look at that? He laughed softly while Luffy's eyes trembled as old memories surfaced in his mind. Shanks. Shanks' smile widened as he continued. I heard about your desire to seek vengeance. Gotta say I am not a fan of that, but I do agree Amon needs to be eliminated. Luckily for us, he is at his weakest with his base now destroyed and all his territories in a disarray. Shanks looked deep into Luffy's eyes with his smile unmoving. Now, if you don't mind, I would like to train you in both your haki and that magnificent devil fruit of yours. Chapter 250, Waifus. Since the head of your previous body remains, I think I can extract the devil fruit mastery. That was what Amon had said hours before when Riki regained more of her previously lost hope. Then she fed on the DFM paw bubble of Guragura Nomi that was ejected out of her old body's skull by Amon. That shocked her. So had Amon eaten the fourth fruit? The paw fruit? But Amon didn't have paws for some reason. Why was that? At the mention of that, her brother only yiked and Riki decided to not give it much thought after he complained aloud about something called furry that she had no idea on. Either way, after consuming the bubble, she regained Whitebeard's progress with Guragura Nomi again. With this, she could quite easily exhibit the power that Whitebeard could in the War of the Best. Though she will have to gain a good Zoan fruit for her physical powers to be strong enough to make prime Whitebeard level quakes. But all in all, now, she was a true Emperor level freak. Now, she just needed the fruit her brother proposed to her, and she might just reach Pirate King level, or at least peak Emperor. The wind blew her hair in the air as it flowed like a river behind her. She looked at the 7 people sitting beside her with those thoughts coming to an end. Amon, the 5 Sins, and Yamato sat on the cloud car beside her. There, Urge sat amongst them as well. Only Riki knew that Urge had already died, and that's why she could tell this one was a clone. Amon was supposed to have clones for all the Sins, after all. The others were oblivious about this and treated Urge as if he was the real one. Amon did say Urge's clone wasn't mindless and could even feel emotions, but Riki couldn't help but feel a bit creeped out sitting in the same car with that thing. So she tried to move her attention to somewhere else. Riki threw her right arm around Yamato's stiff shoulders. Their relationship wasn't the best yet, but it was far better than before. You know, we are gonna kill your father, right? Riki said casually while Amon shot her a silent look from the driver's seat. Immediately Riki regretted her words and was almost scared shitless just as he turned his head forward without saying anything. Meanwhile, Yamato stayed silent. Yamato was with Robin when Skypia was attacked. Robin was as always managing stuff that needed her to be away from Skypia, more than ever after the war since the recruits had skyrocketed. This time, Yamato was there with her since she didn't like the confined life in Skypia. She spent the first week celebrating in the sky, and then left with Robin for an island in the New World. Yamato slowly clenched her weapon in her hand. Amon already told me so. That's what I have been craving to see for decades. Her tone was rough and harsh, and Riki immediately pulled her arm back from her shoulders. Yikes, psycho. With Yamato sighing with her eyes closed, the journey continued in random chattering from everyone. Even Wiper. Hey, Amon, Wiper called, sitting on the seat beside Amon. Is that the real Riki? He whispered in a very low voice. He was there when ISA yelled out Riki's name and witnessed Riki's detached head. So he had doubts about the girl sitting 2 rows behind him and chattering like a bird. Amon chuckled while driving. You think I'm consoling myself with one of her clones? He said. Don't worry, she's still herself. After glancing at Riki chattering with the others like her usual self, snarky but a bit happier, Wiper finally nodded. I will take your words on that then. He nodded to himself and then focused on watching the clouds pass by instead. Then, more time passed as the cloud car came to a spot where an island situated above a mountain was visible. The land of Wano Kuni. The Marine HQ was being migrated into another island after Marineford was damaged beyond repair by Whitebeard and Amon. Unlike how Sakazuki had migrated into the New World in the canon, Sengoku wasn't so brave. With Sakazuki dead, he would have given Kazan the seat of Fleet Admiral, but retiring and leaving the Marines on their own at such a time like this where someone like Amon loomed over the world, it wasn't something his conscience would allow. So, Sengoku simply decided to relocate the HQ very close to the Gates of Justice. This time, Eni's lobby wasn't destroyed, so the gates were as useful as before. It would be a pain to stretch the gate to the new HQ, but it's better than nothing. Currently, inside the makeshift HQ that was still being constructed by thousands of Marines at once, a meeting was being held. We would do this via votes, is that clear? Sengoku said, standing by the blackboard while everyone in the room had their eyes on him. They nodded swiftly. Now that 2 admirals are no more, we plan to promote some others from the vice admiral rank. Sengoku tapped on the board. As you can see, these are the qualified vice admirals' names written here. Gion, Tokacake, Hina, Mamanga, and Strawberry. As everyone's eyes flashed by the names and they nodded, Sengoku continued. I would have liked to wait for a few months for some others to rise in ranks, but things aren't in a good shape. The other powerhouses know that the destruction of Skypia would only make the Sky Emperor more hostile. The admirals are the faces of the Marines, and without them, half our influence is gone. We need to replace them as soon as possible, and so today we will take a vote from all of you. He glanced at everyone. If nothing changes, as in, if no promising new recruits join the Marines by the end of this month, you'd be appointed as admirals according to this voting. Am I clear? Everyone nodded again. There were dozens of vice admirals present here. Garp was there too, munching on rice crackers. No outsider would be able to tell that his grandson had just died. They would all vote, and that would decide the two winners. All right. Sengoku tapped the blackboard. Now, vote. Everyone started to raise their voting plate from the table. 1 was Gion. 2 was Hina. 3 was Tokacake. 4 was Mamanga. 5 was Strawberry. By far, as seconds passed and everyone raised their hands with Sengoku writing them down one by one, Gion was on the lead ahead of Tokacake and Hina respectfully. The other two were far behind. Minutes later, the winners were clear as Sengoku nodded at the woman and the middle-aged man with a hat. Gion, Tokacake, seems like you'd be taking the seat starting from next month. He nodded at them, and the two simply stood and bowed. Sengoku glanced at Hina briefly before shaking his head. A pity that her hockey hasn't grown much since the fight in Skypia 4 years ago, or she would have been able to take a seat. She was a really compelled officer, and she would have done a great job at it. But not only was her devil fruit mundane, her hockey wasn't impressive either. It's her mastery at Marine 6 powers and some other martial arts that she is so valued as a vice admiral. Of course, Sengoku couldn't know Hina was but a husk of her former self, a mere clone. Her hockey, or rather, her will, was just to complete orders given by her creator. With such a simple will, no wonder her hockey wasn't anything impressive. As a soulless puppet, this was her price. Amon was able to inject nervous signals into her imitating the training of different martial arts, which caused her to dream of training with them even though she never did in real life. It was a dangerous technique for a normal human, but not dangerous for a mindless puppet whose brain was safe from going overdrive from too much and too sudden information. That's why she was a good vice admiral. But unfortunately, she couldn't be more useful than this. So Amon, who's been watching this meeting from above the sky with one of his clones, believed to have found another target. Looking at Gion, the woman with a spider tattoo on her leg, Amon scratched his chin. He shook his head immediately. Let's decide it on a coin flip instead. Then he glanced side to side from Gion and Tokacake and flipped a coin in the air. As it landed on tails, he decided who his new target was. Therefore, while the main Amon approached Wano, this one went to the island Momosaji. Gion was appointed in and entered the Marines as a newbie recruit. Amon dropped the car at Onigashima and had vanished while telling the Sins to start their attack. You think just the 7 of us will be fine in an Emperor's base? Sumi asked, fidgeting. I almost died, and we are in such a dangerous place just 3 days after that. Where did Kami go? Yona shook her head. Sumi, believe in God. He brought you back from the death door. He will do that again, if necessary. So focus on the task at hand, instead. Sumi growled softly. He brought me back from death's door, but what if I'm already in the underworld? Sigh. She didn't protest, though. Oh, shush. Riki whispered to Yamato. They were all taking cover inside a large ship filled with weapons, so there was nobody else besides them, but nobody died of being too cautious. You are familiar with the area, right? Lead us to where your dad's at. Yamato nodded and stood up. First, call me Odin when we are in Wano, and second, follow me, she said, and kicked the ground. Immediately she vanished from the spot, but all the Sins quite easily followed her, though confused at her first words. Running fast but stealthily, Riki seemed to stumble a few times above the rooftops, but Hancock gave her a shoulder to lean into. Are you all right, sister-in-law? At Hancock's words, Riki grumbled inwardly. You don't have your swords. Jump behind me if you feel like you can't take it anymore. With a shrug, Riki nodded. No point in refusing goodwill. Though speaking of swords, her brother said he would get her a pair of twin blades used by someone from this country. She didn't know how they would compare against Shiki's twin blades that she was using until now, but she was certainly excited nonetheless. Then, they reached the Skull Dome where each of them could feel the presence of the King of the Beast. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the finale. Peace.